Chapter 319. Boom! The instant his spiritual sense entered the throne, an intense explosion resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. His mind buzzed as a boundless state of massacre infused into it. The horrifying state of massacre was like a scarlet sea. It instantly infused into every one of Xiao Chen's nerves. An uncontrollable murderous intent arose in Xiao Chen's heart. His eyes instantly turned scarlet, and his fine black hair fluttered about. His delicate face turned sinister and horrifying, like a man-eating demon. How can it be like this? Xiao Chen was horrified. He wanted to let go, but a huge force held his hand in place. He could not let go at all. I can't go on like this. My will be filled with massacre. After that, I will lose all reason and become a true murderous demon king. This state of massacre is too horrifying. Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and guarded his dantian. He sank his consciousness and did his best to maintain a trace of clarity in his divine pedestal. The surging state of massacre in the Scarlet Sea was boundless and overwhelming. As Xiao Chen resisted this energy, he felt incredible pain. His skin turned incredibly pale. The capillaries under his skin were clearly visible. They looked like they wanted to break free from the restraints of his skin and burst open. This feeling was several times more painful than when the blue dragon martial spirit first awakened. It was not something a human could endure. Amid the torment, Xiao Chen's consciousness started to turn blurry. He could no longer endure it and howled in pain. Bang! 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 The capillaries under Xiao Chen's skin ruptured. Tiny drops of blood instantly covered his skin, making him look like a man made of blood. Give up. Accept this unbridled state of the sand. All your pain will immediately disappear. You can even enjoy boundless power. As Xiao Chen held on bitterly, an ethereal voice rang out in his mind. The voice resounded in his ears continuously, luring him to give up resisting. No way. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and ignored the voice in his mind. He clung to the last trace of clarity in his divine pedestal. Once he gave up resisting, he would completely become a slave of slaughter, and his original self would completely disappear. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled some of the records in the compendium of cultivation. This scarlet throne should be a secret treasure. However, it was not a secret treasure of the righteous Dao but an evil Dao's secret treasure. The owner of the secret treasure should have already died, but the evil will born from the secret treasure had not disappeared. However, it had been silent for such a long time, so this will was definitely not very strong. I was just caught off guard. If his spiritual sense was really stronger than mine, he would have already devoured me. Xiao Chen gathered all of his divine senses together. With a thought, his divine senses immediately turned into a golden deity and flew toward the blood river in the deepest part of the throne. He had to find that will and destroy it. Otherwise, with such a passive resistance, it would only be a matter of time before he succumbed. The deity flew further and further away in the consciousness space. The boundless sea of blood seemed endless. However, Xiao Chen did not feel discouraged. There would always be an end to the boundless sea of blood. The consciousness space was no exception. Unless the other party was a true ancient emperor, they might not be able to condense an eternal sea of blood. After an unknown amount of time, the deity controlled by Xiao Chen finally arrived at the end of the sea of blood. There was a scarlet abyss there, and a huge scarlet head connected to the sea of blood. It looked at the deity from afar. The scarlet head roared angrily and opened its huge mouth, swallowing the golden deity in an instant. The golden deity closed its eyes and allowed the boundless blood to stick to its body. After a while, it suddenly opened its eyes, and a dazzling golden light pierced through the scarlet head. The scarlet head howled in pain. It gave up on swallowing the deity and retreated in horror. Indeed, it is as I expected. This evil will of massacre is very weak. I was just too rash. I did not have time to condense my spiritual sense and rashly sent it in. Hence, I was caught off guard. This is a lesson. In the future, whenever I face something unknown, I have to be very cautious. The scarlet light in Xiao Chen's eyes faded a little. They were no longer as horrifying as before, and they slowly became clear. The scarlet head retreated to the sky above the abyss and waved its hand. A huge scarlet hand appeared above the sea of blood and smashed at the golden deity. Kill! The golden deity shouted angrily, and a sword shining with golden light appeared in its hand. It swung the sword, and the surging golden light chopped the scarlet hand into pieces. The golden deity pointed the sword at the sky, and a pillar of light rushed into the sky. Instantly, a bright light scattered down. The light turned into a golden liquid that dripped onto the sea of blood like rain. As more and more of the golden liquid merged into the sea of blood started to boil and slowly turned into a golden sea. Ah! 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 The scarlet head looked like it was being boiled as it cried out in pain. When the sea of blood turned completely golden, its body that was connected to the sea of blood was completely chopped off, leaving only a lonely head. Back in reality, the scarlet light in Xiao Chen's eyes vanished. His sinister expression vanished, and he calmed down. That heart-wrenching pain no longer existed. All that was left was Gu Linlin's head. In this spiritual world, it could be said that there was no way out and there was no way out. It tried several times to burrow into the sea of consciousness. In the end, when it touched the golden sea of blood, it cried out in pain. Furthermore, its head shrank. Xiao Chen controlled the golden deity to send out strands of sword light. The scarlet head scurried around in the air, dodging the horrifying golden light. In the end, it is just a paper tiger, Xiao Chen thought to himself. The golden deity took advantage of this opportunity. Its left hand grew infinitely large, and it grabbed the head. Don't kill me. I can recognize you as my master and establish a blood contract. I will never betray you. Also, I will tell you the secret of this massacre throne in full detail. After the scarlet head was grabbed, it begged non-stop. Evil demon, what use do I have for you? Xiao Chen snorted coldly and crushed the scarlet head. This evil creature was crafty and capricious. When it grew stronger, it might immediately turn around and bite Xiao Chen. It could not be left alive. As for the secret of the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Chen could slowly dig it out. This was a matter of life and death. It was always better to be cautious. The instant the scarlet head was completely destroyed, the scarlet throne under Xiao Chen's hand turned into a red beam of light and quickly entered every part of Xiao Chen's body. After the beam of light entered Xiao Chen's body, the wounds caused by the exploding blood vessels all over his body healed at a visible rate. After a while, Xiao Chen had completely recovered. All the wounds had vanished, and his skin glowed with a white glow. It was even fairer and more tender than an ordinary woman's. Boom! The red light that flowed through every part of Xiao Chen's body gathered at his forehead, forming a red throne marked the size of a pinky finger. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at everything that happened to his body. He revealed a doubtful expression in his eyes. Xiao Chen placed his left hand before his eyes and looked carefully. He saw that the skin was as white as frost, crystalline and translucent. This pair of hands was so beautiful that it was scary. Not only did the surface change greatly, but Xiao Chen also felt a huge force when he clenched his fist. His physical body was even stronger than before. When Xiao Chen saw the badly damaged iron-armored warrior at the side, he slowly walked over and casually punched the iron-armored warrior's chest. The huge force flowed through Xiao Chen's slender right arm and into his 5 fingers. There was a loud boom, and the badly damaged iron-armored warrior immediately shattered into pieces. The various metal fragments of the armor scattered all over the ground. However, they were so broken that they could not be broken anymore. There was no way to repair them anymore. Xiaochen revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. He said with some uncertainty, after the dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached the threshold of the fourth layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, the strength of my next strike reached 10,000 kilograms of force. A full power strike can only achieve 15,000 kilograms of force. However, that casual strike clearly achieved 15,000 kilograms of force. Could it be that after this scarlet throne entered my body, it strengthened my physical body? Suddenly, Xiaochen had a guess. With the increase in strength, would a few more acupoints on his right arm open? Xiaochen checked the acupoints on his right arm. Indeed, it was as he expected. The original one had increased to 14. He was just short of 2 more before he could open all 16 acupoints on his right arm. It looks like it will not be long before the true blue dragon chi appears, Xiaochen thought excitedly. After checking to see if there were any other changes, Xiaochen took out a small knife and gently sliced his jade-like skin. Instantly, a small wound appeared, and blood flowed out. However, not long after, scars appeared on the wound. Then, they quickly disappeared. His skin became as good as before, there was no way to tell that he had been injured. Unexpectedly, his body possessed the ability to heal naturally. His strength also became more reserved. The exaggerated muscles that he had trained in the past had all shrunk back. Xiaochen returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. However, the force he used had doubled. What exactly is the origin of this scarlet throne? Xiaochen put away the small knife, his eyes filled with doubt. Closing his eyes, Xiaochen carefully sensed the position of the scarlet throne. A scarlet throne floated in the sea of consciousness on his forehead. A supreme might spread throughout the entire sea of consciousness. The forehead was the source of all cultivators' spiritual world. It was known as the sea of consciousness. However, only people with extremely strong mental energy could truly open their own sea of consciousness. According to the cultivation realms of the Tianwu continent, only martial monarchs could truly open their own sea of consciousness. Ordinary people would never have the chance to open their sea of consciousness in their lifetime. Hence, they would not care about this problem. After opening the sea of consciousness, cultivators could truly cultivate their mental energy. Before this, cultivators only had perception, they did not have true mental energy. In the past, because of the Purple Thunder divine incantation, Xiaochen could cultivate mental energy from the start. His mental energy was much stronger than a regular cultivator's. It could even be said that they were on a completely different level. However, there was still a long way to go before he could open his sea of consciousness. At the very least, his cultivation realm was not high enough. Unexpectedly, he managed to open his sea of consciousness because of the Scarlet Throne. Chapter 320. Xiaochen had not seriously studied how to use mental energy in combat. He did not have any introductory methods, so he did not care much about it. He just used his spiritual sense to probe. Xiaochen did not see any benefits from opening his sea of consciousness in advance, so he did not need to think about it. He summoned out the throne first. With a thought, the scarlet throne mark on Xiaochen's forehead flashed with a red light. The throne in his sea of consciousness immediately flew out. Hoo! The scarlet throne floated in the air. Xiaochen discovered that he was already sitting on it. He placed his hands on the armrests and leaned against the back of the throne. Below the throne was a layer of churning blood-colored clouds. The reason the throne was able to float seemed to be because of this layer of blood-colored clouds. Xiaochen felt that this scarlet throne was like his flesh and blood. That sense of intimacy was much stronger than that of the combat puppets. The two could not be compared at all. When Xiaochen sat on the scarlet throne, an uncontrollable king's might spread out. This king's might was released unintentionally. Even Xiaochen did not feel it. There was only a small trace of king's might, but the aura and might it contained made one's heart tremble. This king's might was comparable to a regular king's might. If an ordinary person appeared here, they would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and fall to their knees. Fly! Xiaochen looked ahead and locked on to a direction. The scarlet clouds drove the throne in that direction at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it moved more than 100 meters. Xiaochen patted the armrest gently and muttered, "Just a casual move and I reached the speed of sound. Furthermore, it seems like I have not had enough yet. It looks like I can reach 1.5 times the speed of sound if I fly at full speed. In the future, I will have another option for escaping and traveling." This was the first time Xiaochen experienced the flying function of the Scarlet Throne. He felt somewhat excited. He flew for a long time above the ruins before stopping. Hoo! Xiaochen tore through the scarlet clouds and landed firmly on the ground. The scarlet mark on his forehead flashed with a red light, and the Scarlet Throne immediately turned into a beam of light and returned to his sea of consciousness. The Scarlet Throne really has many secrets. I will slowly dig them out in the future, Xiaochen said softly as he touched the mark on his forehead. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of something. He took out a bronze mirror from the universe ring and looked at his face. His appearance had not changed much, just that his skin was much fairer than before. Fortunately, the effects of the shape-shifting spell were still present. Otherwise, he would have been exposed and could only leave. Just as Xiaochen was about to put down the bronze mirror, he glanced at the Scarlet Throne mark on his forehead. It looked like a drop of blood was imprinted on it. Xiaochen's originally delicate face now had a strange demonic air to it. With one look, it would leave a deep impression. No, this mark is too eye-catching. If I do things here, I will be too high-profile. Xiaochen put down the bronze mirror and took out a blue strip of cloth to cover his forehead, covering the mark. After the blue strip of cloth covered the mark, Xiaochen's delicate face lost its demonic air and gained a refreshing look. It no longer looked eye-catching, making him look very ordinary. However, if one looked at it carefully, they would feel a sense of comfort. It was very pleasing to look at. After Xiaochen prepared everything, he led the two silver-armored warriors away. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered an empty hole below the Scarlet Throne. Unexpectedly, it is an intact secret tunnel. Xiaochen looked at the hole and muttered, "The secret tunnel below the throne must be a whole new world. Let's go down and take a look." After Xiaochen spoke, he ordered the two silver-armored warriors to jump down. Then, he jumped down as well. This way, if there was any danger, the silver-armored warriors would be able to block it for a while. About 10 minutes after Xiaochen left, a tall and stout cultivator quickly arrived at the rubble. He had an excited expression on his face as he searched the ground for something. Occasionally, he punched, sweeping away the dust on the ground. This person was the strongest person in the Dongming province with a strong physical body, Wen Yanbin. After searching for a long time, Wen Yanbin's expression finally turned anxious. He cursed, "Damn it. I reacted very quickly already. Why did I not go and look for other secret treasures? Why did I not find the two silver-armored warriors?" Suddenly, when Yanbin glanced around and saw that the place where the throne had been was empty, he quickly rushed over. When Yanbin saw the hole below the throne, his expression became uncertain. After a while, he said sullenly, "This person must have obtained two silver-armored warriors. If I chase after him, I might not be able to defeat him. Never mind, I'll go and take a look first. I can use 10,000 kilograms of force with my full power. If I do not use my essence, I might be able to sneak attack him." Thinking of this, when Yanbin no longer hesitated. With a resolute expression, he jumped down from the hole. Not long after, a few more groups of people arrived. Their goal was the same as Wen Yanbin's. Naturally, they did not find the silver-armored warriors. Instead, they discovered a secret passage. These groups of people did not hesitate and jumped down one after another. The secret passage under the throne was definitely not an ordinary entrance. It was not just Xiaoqin who could think of it, the others could as well. Bang! Bang! Two heavy sounds rang out as the silver-armored warriors landed on the ground. Dang! 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 The instant the silver-armored warriors landed, strands of sword chi flew over and struck the silver-armored warriors. Xiaoqin quickly executed the gravity spell and slowed down his descent. Then, he looked down and saw a wide passageway. On both sides of the wall, there would be an oil lamp every few meters, illuminating the entire floor. The passageway was densely packed with iron-armored warriors. With a rough count, there were dozens of them. Fortunately, there were two silver-armored warriors opening the way first. Otherwise, if Xiaoqin had jumped down and suffered from so many attacks, he would not have had it easy. The two silver-armored warriors did their best to block the many iron-armored warriors. The sharp sword chi rampaged through the group of iron-armored warriors, giving off metallic sounds. The iron-armored warriors' sword chi shattered upon contact, they could not resist at all. However, the iron-armored warriors had higher defenses. Although the silver-armored warriors could shatter the other party's sword chi, their own sword chi could not kill them immediately. They needed 3 strands of sword chi to shatter an iron-armored warrior. The situation was somewhat anxious. Xiaoqin did not want to waste any more time. He recalled the two silver-armored warriors with his thoughts and decided to do it himself. After all, the iron-armored warriors were only medial-grade martial saints. Pu Ci. Xiaoqin scattered the gravity spell and quickly landed on the ground. He drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed and sent out a purple light, chopping an iron-armored warrior charging at him in half. Glittering Wuxia. Xiaoqin shouted and infused the state of thunder into his saber technique. The purple divine Wuxia tree branch turned into a strand of saber chi flickering with electric light. The saber chi flickering with electricity flashed through the group of iron-armored warriors in the passageway. Bang! 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 Everywhere the saber chi passed, all the iron-armored warriors were chopped in half and fell to the ground. Wuxia transforms to chi. Xiaoqin shouted again and his saber light danced. The superior grade Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. In an instant, it turned into countless strands of purple saber chi flying around in the passageway. A series of shattering sounds rang out in the passageway. The sharp saber chi sliced through the armored warriors like they were tofu, effortlessly slicing them into countless pieces. When the saber chi scattered, the dozens of iron-armored warriors blocking the way were all smashed to pieces. They were all dead. If others saw this, they would definitely complain about how wasteful it was. Unfortunately, the combat prowess of these iron-armored warriors was nothing to Xiaoqin. He could only barely use the silver-armored warriors. What he truly wanted were the golden-armored warriors, which were as strong as peak inferior grade martial kings. Now that he was in a rush, there was no need to hold back. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and instructed the two silver-armored warriors to scout ahead. Then, he followed. Along the way, Xiaoqin would run into a group of iron-armored warriors every 500 meters. The state of thunder that contained holy might infused into his saber technique did not stop at all. Everywhere the saber light passed, it swept everything in its path. Killing the iron-armored warriors was as easy as slaughtering dogs, they did not stop Xiaoqin at all. Sometimes, when quality was poor, quantity could not make up for it. What was the point of having so much trash? Just like that, Xiaoqin did not stop moving. After traveling for 5 kilometers and passing through a few forks, the end of the passageway finally appeared in Xiaoqin's vision. Xiaoqin stopped. There was a large door at the end of the passageway. After spending 5 minutes dealing with the guards at the door, he immediately controlled the silver-armored warriors to push the door open. After Xiao Chen saw that there was no danger, he slowly walked in. Behind the door was a small room filled with heavy bookshelves. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. This should be the Firely Hall's library. However, his expression immediately changed. The bookshelves were empty, he did not see a single secret manual. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Xiao Chen searched around the library. Finally, he found a book with a tattered cover at the foot of a bookshelf. Although the cover was tattered, the paper was well preserved. The contents were intact. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He quickly flipped through the book. He saw the introduction to the ancient era's secret treasures. This book introduced the origins and uses of the various strong secret treasures of the ancient era. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's heart sank. This book might not be the same as the secret manual for forging secret treasures that he was looking for. Indeed, it was as he expected. As he continued reading, it was all introductions to the ancient era's secret treasures. Their uses, which owners used them, and how famous they were. However, there was no way to forge secret treasures. This was what Xiao Chen was concerned about. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, to think that I would look forward to a book used to pad the corner of a table. Never mind, I can only read it when I'm bored. Hey, this is the Scarlet Throne. The Scarlet Throne, a secret treasure refined by the ancient evil king. This secret treasure is a peak superior grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen suddenly saw a scarlet throne drawn on the page. He quickly looked at it seriously. However, after flipping through the book for a night, he discovered that someone had torn out the last chapter introducing the secret treasure. Feeling somewhat depressed, Xiao Chen said, "What's going on? I just got to the main point, and it's already gone." Chapter 321. Xiao Chen casually flipped through the pages of the book. Suddenly, a map fell out of the book. Xiao Chen felt it was strange as he picked it up. He discovered that it was a map of the Firely sect branch. Xiao Chen's depressed expression disappeared. He smiled and said, unexpectedly, "There is a map inside. Let me find where the refining room is." The refining room is the true location of the Firely sect's treasures. After Xiao Chen confirmed his location, he looked around quickly, searching for the refining room. He discovered that the refining room was a kilometer northeast of him. However, that was a straight-line distance. According to the directions on the map, he would have to walk another 5 kilometers after making a few turns. Xiao Chen put away the map and placed the book introducing secret treasures into his universe ring. This book was still useful after all. He could keep it in case he needed it in the future. After confirming the direction, Xiao Chen punched the wall in front of him. When 15,000 kilograms of force struck it, a human-shaped hole appeared in the thick wall. After walking another 5 kilometers, Xiao Chen no longer had the patience to do so. Furthermore, time waited for no man. If someone got ahead of him in the ancient remnant, he might not be able to obtain anything. Since the distance was only a kilometer, he would use his fist to blast a path out. As Xiao Chen used his fist to open a path, Wen Yanbin followed behind him. When he saw the large number of iron-armored warriors scattered on the ground, he had an astonished expression. This is clearly not the work of the silver-armored warriors. Instead, it is this person's true strength. Is it right for me to follow him? At this moment, Xiao Chen hesitated for the first time. However, he destroyed so many iron-armored warriors. He must have exhausted some of his strength. I am not exhausted at all. My aura is still at its peak. If I attack him, I have a high chance of victory. When Yanbin found an excuse in his heart. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he continued to follow. Xiao Chen, who was focused on opening a path for himself, did not know that a group of people had already followed him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It would be fine as long as he remained cautious. Behind him, 2 silver-armored warriors completely covered the hole in his back. He only had to worry about the danger in front of him. Boom! When the last wall was broken, Xiaochen finally arrived at the refining room. When the huge refining room appeared before his eyes, Xiaochen's gaze immediately turned grave. On the floor of the artifact refining room, there were various artifacts covered in dust, but with a glance, one could tell that most of them were incomplete and not of much use. In the middle of the refining room, there was a huge 3-legged cauldron with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. The legendary Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. On top of the cauldron, there were 3 balls of white flames. They were bone-chilling and floated strangely above the cauldron. They did not emit any light. Were these the legendary lunar flames? However, this was not the reason why Xiaochen's gaze turned grave. Instead, it was because someone had rushed into the refinery ahead of him. The commotion Xiaochen had had. The other party had noticed him. And he immediately. Du Hao. After Xiaochen clearly saw the other party's appearance, he exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't he go to chase after Chu Chaoyun? Why is he here? The combat techniques that this person displayed in the fight with the Scarlet Flame Chief left a deep impression on Xiaochen. Although the other party was only a superior-grade martial saint and had not reached the peak, Xiaochen did not dare to underestimate this person. Compared to some high-profile people, this person's character and martial techniques belonged to the type that would erupt in silence. His strength could not be underestimated. Otherwise, Duan Muking would not have chosen this person to help kill the Scarlet Flame Chief. Du Hao raised his head and looked at Xiaochen. His calm face revealed a grave expression. He said, "Are you here for the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron as well? Could it be that the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron are real?" Based on the words of this person, it seems like he understands them very well. There is no harm in getting some information from him first. Xiaochen slowly walked forward and smiled softly. Could it be that the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron are real? Du Hao's heart skipped a beat. He instantly knew that Xiaochen did not know the origins of the Lunar True Flame. However, there was no harm in telling him. Perhaps he could avoid an unnecessary fight. Naturally, it is impossible for it to be real. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldrons in the Firely Sex Branch Hall are all fakes. However, they are necessary to refine secret treasures. The Lunar True Flames are only 4 strands that were separated from the lunar origin source. Your purple flame is of the Yang attribute. The Lunar True Flame is an extreme Yin flame. It is useless to you. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a fake. I believe it is useless to you as well. You can have all the secret treasures on the ground. I only want the cauldron and the flame. What do you think? Du Hao suggested softly as he looked at Xiaochen. Although many of the secret treasures on the ground were damaged, there were so many of them. It would not be difficult to find a few complete secret treasures. In the eyes of a normal person, choosing the secret treasures was more worthwhile. After all, as long as the secret treasures were not badly damaged, they could still be sold for some spirit stones. Xiaochen smiled faintly. What if I make the same choice as you? When Du Hao heard this, he laughed softly. He said in a sullen voice, I already guessed your choice. In that case, we can only fight. After Du Hao spoke, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He passed through the tall Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and twisted his waist in midair. Then, he kicked out with his right leg. When Du Hao kicked out, a strong wind blew. There was a loud crack in the air. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He was not afraid. When it came to physical strength, he had never been afraid of anything. Xiaochen quickly stepped forward with his right foot and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. The image of a dragon and tiger surrounded his body. There was a whistling sound as he clenched his right fist and punched the incoming kick. Boom! When the fist and leg collided, there was a loud explosion. A horrifying shockwave swept past the two of them, blowing away all the damaged secret treasures on the ground. Du Hao's body quickly spun around in the air. He did not land on the ground. Instead, he kicked out with an even faster speed, piercing through the air in his way. Interesting. Right now, my ferocious tiger leaving the mountains can already achieve close to 40,000 kilograms of force. My opponent's physical strength is, at most, 1 grade higher than Wen Yanbin's. There is still a significant gap between us. Logically speaking, after receiving my punch, you should be knocked down from the sky. However, my opponent seems to have grasped an extremely profound technique to deflect force. Not only did he neutralize my force, but he also used my force when he spun around. Xiaochen merged his own force together and kicked out even more ferociously. In that case, let's see how long your deflecting techniques can last. Xiaochen shouted and shifted his feet, moving to the side. Xiaochen moved in a semicircle and dodged Du Hao's sharp kick. Then, he arrived at Du Hao's side and punched at Du Hao's waist. Du Hao's expression remained calm as he looked at the position where Xiaochen instantly moved. He quickly withdrew his move and somersaulted in the air. Then, he increased the force of his earlier kick by 10%. Du Hao's right leg was like an upside-down hook as it chopped down at Xiaochen's head. Xiaochen's punch missed, causing the air to tremble and form ripples. At this moment, Xiaochen could no longer dodge. He could only defend. He pulled back his right leg and crossed his arms above his head. Bang! The huge force was like a small mountain pressing down. Xiaochen did not move at all. However, the stone floor could not withstand this horrifying pressure. The stone floor shattered and pieces of the floor flew into the air, heading for the ceiling of the refining room. Du Hao quickly retracted his leg in midair and somersaulted backwards. Xiaochen shouted explosively and all the energy in his body trembled. The surrounding floorboards immediately shattered with a loud rumble. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. A tiger and a dragon flew out from behind Xiaochen. The tiger's roar and the dragon's roar accompanied each other, raising their auras. The moment Du Hao landed, Xiaochen's fist had already arrived in front of his face, not giving him any chance to dodge. Hu Qi! Du Hao took a step back at lightning speed. Then, he loosened his fingers and pressed them against Xiaochen's wrist. Xiaochen's peak punch contained 25,000 kilograms of force. When it flew over, it was like a large truck moving at high speed. Its speed and force were both at their peak. However, when Du Hao's palm strike landed on Xiaochen's wrist, it easily pushed away this roaring punch. In an instant, the wind from Xiaochen's fist deviated. This was the move that Du Hao used to deal with the Scarlet Flame Chief. When he used it on Xiaochen, it was unexpectedly effective. Xiaochen immediately felt a force pulling him forward. Because the force was too ferocious, he could not stop in time. Du Hao smacked away Xiaochen's attack with his palm. Then, his body slid gently and nimbly arrived behind Xiaochen. He looked at Xiaochen, who could not stop in time. Du Hao clenched his right hand tightly and a horrifying force burst out from his palm. Then, he punched at Xiaochen's back without hesitation. If this punch landed, Xiaochen might end up like the Scarlet Flame Chief. At the critical moment, Xiaochen remained calm. His thoughts were highly focused, searching for a way to break out of this situation. Xiaochen's forward charge was too ferocious. Regardless of whether he turned around or moved to the side, it would be problematic. Before he could do anything, he would be struck by the other party's fist. Xiaochen could not see how strong Du Hao's punch was. However, he was sure that it was no less than 15,000 kilograms of force. Boom! At the critical moment, Xiaochen punched the ground ferociously. Boom! 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 A horrifying force of 25,000 kilograms of force smashed into the ground. It was like a mountain had landed on the ground. The entire refinery started to shake uncontrollably. The floorboards around Xiaochen immediately shattered and countless rocks flew into the air. The rocks happened to block Du Hao's path. Bang! Du Hao easily smashed all the rocks into dust, scattering them in the air. The rock successfully helped Xiaochen block for a breath of time. Although the time was short, Xiaochen, who had already neutralized the force, was sufficient to dodge Du Hao's attack. Windwalk shoes, blue dragon cloud soaring art, blue dragon tail whip. Xiaochen instantly activated the windwalk shoes and executed the azure dragon cloud soaring art. He was like a flood dragon moving gently from his original spot. He moved in a purple arc and appeared 200 meters away in an instant. Chapter 322. Boom! Xiaochen's figure had just disappeared when Du Hao smashed the floor with his fist. He rushed over, but he only managed to shatter an afterimage. In the end, his punch missed. Xiaochen turned around and took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. When he saw Du Hao walk out from the dust, he slowly placed his right hand on the saber hilt. Xiaochen had to admit that Du Hao's close combat skills far surpassed Xiaochen's. Out of all the people Xiaochen had seen, only Mu Heng, who used his physical body to comprehend the saber Dao, could compare to Du Hao. However, Xiaochen's true strength lay in the saber and not in close combat. Xiaochen only wanted to experience different martial techniques by fighting with him. Take the secret treasures on the ground and leave. After I draw my saber, you will no longer have a chance, Xiaochen said softly. There was no grudge between the two of them, there was no need for them to fight to the death. The corner of Du Hao's lips curled up. He smiled coldly, what big words. I want to see how you will not give me a chance. Traceless autumn water. After Du Hao spoke, he shouted and leaped into the air. He quickly circled around Xiaochen. Du Hao was like a stream of autumn water as he moved quickly in the air, creating countless afterimages. When the afterimages merged, they looked like a blurry river with gentle ripples. So, he has comprehended the state of water. No wonder he is so confident, Xiaochen thought to himself. However, this state has just been formed. It is far inferior to Duanmuking, Murongchong, and the others. Before his state of thunder infused with holy might, how could it stand a chance? Boom! An earth-shattering clap of thunder suddenly rang out in the refining room. The moment the thunder rang out, the rippling river immediately began to ripple out of Du Hao's control. Ka-xie! The instant the thunder roared, Xiaochen quickly drew the lunar shadow saber. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing by. The purple saber chi struck Du Hao, whose state was suppressed. Bang! A horrifying wound was left on Du Hao's chest as he fell heavily to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His opponent had actually completely suppressed his state. As long as it could have been used, it would have definitely been able to turn the situation around, but it had collapsed midway. It was truly hateful. Xiaochen took light steps and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. He did not even look at Du Hao as he headed for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the lunar true flame in the refining room. Du Hao, who was on the ground, bandaged the wounds on his body. He looked at Xiaochen and said coldly, even if you defeat me, you will not be able to obtain the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the lunar true flame. Chu Chaoyun has subdued the golden armored warrior. He is not someone you can deal with. The 9 of us were scattered by him. Once he finds this place, you definitely won't stand a chance. It was easy to understand the mentality of such a person. If they could not obtain something, they would not want others to obtain it. Hence, even if they failed, they would use this self-deceiving reason to console themselves. Xiaochen's gaze was fixed on the 4 clumps of lunar true flame. he said indifferently without even turning his head, "that is not something for you to worry about." When Du Hao saw that Xiao Qin was ignoring him, he snorted coldly. He found several broken secret treasures on the ground and left the refining room the way he came. The wound on Xiao Chen's chest contained the state of thunder. However, the wound could not heal quickly. His fortuitous encounters in the fiery sect remnant had come to an end here. Xiao Qin stared at the 4 clumps of white flames floating above the dragon phoenix cauldron. The flames did not have any light, they were pale white. Each clump of flames was about the size of a fist. They floated quietly above the mouth of the cauldron. When the wind blew, they swayed gently. Ao Jiao once told Xiao Qin that there were 4 kinds of strange flames in the world: human flame, ghost flame, dragon flame, and dragon flame. There were 2 types of ghost flame. One was in the profound Yin cave, and the other was in the 9 layers of hell. Xiao Qin suspected that the lunar true flame might be the ghost flame in the profound Yin cave. The possibility of it being the lunar true flame was very high. The 4 clumps of white flames before Xiao Qin were clearly rootless flames. Hence, they did not contain the lunar origin flame. However, they still stubbornly persisted for thousands of years. If no one interfered with them, they would continue to exist. The life force of these flames was very strong. Everyone knew that the fiery sect used the lunar true flame and the dragon phoenix cauldron to refine secret treasures. After the ancient era, only the fiery sect had the ability to refine secret treasures. It was very likely because of these 2 items. Xiao Qin had always been very interested in refining secret treasures. Naturally, he could not let go of the dragon phoenix cauldron and the lunar true flame before him. Although they were not the real deal, they were still very valuable. However, Xiao Qin was placed in a difficult position as to how to preserve the 4 clumps of lunar true flame. The cauldron was easy to deal with, he could just store it in the universe ring. However, he could not store pure energy in the universe ring. That would break the balance of the formation lines. A magic treasure to store the flames would require a special refinement. If it were a young attribute flame, Xiao Qin could just use the purple thunder true fire to swallow it up. However, the lunar true flame was an extreme yin flame. It was difficult to merge yin and yang. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Qin sent out his spiritual sense from his sea of consciousness. He decided to figure out the nature of this white flame first. His spiritual sense turned into a thin film and wrapped around the flame. Xiao Qin carefully examined the internal structure of the flame. Before Xiao Qin could react, the flame wrapped by his spiritual sense passed through the blue strip of cloth on his forehead and entered his sea of consciousness. Within the vast and boundless sea of consciousness, a strand of white flame floated quietly beside the scarlet throne. It was the dim white flame. Xiao Qin was startled. Then, he revealed a joyful expression. He said softly, "Could it be that the sea of consciousness has the ability to store flames? Let me see if I can summon it out." Xiao Qin closed his eyes and sensed the white flame in his sea of consciousness. With a thought, the flame immediately flew out from the mark on his forehead. With another thought, the flame returned with a "so" sound. This time, there was no spiritual sense wrapped around it. The blue strip of cloth on his forehead was burned in half by the flame and could not be used. Naturally, Xiao Qin did not care about such a small matter. He immediately took action and placed the other 3 clumps of white flame into his sea of consciousness. After all the flames were stored in his sea of consciousness, Xiao Qin took out another blue strip of cloth and tied it around his forehead. Boom! Just as Xiao Qin tied the cloth, a loud shout came from behind him. A stout figure quickly leaped over from behind and punched at the unprepared Xiao Qin. The fist wind vibrated in the air, forming a ferocious shock wave. As it rubbed against the air, it gave off a piercing sonic boom. The attack was so fast that it did not give Xiao Qin any time to dodge or draw his saber. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold, and all the bones in his body crackled. Then, he turned around and punched. Bang! The sound of bones breaking resounded. When Yanbin, who had launched the sneak attack, fell to the ground and cried out in pain. His entire right hand had turned into a pile of meat paste, swaying weakly on the ground. When Yanbin's right hand was completely crippled, there was no chance of recovery. He revealed a horrified expression on his pained face. When Yanbin had not expected that his full-powered strike, which contained close to 20,000 kilograms of force, and his sneak attack that he had prepared for a long time, would lose to his opponent in one move. Just as when Yanbin was about to get up and flee, two swords were placed on his neck. It was Xiao Chen controlling the silver-armored warrior, preventing him from escaping. "Don't kill me. My arm is crippled." "I am already half a cripple," when Yanbin begged bitterly. Xiao Chen said coldly, "Cripple your left hand and you can scram." When Yanbin heard this, he was stunned. Crippling both hands would make him a cripple. The cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years would have to bid farewell to the path of cultivation. When Yanbin saw Xiao Chen's impatient expression, he revealed a decisive expression. He circulated his essence to his left hand and broke all the meridians in his arm. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he ignored Yanbin. He directed the silver-armored warrior to release its sword. From the moment Xiao Chen launched the sneak attack, he should have been prepared for the worst. Dong! 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 The 10-odd cultivators who had followed Xiao Chen to the passageway all rushed over. They happened to see Yanbin's arms crippled. They all revealed astonished expressions. Yanbin, why are his arms crippled? It seems like he crippled his left arm himself. He is one of the few experts in Dongming province. Who could have forced him to such a state? Look at the wounds on his right arm. It is clear that he was completely suppressed by his opponent's physical strength in a contest of physical strength. Who exactly is this strong? When they shifted their gazes to Xiao Chen, who was in the refinery, everyone immediately stopped talking, as the answer was obvious. They had to quickly move the Dragon Phoenix cauldron away. Otherwise, when Duanmuking and the others arrived, it would be difficult to move the Dragon Phoenix cauldron away. There are actually complete secret treasures on the ground. Furthermore, there are quite a few of them. We have made a killing this time. Ha ha. The one in the middle seems to be the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. That is definitely the most valuable. It is a necessity for refining secret treasures. After a while, everyone discovered the situation in the refinery. All of them cried out excitedly. Unexpectedly, they found several complete secret treasures among the pile of shattered secret treasures. Normally, they would rarely see secret treasures. However, they managed to find quite a few of them. The few of them did not hesitate to rush to the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, his expression changed. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, landing firmly on the mouth of the cauldron. Ka-xie! The snow-white lunar shadow saber was drawn with a huang-dang sound. Killing chi was released from his entire body as Xiao Chen looked at the crowd below expressionlessly. "Yi Chen, what are you trying to do? Quickly come down. You should have already taken away the lunar true flame in the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Don't be so greedy and think about taking the Dragon Phoenix cauldron away. That's right. Although you are strong, you are definitely not a match for all of us." When the people below saw Xiao Chen standing on the mouth of the cauldron, they all started to berate him. The people who could participate in this operation were not weak. When Yanbin's tragic ending did not scare them away, no matter how strong Xiao Chen was. The people present believed that even if they had the numbers, Xiao Chen would not be a match for them. Stop speaking nonsense with him. Let's attack together and kill this fellow who does not know his limits. Coincidentally, we can split the secret treasures and the lunar true flame on him. Chapter 323. The moment Xiaoqin spoke, a few bold and skilled people took the lead to attack. Soon, 10 odd outstanding talents followed suit. All sorts of resplendent sword chi and saber chi merged with the killing chi and surged over from all directions. Xiaoqian's lips curled up into a cold smile. He said sullenly, "How reckless. If you are not strong enough, what is the point of having numbers?" Wuxia transforms to qi. Xiaoqin shouted, and the ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. Then, it turned into strands of dense purple saber qi and scattered into the surroundings. Dang! 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 The purple saber chi clashed with the various colored sword chi and saber chi from the crowd below, giving off loud bangs. The extremely dense sword chi was extremely powerful. The incredibly dense sword chi shattered most of the sword chi in an instant. However, its momentum did not decrease as it continued towards the crowd with electric light. A few strands of sword chi managed to escape the net. However, Xiaoqin brandished his saber and flickered with saber light, easily blocking these saber chi. Xiaoqin stood above the cauldron, not moving at all. He appeared very relaxed. The saber technique that contained a state was not something these people could block. The horrifying and dense purple saber chi immediately disrupted everyone's formation. The sword chi tore through several people's protective essence. Horrifying wounds appeared on their bodies, causing them to bleed profusely. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. His sharp spiritual sense detected 3 people flying over quickly from behind. They emitted killing chi and pointed their weapons at his back. Chi breaks Wuxia. The remnant purple chi in the air gathered on the snow-white lunar shadow saber. Xiaoqin turned around and chopped at lightning speed. Ka xie. Ka xie. Ka xie. 3 melodious sounds rang out. The weapons of the 3 people were broken by Xiaoqian's extremely dense saber. The energy gathered on the saber surged endlessly. Xiaoqin shouted and the purple glazed saber exploded. As the shock waves surged, the 3 of them turned pale. They vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Xiaoqin held his saber and stood there proudly. His expression was incomparably grave and stern. He said indifferently, "You can pick up the secret treasures on the ground. However, don't have any designs on the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Otherwise, you will have to ask the saber in my hand first." The domineering blade directly shocked everyone in the arena. They all stopped what they were doing, and for a moment, the arena was extremely quiet. How arrogant! I, Nanling Hongyandu, want to see how strong you are. A disdainful voice rang out from the crowd. A cultivator in white robes holding a 7-foot-long sword flew out from the crowd. His sword danced, creating a series of light and shadows. Hong Yundu's body fluttered about in the air. His movements were erratic, making it hard for others to catch him. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and sent out over 100 sword lights at Xiaoqin. White clouds appeared around him. This person had comprehended the state of clouds. No wonder his sword technique was so erratic. It had a trace of Murong Chang's charm from back then. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. Electric light flickered around his body, illuminating the huge refinery. Occasionally, electricity crackled in the air. Seeing the thousands of sword lights in front of him, Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He held his saber in front of him to protect himself as he attacked unhurriedly. At first, Xiaoqian could still be seen clearly. However, after a while, he slowly sped up. Then, he became so fast that no one could even see his afterimages. Dang! 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 The sounds of weapons clashing resounded. Occasionally, sword chi and saber chi clashed around Xiaoqin. They gave off intense explosions, causing the air to churn. Amid the thousands of clouds, Hong Yundu's figure was still as erratic as before. However, his expression became increasingly anxious. This was because he discovered that, at some point in time, the one who originally had the initiative to attack had become Xiao Chen's. Now, he had to defend. Xiao Chen was clearly standing where he was, not moving a single step. However, even though he moved later, he arrived first, completely suppressing Hong Yundu's aura. As the other party's saber approached, Hong Yundu felt that it was even more difficult to block. Sweat dripped down Hong Yundu's face. His originally erratic figure slowly revealed an opening. Break! A bright light suddenly shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes. He shouted and the tip of his saber released a resplendent electric light. Xiao Chen twisted his waist and stabbed out with his saber. The strong force in the electric light knocked aside the sword Hong Yundu used to block with just a touch. The saber's momentum did not decrease as it easily broke through Hong Yundu's protective essence and left a huge wound on his chest. Hong Yundu cried out miserably and fell from the sky. He crashed heavily to the ground, his complexion extremely pale. Nanling Province's Hong Yundu is a peak superior grade martial saint. He is quite famous in Nanling Province. Unexpectedly, he does not even have the strength to force Yi Qin back, someone below exclaimed in a soft voice. We three brothers want this dragon phoenix cauldron. Brat from the heavenly saber pavilion, get down. 3 youths walked out from another passageway in the refinery. The 3 of them all used different weapons. The one in the middle had a sword at his waist, the one on the left had a large saber on his back, and the one on the right held a folding fan. These 3 are the heirs of the imperial capital's Luo clan. They are brothers. The Luo clan is very powerful in the imperial capital. It looks like they are determined to obtain this dragon phoenix cauldron. However, weren't the 3 of them chasing after Chu Chaoyun earlier? Why are they all back? Who knows? Let's just watch from the sidelines first. This Yi Qin must have used his full strength from the start. He must have exhausted a significant amount of essence. The 3 Luo clan brothers quickly walked forward. When they were 100 meters away from the dragon phoenix cauldron, the 3rd brother of the Luo clan revealed a sinister smile. He said, I hate it when people look down on me from above. Scram down. After he spoke, he kicked the air at the 10-meter-tall dragon phoenix cauldron. A strong wind blew. The kick contained a horrifying force. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the cauldron. There was a dull sound in the refinery. Whing. 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 The sound was deafening, reverberating in everyone's ears. The dragon phoenix cauldron trembled continuously. However, the 3 legs of the cauldron did not move at all. On the contrary, the 3rd brother of the Luo clan felt his legs go numb from the rebound of his kick. He muttered, that's impossible. A casual kick of mine can even shatter a city wall. How can this lousy cauldron not move at all? When the 3rd brother of the Luo clan saw Xiao Qin on the cauldron, he thought to himself, it must be this brat's doing. He said ferociously, again. I don't believe I cannot kick you down. The 3rd brother of the Luo clan shouted and spun his body 180 degrees. He kicked out with his leg, causing the air to tremble. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. He raised his right leg and stomped heavily on the mouth of the cauldron. Rumble. The 3 legs of the dragon phoenix cauldron pierced into the ground of the refinery. In an instant, it completely sank into the ground. A boundless force rose up from the ground. The shattered pieces of the floor soared into the air. They circled around the dragon phoenix cauldron and headed for the ceiling. The 3 Luo clan brothers had just rushed over. Before they could do anything, they were pulled into the air by the force from the ground. Bang! Xiao Chen's left hand, which was holding the scabbard, moved quickly. The tip of the scabbard pierced through countless rocks and struck this person's chest. The third son of the Luo clan vomited a mouthful of blood as his body flew through the air. His face was frighteningly pale. His internal organs had been severely injured. Old third. The Luo family's eldest brother and second brother cried out in alarm and caught the Luo family's third brother. They had never imagined that in just one move, he would be seriously injured by Xiaoqin. How dare you injure my third brother? No one can save you today. The two of them drew their weapons, and the wind blew under their feet. Their killing intent soared to the sky as they charged at Xiaoqin. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiaoqin could not be bothered to waste his time on this person. He immediately executed the killing move of the Wuxia saber technique. The ancient divine Wuxia tree grew rapidly in the air. Like a proud and aloof mountain, it contained the power of lightning and Xiaoqin's state of thunder as it descended from the sky. Bang! Before absolute power, the two of them could not resist at all. The towering tree landed on their heads and crashed down. The two of them were smashed into the rocks on the ground. The berserk lightning attributed essence rampaged through their bodies, throwing their essence into chaos. Xiaoqin easily defeated the three Luo clan brothers. This caused the crowd, who were originally prepared to take advantage of the situation, to be horrified. The 10-odd cultivators who had followed Xiaoqin to open up a path gave up on obtaining the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiaoqin completely gave up on the idea of obtaining the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and retreated far away. On the other hand, people continuously came to challenge Xiaoqin at Du Hao's entrance. Xiaoqin did not show any fear. He held his saber in front of him as his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood proudly on the cauldron and defeated all the people who came to challenge him. Xiaoqin stood on the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and held his saber with one hand. He looked coldly and emotionlessly at the various outstanding talents who were eyeing the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiaoqin said softly, "I will say it again. You can all pick up the secret treasures on the ground. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is mine." Of the 50-odd people who came to the Firely sect remnants, aside from the few who chased after Chu Chaoyun, the other 50-odd people had already gathered here. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was a necessity for crafting secret treasures. The various outstanding talents here all had a huge faction behind them. If they grasped the method of crafting secret treasures, it would be a great help to their clan's strength. This cauldron was very important to them. This was also why these people charged at Xiaoqin one after another. Even though they were defeated one by one, they still refused to give up. It looks like I really have to start a massacre, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Originally, he planned to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his universe ring and activate the Windwalk shoes to leave this place. However, he discovered that he could not store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his universe ring. This made Xiaoqin even more determined to take the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron away. Secret treasures could be stored in the universe ring. If it could not be stored, it could only mean that the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron also contained the power of space and rejected the space of the universe ring. Given this, it proved that although this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was a fake, it still had value. The legend might very well be true. Damn it! Attack together. I don't believe that his essence is inexhaustible. After we kill him, we will decide who the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron belongs to. Hong Yundu, who was defeated by Xiaoqin earlier, said ruthlessly. Chapter 324. Someone had said the same thing before, and it had been very effective. At that time, most of the people had attacked immediately. However, after they saw Xiaoqin's strength this time, many people started to retreat. There were very few who responded. Xiaoqin's gaze was like lightning as he glared at Hong Yundu. If you want to kill me, I'll start with you first. Hu Qi. Activating the Windwalk shoes, Xiaoqin leaped down from the cauldron. His speed instantly reached the speed of sound. He silently merged with the wind and arrived before Hong Yundu in an instant. Hong Yundu was startled and quickly retreated. However, Xiaoqin did not give him a chance to do so. He shouted and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. 9 cool breezes blew and Xiaoqian's body split into 9, surrounding Hong Yundu. When the clear wind chop was executed, Xiaoqian's killing chi vanished completely. Hong Yundu looked up and saw Xiaoqian's figures everywhere. Furthermore, he could no longer find the lunar shadow saber in his hand. When the cool breeze blew, Hong Yundu did not feel any killing chi. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort. However, Hong Yundu felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss. Cold sweat flowed down his back continuously. There was clearly great danger, but Hong Yundu could not sense any killing chi. This feeling was too strange. It made his mind flustered and he could not think of any countermeasures. Xiaoqin did not give Hong Yundu too much time to think. The instant the clear wind chop was executed, 9 figures quickly flew at Hong Yundu. Suddenly, 9 ethereal saber lights lit up at the same time. It was like they had appeared from nowhere. The killing chi that had disappeared earlier now pressed over with a mountain-toppling force. Hong Yundu did his best and caught hold of 2 strands of saber chi. Then, he quickly swung his sword to block. Pu Ci. On his chest, a few strands of saber chi pierced through his protective essence, leaving behind a few horrifying wounds. He was injured by the saber chi. Hong Yundu's movements immediately slowed down. He could no longer block the 2 strands of saber chi that he had caught. Boom! When all 9 of Xiaoqian's figures merged together, 9 bloody holes appeared on Hong Yundu's chest. Blood spurted out of the holes, but Hong Yundu still maintained his sword stance. Hong Yundu's eyes were wide open as he fell down powerlessly. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The surroundings were silent. Those who had been tempted to make a move had completely stopped their thoughts. Hong Yundu had just shouted when he was killed by Xiaoqin. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Moreover, he had only used 1 move. This meant that Xiaoqin had been holding back earlier. Now, he was no longer holding back. This was a warning to them not to act rashly. However, there were still a few bold people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in their spatial rings. However, they discovered that their spatial rings rejected it, they could not store it at all. The few of them hardened their hearts and worked together to lift the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. They prepared to move it out. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and flew up, sticking close to the ground. With the help of the windwalk shoes, he instantly arrived below the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiaoqin kicked the cauldron, and the huge Dragon Phoenix Cauldron left their hands, flying towards the ceiling above them. When the few of them saw the situation, they quickly leaped up, wanting to snatch the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron back. Naturally, Xiaoqin would not give them this opportunity. Xiaoqin moved through the air like a soaring dragon. As he flew up and down, purple saber lights entangled the few of them. They could only give up on the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and deal with Xiaoqian's attacks first. Dang! 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 The clanging of weapons resounded in the air. After a while, a few miserable cries rang out. The few people fighting over the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron fell from the sky. Boom! The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron that Xiaoqin kicked away actually broke through the ceiling. Large pieces of rock fell from above. Xiaoqin looked up and his eyes lit up. The ceiling actually broke through. I should make use of this opportunity to leave this place. Xiaoqin easily caught the falling Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with 1 hand. Then, he controlled the 2 silver-armored warriors below to leap into the air. He gently touched the universe ring and sent the 2 combat puppets into it. Everything was ready. Just as Xiaoqin was preparing to ram into the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Duanmuqing, Ji Chongkong, and the others arrived at the refinery. Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. It is actually the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. In that case, leave it behind. Ji Chongkong and the others exclaimed in pleasant surprise when they saw the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in Xiao Chen's hands. The few of them leaped into the air and charged at Xiao Chen without hesitation. Xiao Chen's expression sank. The strength of these people was not something the cultivators from earlier could compare to. Every one of them had comprehended their own state. Their talent and cultivation were all demonic. They could be said to be geniuses among geniuses. No matter where they were in the great Qin nation, they would be dragons and phoenixes among men. However, when Xiao Chen did not see Chu Chaoyun, he relaxed a little. Otherwise, he might really lose this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The fierce flame in Xiao Chen's right eye started to burn continuously. When Xiao Chen saw the imposing auras of the few people, he shouted and a ferocious purple flame immediately spewed out. After that, Xiao Chen no longer cared about these things. The purple thunder true fire had not fully condensed and could not injure them. However, it would not be a problem to block them for a while. Xiao Chen controlled the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with his right hand and spun it around, smashing it violently against the ceiling. Bang! With the full force of the collision, the crack that appeared earlier immediately tore open. Xiao Chen grabbed the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and quickly squeezed his way out. After him. We cannot let him leave just like that. Chu Chaoyun already took away the secret manual for forging secret treasures. If this fellow takes away the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, we will not be able to obtain anything. The few of them used all sorts of methods to neutralize the purple flame. When they saw Xiao Chen making his way out, they quickly chased after him. The arrival of Duanmuking and the others had completely dispelled the idea of fighting over the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Even if they killed Xiao Chen, there were still people like Duanmuking and Ji Chongkong, who were no weaker than Xiao Chen. To them, they still did not stand much of a chance. They might as well focus on the pile of secret treasures on the ground. If they could find a few complete secret treasures, they would have made a huge profit on this trip. Xiao Chen took out the map and discovered that he was only about a kilometer away from the main hole. Of course, that was only in a straight line. After Xiao Chen determined the direction, he raised the cauldron and prepared to charge forward in a straight line. Bang! 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 The high walls in front of Xiao Chen were easily smashed apart by Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly advanced forward. The windwalk shoes continued to be activated. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits and dodged the attacks of the people behind him. As he was holding the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, he could not shake them off. Yi Chen quickly put down the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Otherwise, even if you can walk out, the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace will not let you out. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is useless to you. If you hand it over to us, we will definitely exchange it for something else. We will not let you suffer a loss. When the few of them saw Xiao Chen able to run very fast while holding the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, they were astonished. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was huge. It was at least 500 kilograms heavy. However, when Xiao Chen lifted it, it was like a piece of wood. Not only was it very easy, but Xiao Chen's speed did not decrease at all. Furthermore, he could easily dodge the attacks. When the few of them attacked, the group was forced to use psychological warfare. Xiao Chen found it funny. He did not need the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. He could leave the Ink Mountain range with his own strength. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was very important to Xiao Chen. Not only did it concern the refinement of secret treasures, but it also concerned the damaged secret treasures in his possession. If Xiao Chen wanted to recover completely, he placed his hopes on this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. There was no reason for him to give it up. Xiao Chen swallowed a qi returning pill and used the cauldron to smash another wall in front of him. Then, he quickly leaped forward. After 7 or 8 minutes, not only did the people behind Xiaoqin not close the distance, but they were even left behind by Xiaoqin. With a heaven-ranked movement technique and the windwalk shoes, with Xiaoqian's current speed, those of the same generation who had not learned a heaven-ranked movement technique would have to comprehend the state of wind to great perfection in order to catch up to him. Clearly, there was no such person behind Xiaoqin. It was only a matter of time before he left them behind. After a while, Xiaoqin could no longer hear the commotion behind him. He had already arrived at the ruined main hall. As long as he passed through the doors, Xiaoqin would be able to leave this place safely. A faint smile could not help but appear on Xiaoqian's face. However, the moment he walked out of the bronze doors, the smile on Xiaoqian's face froze. A golden combat puppet stood at the exit in front. It held a golden sword in its hand and stood on the ground with a monstrous aura. The aura that only a peak inferior grade martial king could have was radiating from its body. Beside the golden armored warrior was Chu Chaoyun, who wore alternating blue and white robes and had a 2-meter-long sword on his back. He smiled at Xiaoqin and said, "Take the initiative. Put down the dragon phoenix cauldron and you can leave. I will give you 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Xiaoqin slowly placed the dragon phoenix cauldron in his hand on the ground. He had not expected Chu Chaoyun to block the exit. This move was truly brilliant. There was only one path to the fiery sect remnant. If one wanted to return to the ink forest, they had to pass through the passage under the profound ice flower. No matter who obtained the dragon phoenix cauldron, they would not be able to avoid passing through this place. After a series of battles and running, their essence would definitely be exhausted. Chu Chaoyun was waiting for his prey. He would be in his best condition to deal with a weakened opponent. This was a surefire opportunity. Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself for a while before continuing, "I already know how the fiery sect refines secret treasures. Right now, we are only lacking the dragon phoenix cauldron and the lunar true flame. I have my ways to obtain the lunar true flame. This dragon phoenix cauldron is somewhat difficult to deal with. The original one has already disappeared. As for the number of fakes, including the one in your hands, there are already 3. When Xiaoqin heard this, his eyes filled with doubt. He felt that Chu Chaoyun's understanding of the fiery sect was a little too detailed. During the middle period of the Tianwu dynasty, the fiery sect was destroyed by a mysterious power overnight. No one knew how the fiery sect, which was at its peak, could be destroyed so easily. The fiery sect became an unsolved mystery in the continent. What was even more strange was that a lot of information about the fiery sect seemed to have been erased from the continent by a mysterious power. Now, what everyone knew about the fiery sect was only passed down through word of mouth. There were only a few words about it. Xiaoqin collected his thoughts and said indifferently, "Just give up. I will not hand the dragon phoenix cauldron to you. I do not lack medial-grade spirit stones. You are afraid that after Duanmuking and the others rush over, you will not have a chance, right?" Chapter 325. Chu Chaoyun was already very difficult for Xiaoqin to deal with. Now, there was another golden armored warrior with the combat prowess of a peak inferior grade martial king. It would be very difficult for Xiaoqin to defeat the other party. However, using the 2 silver armored warriors to delay for a while was not a problem. By the time Duanmuking and the others arrived, the fight for the dragon phoenix cauldron would be full of variables. This would be disadvantageous to both of them. That was why Chu Chaoyun offered to give Xiaoqin 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones to get him to leave. With a thought, the 2 silver armored warriors in the universe ring shot out. Xiaoqin took out the lunar shadow saber and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt. Xiaoqin withdrew his aura and his gaze became as sharp as a saber. Occasionally, a purple electric current would appear behind him, giving off a zzz sound. The state of thunder quickly brewed. The battle between the two would not be decided in a short time. The fight for the dragon phoenix cauldron was now full of variables. Chu Chaoyun frowned heavily. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Xiaoqin. The holy weapon behind him trembled continuously. It seemed like it would give off a bright light in the next moment, illuminating the ground. Boom! In that instant, an intense golden light appeared in the empty space in front of the bronze doors. It illuminated the dark space, dazzling everyone's eyes. Amidst the golden light, an even more resplendent sword light tore through the obstruction of space and headed for Xiaoqin. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun comprehended the state of light. Xiaoqin squinted his eyes and thought to himself. At the same time, he reacted quickly. The instant the golden light lit up, Xiaoqin drew his saber with his right hand. A flash of purple lightning appeared amidst the dazzling golden light. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded in the open space. The thunder roared deafeningly. A large patch of purple electric light appeared behind Xiaoqin, forcing the golden light back. The purple light and the thunder light faced off against each other. The state of thunder and state of light entangled with each other. Clang! While the states were locked in a stalemate, the two of them moved at the same time. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Their bodies crossed each other in the air, and their weapons clashed, creating a large amount of sparks. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons retreated as soon as they came into contact with each other, pausing in the air for a moment. Then, the two of them suddenly turned around and each launched a fierce attack. Their swords and blades clashed like a storm. Sparks flew and energy flew everywhere. The scattered saber chi and sword chi left deep marks on the walls. As the two of them fought, the golden-armored warrior on the ground charged at Xiaoqin with an imposing aura. With a thought, Xiaoqin directed the two silver-armored warriors to block the golden-armored warrior. Every time Chu Chaoyun made a move, a dazzling golden light would be emitted, which made Xiaoqin's eyes slightly uncomfortable. Xiaoqin's eyes narrowed into slits. The saber contained a strong state of thunder. Countless sparks flickered on it, crackling endlessly. The instant the weapons clashed, the electric sparks flowed along his opponent's sword. Chu Chaoyun felt a slight pain. After a long time, his right hand, which was holding the sword, started to turn numb. Bang! 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 The two of them moved faster and faster. Soon, only blurry shadows could be seen in the air. An intense shockwave surged around the two of them, forming small tornadoes. Actually, the two of them were not using their full power. There were too many variables at this moment. If they fought to the death, only Duanmuking and the others would be able to take advantage of the situation. Chu Chaoyun waited for the instant the golden light dazzled Xiaoqin's eyes. Then, he would make his move, using one move to defeat Xiaoqin. That way, he would be able to save a lot of energy. Xiaoqin was waiting for his opponent's right hand to turn completely numb and lose its grip on the sword. Then, he would send his opponent's weapon flying. That way, he would be able to escape. The golden light and the electric light clashed continuously. Dull explosions resounded. The two of them persisted bitterly, not wanting to give way. They just wanted to see who would fall first. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, heavy footsteps came from the main hall. Chu Chaoyun glanced around and saw that Duanmuking and the others had arrived. Xiao! Chu Chaoyun withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. The golden light in the empty space immediately vanished and the state of light disappeared. You can go. I will leave the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with you for now. Naturally, I will go and retrieve it one day. Help me take care of it, Chu Chaoyun said casually as he made way for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin scattered the state of thunder and landed in front of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. He used one hand and easily lifted the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron above his head. When Xiaoqin passed by Chu Chaoyun, he said softly, "There has never been a precedent of losing something that landed in my hands. It was the same with the golden spirit core in the past and the dragon phoenix cauldron now. Chu Chaoyun watched as Xiaochen left. He shook his head slightly and said in a voice that only he could hear, "After not seeing you for a year, you have become so strong." The growth of the blue dragon martial spirit probably far exceeds that person's expectations. Chu Chaoyun, where's Yi-Chin? Wasn't he fighting with you earlier? Why is he gone all of a sudden? Hua Yunfei asked anxiously as he rushed over. Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Sorry, I let him go." Seeing that Chu Chaoyun did not care at all, Hua Yunfei became anxious. He immediately drew his scarlet sword and pointed it at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and the golden-armored warrior took 2 steps forward unhurriedly. Seeing the silent golden-armored warrior, Hua Yunfei did not have the courage to draw his sword. He snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. Ji Chongkong looked at the exit of the fiery sect. Suddenly, he said something irrelevant, "Don't you feel that he is very similar to someone else? Although his appearance is different and his aura is much weaker, his eyes and sharpness are very similar." Right after he said that, Duanmuking, Hua Yunfei, and the Guy Marquis exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The Guy Marquis said indifferently, "In that case, let's write down this person's surname at the same time and see if our guesses are the same." The few of them stretched out their hands and started to write the word "Xiao" in the air. After they finished writing, they revealed expressions of shock. Hua Yunfeng said coldly, "If we all think there is a problem at the same time, then that might be the result. However, it seems like there is no such realistic disguise technique in this world. It is not as simple as changing one's appearance. Instead, one's internal bones and external aura are completely different." In the past, Xiaochen had a grave and stern appearance. His face looked like it was carved by a knife. His entire person was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, releasing his aura and showing off his sharpness. However, the Xiaochen they saw now had a delicate and ordinary appearance. His sharpness was withdrawn and he did not give off a flamboyant feeling. He was a completely different person. The Guy Marquis continued, "The most important thing is that I do not believe this person's strength could improve so quickly. 1 year ago, he was only a superior grade martial master. Now, he is a medial grade martial saint. Unless he cultivates a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. However, within the Great Qin nation, only the royal court has a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. How could a nameless person like him have one?" Ji Chongkong glanced at the silent Chu Chaoyun and said, "Chu Chaoyun, you have fought with him before. What do you think?" Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, "Is it really that important whether it is or not? 2 years from now, there will naturally be people looking for you. Don't tell me you are afraid." Ha ha. 3 days later, in an extremely desolate area at the periphery of the ink forest, Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the ground. The dragon phoenix cauldron was not far from him. 2 silver-armored warriors guarded the cauldron, one on the left and one on the right. Bai sat quietly on top of the cauldron. Occasionally, his intelligent eyes would look around, helping Xiaochen to avoid unknown dangers. After a long time, Xiaochen stopped circulating his energy and opened his eyes. 2 beams of light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he took a deep breath. This breath was long and drawn out, like a long sharp arrow. Even after it flew far away, it did not dissipate. Xiaochen smiled faintly and stood up. He picked up the lunar shadow saber beside him and walked over to the dragon phoenix cauldron. Bai landed on Xiaochen's shoulder with a "so" sound. The dragon phoenix cauldron was 16 meters tall. The 3 pillars were 10 meters long and the cauldron itself was 6 meters long. When Xiaochen stood below it, he seemed very small. Xiaochen leaped up gently and executed the gravity spell. He slowly flew to the top of the cauldron and looked down. The cauldron was squarish and empty. It was only about 5 meters deep. Xiaochen could clearly see the bottom with one glance. However, it gave off a feeling of boundlessness. It was like there was a small world inside. After leaving the fiery sect remnant, Xiaochen was not in a rush to leave the Ink Forest. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace was still guarding the exit of the forest. Thinking about how terrifying the profound ice palace was, Xiaochen was not foolish enough to walk right into their trap. For the next 3 days, he hid in this Ink Forest. As he killed demonic beasts, he recovered his strength. Xiaochen handed the dragon phoenix cauldron to the 2 silver-armored warriors. This did not affect his pace. When he was resting and meditating, Bai would help guard it. In the Ink Forest where Xiaochen's spiritual sense could not extend too far, the normally unimportant Bai was very useful. After resolving his worries, this Ink Forest, where the spiritual energy was thin and the demonic beasts were ferocious, was the best place for Xiaochen to temper himself. Xiaochen was not in a rush to leave. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaochen looked at the empty cauldron. He flicked his finger and shot out a strand of purple flame. The flame spun around the cauldron and immediately became very thin, turning into tiny sparks. Xiaochen flicked his finger and shot out tens of strands of purple thunder true fire in one go. This exhausted a quarter of his essence. However, the flame was still very thin. It could not fill the space inside. Xiaochen frowned slightly and said doubtfully, "This is strange. There is clearly only so much space. Logically speaking, my flame should have risen up long ago." In the past 3 days, whenever Xiaochen had free time, he would study the dragon phoenix cauldron. However, he did not make any progress. He only knew that there were many moonstones in the cauldron. The entire cauldron was made of peak-grade frost iron. It was even harder than a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Furthermore, the space inside seemed to be much larger than it looked. This was the result of Xiaochen's verification. There should be spatial formation markings carved on it. With a flip of his palm, Xiaochen gathered all the flames in the dragon phoenix cauldron. A clump of fierce purple flame immediately soared up in his palm. Chapter 326. Boom! Xiaochen casually waved his hand in front of him. The flames left a long trail of purple flames in the air. Everywhere it passed, the trees in its way were burned to ashes. After the flames flew for 1,000 meters, they crashed into the ground and gave off a loud sound. A purple mushroom cloud soared up from the ground. Roar! Roar! The loud sound immediately startled the surrounding demonic beasts. 3 black-winged demonic wolves with black smoke around them let out roars and charged over in an overbearing manner. The black-winged demonic wolves were originally rank 5 spirit beasts, winged wolves. Aside from their large bodies, they had 2 bone wings on their backs that allowed them to fly at low altitudes, increasing their speed. After they demonized, their offensive power and speed increased. Their overall combat prowess doubled, making them even more ferocious and terrifying. Xiaochen looked at the 2 black-winged demonic wolves and smiled faintly. He took a step forward and landed on the mouth of the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, he placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Hu-chi! The bone wings on the backs of the 2 black-winged demonic wolves flapped heavily. There was a gust of wind in the air and the 2 black-winged demonic wolves quickly flew up. They opened their huge jaws, revealing their black fangs that flickered with a cold light. The bone wings flapped in the air, making a woo-woo sound as they launched themselves at Xiaochen. Who? Before Xiaochen could move, Bai, who was on his shoulder, immediately jumped down. He rubbed his palms and sent out a whirlwind. He immediately blew one of the black-winged demonic wolves into the air. The black-winged demonic wolf came quickly and left even faster. It tumbled on the ground for a few meters before coming to a stop. Just as it got up, it saw a white figure rushing at it. Chi-chi! The white figure was like a beam of light. In a flash, 5 bloody wounds appeared on the left wing of the black-winged demonic wolf. Black smoke came out of it. Xiaochen glanced at it and ignored it. He had already found out in the past few days that Bai was much stronger than he had imagined. He did not feel any pressure when facing a peak rank 5 demonic beast alone. He could use his advantage in speed to deal with it easily. The mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation was an immortal-grade cultivation technique for fiends. It allowed Bai's strength to increase at a horrifying rate. Gotcha! With a flash of lightning, Xiaochen quickly drew the snow-white lunar shadow saber with his right hand, which was on the saber hilt. Xiaochen leaped down, and his saber light flashed as he chopped off the bone wings of the other black-winged demonic wolf. The black-winged demonic wolf howled in pain as it stood up. Its 5 sharp claws shot out with a "so" sound. Each of his fingernails was 20 centimeters long, and there were hooks on his fingertips. They were like 5 sharp knives in his flesh. They cut through the air and went for Xiaochen's head at lightning speed. Even steel would have 5 holes in it, let alone a human's head. Xiaochen's expression didn't change. He leaned his body slightly and took a step back with his right foot. Xiaochen's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the wolf claws glinting with a cold light. Then, he raised the scabbard in his left hand. Dang! The tip of the scabbard struck the palm of the wolf claw. The huge impact caused a small bloody hole to appear in the tough palm. Unexpectedly, it did not pierce through. The defense of this wolf claw is pretty good, Xiaochen thought to himself. In that case, let's add another layer of force. Bang! A force came from Xiaochen's left arm, and he pushed it forward. The tip of the scabbard immediately pierced through the tough wolf claw. In pain, the other claw of the black-winged demonic wolf moved at an even faster speed towards Xiaochen. The force was so strong that it split the air in half. The black-winged demonic wolf was fast, but Xiaochen was even faster. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent purple light. As the light flickered, he chopped off the entire wolf claw. Bang! Xiaochen kicked heavily at the chest of the black-winged demonic wolf. The huge body of the black-winged demonic wolf immediately flew backward. Cassier! Cassier! 10,000 kilograms of force broke several of the ribs in the black-winged demonic wolf's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The black-winged demonic wolf was merely a superior grade rank 5 demonic beast. Before Xiaochen comprehended a state, he could already defeat it. After he comprehended a state and infused it with holy might, his strength increased greatly. Dealing with it became much easier. Now, a demonic beast of this level was barely enough to deal with Xiaochen. The ones that could truly put pressure on Xiaochen were rank 6 demonic beasts. In the past few days, Xiaochen had been targeting rank 6 demonic beasts. The black-winged demonic wolf still wanted to struggle to its feet. However, Xiaochen lost his patience and swung the lunar shadow saber. The blade flickered with a crackling electric light. It was like an extremely strong bolt of lightning. With a loud boom, it stabbed into the chest of the black-winged demonic wolf. The state of thunder contained in the saber exploded. The huge body of the black-winged demonic wolf was charred by the electric light. Xiaochen casually waved his hand and the lunar shadow saber returned to his hand. After the lunar shadow saber returned to Xiaochen's hand, an invisible strand of red light flew out of the black-winged demonic wolf's corpse and entered the throne mark on Xiaochen's forehead. The red light contained the black-winged demonic wolf's state of massacre. The scarlet throne mark flashed with a red light, and this strand of red light containing the state of massacre immediately entered the scarlet throne in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. The red clouds below the throne started to churn slowly. After a while, they stopped, as though they were not satisfied yet. Xiaochen did not find this strange. For the past 3 days, the Scarlet Throne would absorb the state of massacre of all the demonic beasts that he killed. The stronger the demonic beast, the more red light would fly out. At first, Xiaochen was worried that the state of massacre from back then would reappear. However, he slowly discovered that the state of massacre accumulated in the throne was relatively small. Compared to the overwhelming state of massacre from back then, it was much weaker. The most important thing was that Xiaochen discovered that he could control this state of massacre. With a thought, the state of massacre contained in the throne would infuse into his saber technique. This was equivalent to Xiaochen obtaining another state, the state of massacre, out of nowhere. There were only benefits and no drawbacks. Compared to the state of wind, state of mountain, and state of light, this ethereal state of massacre was much harder to comprehend. As far as Xiaochen knew, even in the heavenly saber pavilion, the divine saber camp, which practiced the Tao of massacre, only a few of the older generation experts truly comprehended the state of massacre. However, the state of massacre contained in the Scarlet Throne was simply too little. When Xiaochen used it, the effects were not obvious, it was dispensable. However, its rate of growth was extremely terrifying. As long as it killed powerful life forms, it would continue to accumulate. It could be foreseen that it would eventually reach a horrifying level. The Scarlet Throne was a secret treasure refined by the ancient Evil King. The Evil King was a peak expert that could rival the Ice Empress. The secret treasure he refined was definitely not simple. Unfortunately, someone had torn out all the information about the Scarlet Throne from that book. Hence, no one knew what the Scarlet Throne's secrets were. Yeah. Bai's inarticulate voice interrupted Xiaochen's thoughts. Xiaochen lowered his head to look at him. Xiaochen saw Bai waving his arms and legs, trying to claim credit. The black-winged demonic wolf was lying on the ground, riddled with injuries. It could not move at all, it was on its last breath. Xiaochen smiled faintly, he knew what Bai wanted. He took out a gourd filled with wine and handed it over. Bai cheered and revealed a cute smile. He received the gourd and leaped onto the cauldron. Xiaochen dealt the final blow to the black-winged demonic wolf on its last breath. An invisible red light immediately flew out from the corpse and entered the Scarlet Throne in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. Xiaochen took out the demonic cores of the two black-winged demonic wolves and turned his head to look at Bai, who was happily drinking wine. He smiled helplessly. After giving the two silver-armored warriors the order to kill any creature that approached the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Xiaochen prepared to walk forward alone. With the two silver-armored warriors guarding the cauldron, Xiaochen would be able to sense the slightest movement. Furthermore, with Bai at the side, there would not be any major problems with the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Bai, stay here and help me look after the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Don't run around, okay? Xiaochen said softly to Bai. Bai put down the gourd filled with wine. Her little face was flushed red, she looked very cute. She clenched her fist tightly and patted her chest, squeaking non-stop. Xiaochen understood what she meant. This little fellow said that she would complete the mission. Whoever came would be smashed to death with the gourd. Smiling faintly, Xiaochen rubbed Bai's head. Then, he grasped the lunar shadow saber in his hand tightly and turned to leave this place. Rank 5 demonic beasts could no longer pique Xiaochen's interest. Only rank 6 demonic beasts were worth making a move. If Xiaochen wanted to find rank 6 demonic beasts, naturally, he had to go deeper. The closer he got to the core area, the higher the chances of meeting a rank 6 demonic beast. Within the dark ink forest shrouded in black smoke, Xiaochen held his saber and cautiously advanced forward step by step. The ink forest was known as the danger zone for demonic beasts. This was no joke. With every step he took, he had to be on guard against demonic beasts pouncing at him from all directions. It could be the ground, the sky, the mutated beasts hidden in the air, or even the trees behind him. They could all open their mouths wide and swallow him up when he was careless. It created a tremendous amount of pressure on one's mental state, causing one's heartstrings to be constantly strung taut. Those who did not have a strong will would have their minds broken down before their bodies even collapsed due to their paranoia. Xiaoqian maintained his calm. Along the way, he encountered attacks from various demonic beasts. However, they were all rank 5 demonic beasts. Xiaoqian was not in the mood to fight. After scaring them away, he could not be bothered with them anymore. If he really could not scare them away, he would temporarily avoid them. With his full speed, it would be hard for a rank 5 demonic beast to keep up with him. 10 minutes later, Xiaoqian suddenly stopped and looked around. It was empty and quiet, as if even the air had stopped flowing. Xiaoqian suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It was as if he had encountered something unclean and felt disgusted. Being stared at, Xiaoqian calmed himself down and got rid of this uncomfortable feeling. There must be a powerful demonic beast hiding in the dark. The other party had treated him as prey, and his concealment skills were superb. Even with his full perception, Xiaoqian couldn't even tell where the other party was. Chapter 327. Maintaining his vigilance, Xiaoqian placed his right hand on the saber hilt. His gaze started to wander around, searching for the hidden demonic beast. Time seemed to stop. Xiaoqian remained motionless as he held his saber hilt. The state of thunder brewed continuously, waiting for the moment his opponent appeared to strike. However, time passed slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, soon, half an hour had passed. The anticipated enemy still did not appear. This was an extremely crafty demonic beast. It knew how to wear down its prey's will, putting a lot of pressure on its opponent. Too much time passed. For an instant, Xiaoqian even doubted his senses. Did I make a mistake? Was the so-called hidden demonic beast just me overthinking? There was no demonic beast at all. Xiaoqian wanted to scatter the state of thunder that he had been brewing for a long time. However, the instant his mental state wavered, the scarlet throne between his eyebrows released a bright red light. This caused Xiaoqian to give up on this idea. As the evil king's secret treasure, the scarlet throne would not give a warning for no reason. My senses are definitely correct, Xiaoqian thought to himself. Xiaoqian's eyes regained their calm. The scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness immediately stopped moving. Since they wanted to compete in patience, then let's see who could not wait any longer. Who? After a long time, a cool breeze suddenly blew. It picked up a few leaves on the ground and flew them towards Xiaoqian. Unable to endure any longer, is this a psychological battle? Xiaoqian smiled coldly to himself. He did not feel any killing qi in the cool breeze. So, he ignored the few leaves that flew over. Who? Who? After a long time, for cool breezes blew from the ground. They picked up a large number of leaves and blew them towards Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian's heart was as calm as still water. His gaze remained incomparably calm. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, did not move, he continued to ignore them. Following that, a few cool breezes blew occasionally, trying to disrupt Xiaoqian's thoughts and the state of thunder that he had been brewing. Xiaoqian ignored it. He didn't sense any killing intent. If he acted rashly, he would only make his thunderous strike miss. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The cool breeze that had been harassing Xiaoqian all this time no longer appeared. That strange silence once again descended upon this space. Xiaoqian said indifferently in his heart, "It's coming." Boom! An incomparably violent whirlwind suddenly surged up from the flat ground. The gale roared angrily and swept up all the fallen leaves on the ground. The falling leaves obscured Xiaoqian's vision and covered the sky. A terrifying and ruthless aura was hidden in the wind as it swept towards Xiaoqian. Rumble! The state of thunder that Xiaoqian had been brewing for a long time erupted at this moment. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky like a javelin, piercing through the 9 heavens and tearing apart the sky as it fell to the ground. A long crack immediately appeared in the falling leaves that covered the sky, revealing the mastermind hidden behind the scenes. Through the crack in the fallen leaves, Xiaoqin saw a huge 4-legged snake whose skin color changed continuously. There was a huge crown on the snake's head, and its eyes were deep red. The snake's skin changed color continuously. Sometimes, it was the yellow of the fallen leaves, and sometimes, it was the transparent color of the air. It was faintly discernible, looking very strange. However, what surprised Xiaoqin the most was not this. It was actually a snake demonic beast with a crown on its head. A snake growing a crown would take at least 700 years. It would take at least 700 years. Xiaoqin was very clear on what 700 years or more meant. The scarlet-crowned snake that he met in the underground world was very horrifying. Xiaoqin clearly remembered how horrifying it was. With just one tail strike, it had shattered the silver warship into pieces. If the scarlet-crowned snake turned into a demonic beast, its strength would more than double. The crack in the fallen leaves that was blasted open by the lightning started to close up slowly. The figure of the scarlet-crowned snake slowly disappeared from Xiaoqin's vision. Ka-xie. The instant the crack in the fallen leaves closed up completely, Xiaoqin immediately drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. A strong wind blew, scattering all the fallen leaves in the air. Countless arcs of electricity moved about in the air, striking the fallen leaves and giving off a crackling sound. In an instant, all the scattered leaves were smashed into powder. The hidden scarlet-crowned snake was completely exposed. Xiaoqin shouted and locked his killing chi on the other party. Then, he leaped into the air. Xiaoqin brandished his saber and executed a lightning-quick strike. Wuxia shakes the heavens. The ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became lush with leaves, covering the sky. It was like a lone peak as it smashed down with the force of thunder. The 100-meter-long crowned snake was as thick as a water bucket. When it saw the divine Wuxia tree descending on its head, its scarlet eyes released a scarlet glow. It opened its mouth and the surrounding temperature plummeted. A cold light appeared in its mouth. After a while, the cold light exploded and a sharp ice pillar shot out. Chi! Chi! When the ice pillar came in contact with the Wuxia tree, frost immediately appeared on the surface of the Wuxia tree. The Wuxia tree, which was filled with the berserk power of thunder, was actually frozen solid from the inside out. Xiaoqian's eyes were filled with astonishment. He said, "How can this be? The Wuxia saber technique is a sure kill martial technique." Unexpectedly, it was broken in such a way. When two kinds of energy clashed, if neither side had absolute strength, there would be an intense explosion. There was only one possibility for such an effect. The other party's ice-attributed energy far surpassed the lightning-attributed energy that Xiaoqin could unleash. Regardless of quality or quantity, it completely surpassed Xiaoqin. Otherwise, the Wuxia tree would have had a chance to explode. This 4-legged crowned snake has lived for at least 1,000 years, Xiaoqin thought in horror. It is already a spirit, yet it is so crafty and patient. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. The frozen Wuxia tree started to crack continuously. It shattered into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Thunderclouds churned continuously in the sky. Xiaoqin looked at the 4-legged crowned snake as it flicked its forked tongue in and out. Xiaoqin grasped his saber hilt with both hands and focused. He had never been so nervous before. Xiaoqin had great strength and a crafty and cautious character. This was a peak rank 6 demonic beast that had lived for 1,000 years. It was even stronger than the Scarlet Flame Chief that he met earlier. Boom! Just as Xiaoqin was hesitating on whether to retreat or not, the scarlet throne mark on his forehead flickered with a scarlet light. The scarlet throne flew out of nowhere. Before Xiaoqin could react, the strip of cloth on his forehead tore into countless pieces. A scarlet cloud soared into the sky. Above the scarlet cloud, Xiaoqin had unknowingly sat on the scarlet throne. The instant the strip of cloth tore, Xiaoqian's originally delicate and ordinary aura instantly turned strange. His skin was as white as snow, and the scarlet throne mark on his forehead. When he looked at Xiaoqin, he felt like he was unable to extricate himself from this gaze. Of course, Xiaoqin did not know about all this. He used his foot to step on the scarlet cloud. The scarlet cloud seemed solid. When he stepped on it, it was like he was walking on flat ground. The appearance of the scarlet throne surprised Xiaoqin. He did not know what it was trying to do. Chi! Chi! Just as Xiaoqin was feeling confused, the scarlet throne under him started to slowly seep into his flesh. Soon, a viscous scarlet liquid covered Xiaoqian's skin, forming a scarlet battle armor. The battle armor covered Xiaoqian's entire body. It even formed a scarlet helmet on his head, covering all the vital points. The strangest thing was that the insides of the battle armor were tightly connected to the cells in Xiaoqian's skin. It was like it was made of flesh and blood. The four-legged crowned snake's thick limbs stood on the ground. Its scarlet eyes flickered with uncertainty. When the four-legged crowned snake saw Xiaoqin on the scarlet cloud, its skin started to change color, merging with the air. However, without the cover of the fallen leaves, when Xiaoqin looked carefully, he could see a blurry silhouette slowly moving around him. When the battle armor that the scarlet throne had turned into appeared, Xiaoqin felt that his defense had increased by more than 50%. Furthermore, his strength and speed had also increased. It was like his entire body had an inexhaustible amount of energy. His overall combat prowess had increased by 50%. The secret treasure refined by the ancient evil king is truly unfathomable. However, with the help of this battle armor, my chances of defeating this 1,000-year-old crowned snake should increase by 50%. Xiaoqin completely dispelled any thoughts of retreating. Now that he had a 50% chance of victory, he should go all out. Xiaoqin shouted and leaped down from the scarlet cloud. Then, he quickly rushed towards the blurry silhouette on the ground. Hu Qi! A huge wind blade appeared out of nowhere. The incomparably sharp wind blade sliced the air in half. It sounded like a piece of cloth being torn apart. What a fellow! He actually grasped two attributes at the same time. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground with his feet and an explosive force shot out. In an instant, his body soared more than 100 meters before he landed on a large tree. In the time that Xiaoqin took to leave, the afterimage he left on the ground was shattered by the wind blade before it could scatter. The berserk wind blade's momentum did not diminish. It chopped a large tree behind him in half. The cut of the tree was as smooth as a mirror. It was enough to show how condensed and pure the wind blades were. After flying for a distance of 1,000 meters, the wind blades finally stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind blade arrived at Xiaoqian's feet and slowly dissipated. Finally, it turned into a berserk wind that carried countless fallen leaves into the distance. Before Xiaoqin could feel astonished, a strand of frost quickly spread out from the tree below him. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at Xiaoqian's feet. Startled, Xiaoqin quickly jumped down. The moment he landed, a wind blade appeared out of nowhere. It accurately calculated Xiaoqian's position. Xiaoqin somersaulted miserably in the air and landed on the ground. Before he could get up, the boundless frost on the ground gave off cold qi. It formed a circle and quickly moved towards Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin looked around, the cold qi created an icy fog on the ground. It covered an area of more than a kilometer around him, not giving him any place to stand. How hateful! Helpless, Xiaoqin could only leap into the air to prevent the cold qi from binding him. Boom! The instant the cold qi gathered, the surrounding temperature dropped by several hundred degrees. A huge pillar of ice shot up from where Xiaoqin stood earlier, heading in the direction that he had jumped. Chapter 328. The four-legged crowned snake launched a series of attacks. It did not give Xiaoqin any time to react. It had everything within its grasp. The attacks were closely linked. It wanted to force Xiaoqin into a dead end, not giving him any chance to attack. What a crafty 1,000-year-old demonic beast. When Xiaoqin saw the ice pillar rushing at him, he thought to himself, I can't retreat anymore. Otherwise, the danger I face will only increase. Qi breaks Wuxia. Xiaoqin shouted and the dark clouds above churned continuously. A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, causing Xiaoqin's aura to soar. A strand of dense purple saber qi appeared from nowhere. Xiaoqin was unaware of it. The remnant state of massacre and the scarlet battle armor quickly merged into the saber technique. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. The power of the qi breaks Wuxia shocked Xiaoqin. It actually easily broke the ice pillar soaring into the sky in half. After merging the state of massacre, Xiaoqin's spirit of Wuxia was like a treasure saber that had been reforged. The sharpness of the saber had increased by 50%. When Xiaoqin saw the two halves of the ice pillar shattering in the air, a boundless killing intent soared in his heart. Xiaoqin's gaze was like a weapon filled with killing qi. Everywhere his gaze passed, the killing intent seemed solid, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Kill! Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiaoqin shouted and executed. Wuxia breaks the heavens again. A purple divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. The state of massacre and the battle armor instantly merged into it. Xiaoqin saw countless meridians flowing in the interior of the towering tree. They looked like blood vessels. After a while, countless scarlet Wuxia flowers bloomed on the lush tree. The towering tree immediately turned sinister and horrifying, looking very strange. The surrounding cold qi gathered in the four-legged crowned snake's sinister mouth once again. An ice pillar condensed with a cold light struck the roots of the divine Wuxia tree again. Endless cold air began to spread from the bottom of the tree to the top of the tree trunk. But this time, the cold qi was unable to penetrate the inside of the tree of God. There was no way to completely freeze the Wuxia tree. The state of massacre would not allow the ice to break into the Wuxia tree. Kacha. After a while, the surface of the Wuxia tree, which was covered in ice, slowly cracked. Pieces of shattered ice fell off. However, the Wuxia tree, which contained the force of lightning, was still in perfect condition as it pressed down violently. Boom! The divine tree descended, bringing with it the unceasing power of thunder and lightning. It ruthlessly pressed down on the blurry silhouette in the sky. The huge four-legged crowned snake let out a pained roar. Its body completely appeared in Xiaoqin's field of vision, its skin covered in flickering lightning. The murderous intent contained in the lightning easily tore through the layers of ice defenses that the crowned snake had set up as though they were tofu. In an instant, the four-legged crowned snake's defenses crumbled. It used its physical body to take on Xiaoqin's move head-on. Its scales exploded and countless black blood droplets seeped out of its skin. Faint electric light could still be seen flickering in the wounds. It looked like states were also divided into grades. The state of massacre was clearly stronger than the state of thunder. However, the fusion of the state of massacre was much easier than the fusion of other states. Xiaoqin was able to easily infuse the state of thunder. Did this mean that the fusion of states of different styles was easier than the fusion of states of the same style? For example, the fusion of the state of wind and the state of cloud, or the state of mountain and the state of cloud were energy-based states. Merging them was very difficult. However, it was easier to merge the state of massacre and energy-based states. However, it would be much more difficult to merge them with the states of destruction, life, and nature, which were similar to the state of massacre. It looked like the knowledge and methods involved in states were much more complicated than Xiao Qin had imagined. However, this opened a new door for Xiao Qian's thinking. These thoughts flashed in Xiao Qian's mind, but he did not think too deeply about them. At this moment, he was still in the middle of a battle of life and death. It was clearly not the time to think about this problem. It would be better to think about it after the battle. Under the pain, the four-legged crowned snake let out an angry roar, its forked tongue flicking in and out continuously. Hoo-chee! A red light flashed. The four-legged crowned snake's red tongue was like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that one's thoughts could not keep up with its speed. Xiao Qian's heart tightened and he quickly dodged to the side. However, that tongue was simply too fast. The long red snake pierced through his heart when it was only 10 centimeters away. A heart-wrenching pain spread through every inch of Xiao Qian's nerves. The enraged Xiao Qian swung his saber and chopped at the tongue that was trying to retract. Then, he ruthlessly cut off a large chunk of it. The intense pain disrupted the circulation of Xiao Qian's essence. The gravity spell immediately scattered, and Xiao Qian's body fell heavily to the ground. Hoo! Just as Xiao Qian was about to fall to the ground, the red cloud in the distance flew over and caught him firmly. Xiao Qian could not be bothered with shock or pain. He pulled out the long red tongue that had pierced through his body. A horrifying hole immediately appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out. ZZ! ZZ! The red battle armor suddenly wriggled, and the terrifying hole quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it healed completely. The wound was healed. However, Xiao Qian clearly felt a lot of his life force drain away. This startled Xiao Qian. Unexpectedly, this throne can forcefully use my life force to treat my injuries. Life force was the equivalent of a person's lifespan. The life force that was used to treat Xiao Qian had reduced his lifespan by more than a year. Xiao Qian shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. He jumped down from the red cloud and activated the windwalk shoes. Then, he fought the four-legged crowned snake continuously. With the aid of the state of massacre, Xiao Qian was able to hold his own against the four-legged crowned snake. Sometimes, after Xiao Qian broke his opponent's attack, the electric light would even leave wounds on his opponent's body. One man and one beast started an intense battle in the forest. A strong wind howled, lightning flashed, and ice spread everywhere. The battlefield grew larger and larger. When the surrounding trees were struck by the shock waves of the battle, they immediately turned into countless splinters, dancing in the strong wind. Bang! 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 The four-legged crowned snake's cold chi froze the soil on the ground. It became very brittle. When a leaf fell on it, it would explode and kick up a cloud of dust. Wuxia blossoms. Xiao Qian grabbed hold of an opportunity and executed the Wuxia blossoms. The state of massacre infused into the Wuxia blossoms produced a scarlet Wuxia flower, wrapping Xiao Qian within it. Bang! 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 The four-legged crowned snake sensed the might of this move. It spat out sharp wind blades and ice arrows, continuously striking the surface of the scarlet Wuxia flower. Within the flower bud, Xiao Qian's internal organs were shaken. His qi and blood surged, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. However, Xiao Qian endured it and continued to circulate his essence through his meridians. He focused on executing the Wuxia blossoms. Boom! The scarlet flowers suddenly bloomed. Scarlet petals bloomed in the air. Xiao Qian pushed off the ground and countless scarlet lights fell from the petals. When they landed on his body, his speed reached Mach 3. As the petals filled the air, Xiao Qian's saber strike was extremely beautiful. It was like a beam of light flashing by. A huge bloody hole appeared at the four-legged crowned snake's weak point. The berserk energy of the lunar shadow saber poured out wildly. Bang! Just as Xiaochen stabilized himself, the four-legged crowned snake's huge tail swept across the air. It sent Xiaochen flying, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. There was no panic on Xiaochen's pained face. He quickly formed hand seals with his left hand and shouted, "Wuxia supporting the heavens." The scarlet petals filled the air and formed a scarlet river in the air. They flowed through the four-legged crowned snake's wound and quickly entered its body. After a while, a scarlet Wuxia tree grew wildly at the four-legged crowned snake's weak point. Countless roots extended into its body, firmly taking root. The divine Wuxia tree absorbed the life force of the four-legged crowned snake, turning it into its own nourishment. In the blink of an eye, the divine Wuxia tree covered the sky and covered the sun. Countless branches sprouted out, producing scarlet Wuxia flowers. They were very beautiful, looking very beautiful. Xiaochen pushed off the scarlet cloud with his feet and his body rose up quickly. The unending thunderclouds in the sky churned continuously. A divine tree started to slowly grow above Xiaochen's head. He muttered to himself, "I'll use this move to end this battle." Wuxia breaks the heavens. The instant the divine tree grew completely, an earth-shattering scarlet bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The lunar shadow saber in Xiaochen's hand released a resplendent scarlet saber light. The scarlet beam of light quickly elongated. The four-legged crowned snake, which was rooted to the ground by the Wuxia tree and unable to move, revealed an expression of horror and despair in its scarlet eyes. Die! Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed on the four-legged crowned snake's body. After the scarlet light faded for a long time, the huge body of the four-legged crowned snake split in half. It was split into two halves from the middle. Endless black blood rained down from the sky along with its shattered internal organs. After executing Wuxia breaks the heavens, the scarlet battle armor on Xiaochen's body immediately separated from his flesh. Then, it slowly wriggled and turned into a scarlet light before returning to his sea of consciousness. Then, it turned into a scarlet throne. In the end, the state of massacre contained in it was too little. Xiaochen had already exhausted it. Pooh! Xiaochen landed on the ground, exhausted. He immediately lay down. The battle with the 1,000-year-old demonic beast was too tiring. Furthermore, using the state of massacre had a strong side effect. Even now, Xiaochen's head was still very dizzy. It was not time to rest yet. Xiaochen braced himself and quickly got up. He walked over to the four-legged crowned snake's corpse. Hu-chi! Hu-chi! Balls of red light, invisible to the naked eye, quickly flew towards the throne mark on Xiaochen's forehead. Chapter 329. That was at least 100 more than the rank 5 demonic beast. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The longer it lived, the more it killed. In Xiaochen's sea of consciousness, the scarlet throne greedily absorbed the intent of massacre. Eventually, because there was too much red light, it could not help but tremble. As the scarlet throne trembled, Xiaochen's fatigued body felt an indescribable carefree feeling. It made his body and mind feel much better. Xiaochen infused his spiritual sense into the scarlet throne. In the small world inside, a golden deity floated high in the sky. That was the spiritual mark that Xiaochen left in there. Underground, the once boundless sea of blood was now dry and narrow. All that was left was a 5-meter-wide scarlet puddle. This was the result of absorbing the rank 6,000-year-old demonic snake. Previously, there were only a few drops of scarlet liquid. It was even more pitiful. Take it slow, Xiaochen was not in a rush. He withdrew his spiritual sense and focused his gaze on the demonic snake's corpse. There were many treasures waiting for him to collect. Xiaochen extracted the four-legged crowned snake's demonic core and took out a sharp knife. Then, he started to cut off the demonic snake's scales. These scales could change color freely. They were top-grade materials for refining magic treasures. There was also the snake gallbladder, the 4 legs, and the crown on its head. They were all good stuff. After tidying up everything, Xiaochen found a big tree and started to circulate his energy to recover his essence. After a fierce battle, Xiaochen had expended too much energy and sustained significant internal injuries. This was especially so for the final swing of the demonic snake's tail. There was an estimated 25,000 kilograms of force that Xiaochen had to endure. If it were not for the scarlet battle armor increasing his defense by 50% and his high recovery rate, that swing would have shattered all his internal organs. Xiaochen took out a medial-grade spirit stone and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The endless pure spiritual energy in the medial-grade spirit stone poured into the qi whirlpool in his dantian. The liquid in the purple qi whirlpool started to drip slowly. After 12 hours, the essence liquid in the qi whirlpool was finally filled. Xiaochen quickly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to nourish his damaged internal organs. After another half a day, Xiaochen finally cleared all the repercussions of this battle. She opened her eyes, and a purple light flashed through them. Her bewitchingly beautiful and fair face regained its color and was no longer deathly pale. Anyone who looked at her would easily be captivated. Xiaochen got up and looked at the gray sky. Then, he resumed his journey of killing rank 6 demonic beasts and witnessed the might of the state of massacre. Xiaochen became even more interested in killing strong demonic beasts. He had to collect more demonic beasts to strengthen his state of massacre. Just like that, Xiaochen stayed at the periphery of the ink forest for 2 days before he returned to where Xiao Bai and the silver-armored warrior were. In 2 days, 12 demonic spirit world, demonic beast, Chen Lisht, Xiaochen, 1, beast, the 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1, and 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1, 1, 1. If Xiaochen continued fighting, he would no longer be cultivating. Instead, he would be destroying his future. The body was the foundation of everything. There were no changes to the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron or the 2 silver-armored warriors. There were no signs of demonic beasts in these 2 days. However, when Xiaochen looked around and did not see Bai, he felt it was strange. The spirit blood jade senses told him that Bai was within 10 meters of him. How could he not see him? Xiaochen leaped up gently and arrived at the mouth of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. When he looked down, he finally saw Bai. Xiaochen only saw Bai jumping around continuously. However, the cauldron was only 6 meters tall, it could not jump up no matter what. Rongrong's cute face was filled with doubt. She kept scratching her head, she could not figure this out. Xiaochen smiled faintly and looked at the bottle gourd that had fallen to the side. He immediately guessed what had happened. The little fellow must have gotten drunk on the mouth of the cauldron and fell in. The internal space of the cauldron was definitely lined with spatial formations. It was a small world of its own. Even if Xiaochen fell in, he would have to put in a lot of effort to get out. How could Bai jump out? When Bai saw Xiaochen on the mouth of the cauldron, he immediately revealed a look of joy. He looked pitifully at Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled faintly and the spirit blood jade on his chest flashed with light, sucking in Bai. Yeah. Yeah. Bai came out of the spirit blood jade and pointed at the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron as it cried out in Xiaochen's embrace. The gist of it was that this cauldron was very horrifying, very bad, very scary. Xiaochen smiled and scolded, "Let's see if you still dare to drink in the future. Since you like to drink so much, you should know the consequences of getting drunk. You even said you would help me protect this cauldron. In the end, you can't even protect yourself." Xiaochen put down the injured Bai and landed on the ground. Then, he casually found a tree that he could chop down with his saber. After that, he took out a carving knife and quickly carved out a lifelike flying bird. Then, he gently blew on the wood shavings on it, making the carving look even more realistic. It looks like my carving skills have not fallen behind. I wonder if Yu is satisfied with the carving I gave her. Xiaochen smiled gently before withdrawing his smile. He said in a deep voice, "Life bestowal spell." The wooden bird immediately came to life. Under Xiaochen's control, it flapped its wings and flew up. After circling around, it quickly flew towards the exit of the ink forest. As long as it was not a wooden carving for combat, there were no requirements for the materials. Xiaochen only wanted to use this bird to scout ahead. So, there was no need to use the spiritual wood. In this forest, spiritual sense was greatly restricted. However, the life bestowal spell was not as restricted. After an hour, the wooden bird passed through the long dark tunnel and saw the scene outside. The majestic profound ice palace was still in its original spot. There were many cultivators standing guard at the entrance. It looked like they had not given up yet. Xiaochen left a mark on the wooden bird and stopped it on the wall. He muttered, "It has already been 5 days." Unexpectedly, this group of people did not leave. "However, if you want to compete in patience with me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Time passed day by day. Xiaochen hunted demonic beasts during the day and cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at night. The spiritual energy here was very sparse. It was not suitable for cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation. Hence, Xiaochen could only cultivate body tempering cultivation techniques. Coincidentally, the dragon and tiger body sculpting art was just a little short of small perfection. He might as well make use of this opportunity to make a breakthrough. Clearly, Xiaochen was not in a rush. Half a month later, Xiaochen suddenly shouted. All the bones in his body crackled continuously. A drawn-out aura rushed to the sky and scattered the lingering black smoke. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art's 4th layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, had reached small perfection. Xiaochen leaped up and arrived before the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, he casually punched. Bang! The dragon phoenix cauldron gave off a muffled sound. The cauldron trembled as it flew forward. All the trees in its way were smashed into pieces. After a long time, the cauldron landed heavily on the ground. The 3 cauldron pillars sank 1 meter into the ground. Xiaochen withdrew his fist and said softly, "After small perfection, my strength increased by 5,000 kilograms of force. There are still 2 more great perfection and peak great perfection. After that, this dragon and tiger body sculpting art will reach consummation. At that time, a casual punch from me should have 25,000 kilograms of force. A full power strike should be 50,000 kilograms of force. I should be able to open the remaining 3 acupoints on my right arm." A joyful expression appeared on Xiaochen's face. His heart was filled with anticipation. After that, he used the life bestowal spell to check the situation outside. He discovered that the huge profound ice palace of the Duanmu clan had already disappeared. It has been almost half a month. It looks like they can no longer hold on. "It is time for me to go." Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense and smiled faintly. Afraid of an ambush, Xiaochen used the life bestowal spell to fly out. He circled the area once before he confirmed that everyone had left. Xiaochen did not linger any longer. He instructed the silver-armored warriors to carry the dragon phoenix cauldron and quickly left this underground forest, returning to the mountain range. Although the air in the mountain range was still turbid, it was much better than underground. Xiaochen took a deep breath and felt his chest relax. The sky above the Ink Mountain range was filled with fatal danger. Xiaochen did not dare to use the Scarlet Throne or the Silver Warship to fly over. The rank 7 demonic beasts that filled the sky would tear him to shreds. Xiaochen could only obediently kill his way back from the ground. He would treat it as experiential training. Since ancient times, the strong had tempered themselves. Xiaochen laughed loudly. He held the lunar shadow saber and walked forward in a heroic manner. Half a month later, at an exit of the Ink Mountain Range, a youth wearing alternating blue and white robes with a blue strip of cloth tied to his forehead slowly walked out. A spirit fox sat on his shoulder and a sword hung at his waist. This person was Xiaoqin. He looked somewhat fatigued, but the light in his eyes still flickered, his sharpness was still present. Xiaoqin raised his foot and stepped out. When he saw the sunlight that he had not seen for a month, he narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. I'm finally out. Today, I realized how wonderful fresh air and sunlight are. Including the ink forest, Xiaoqin had cultivated bitterly for a month. The state of massacre that the Scarlet Throne had collected had turned into a deep pool of spring water. It was 10 times more than before. Of course, it was still incomparable to the vast sea it was at the beginning. The bigger gain was that Xiaoqian's reactions had become sharper due to the high-intensity battles he had experienced over a long period of time. His usage of martial techniques had become more flexible. The number of demonic cores, in addition to the ones he left in the subspace of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, reached a horrifying number. Xiaoqin counted them. There were more than 1,500 rank 4 demonic cores, 1,000 rank 5 demonic cores, and 700 rank 6 demonic cores. This was a huge sum of wealth. If he exchanged them for spirit stones, he would definitely be able to get at least 2,000 medial grade spirit stones. It might even be more. With Xiaoqian's current cultivation speed, he would consume 1 medial grade spirit stone a day. 2,000 medial grade spirit stones would be enough for him to use for 6 years. Even if Xiaoqian's cultivation realm increased and the consumption increased, it would still be more than enough to last him for 2 years. With the remaining 5,000-odd medial grade spirit stones, Xiaoqin could buy whatever he wanted. However, when Xiaoqin saw the 2 silver-armored warriors carrying the dragon phoenix cauldron behind him, he frowned slightly. He could not think of how to deal with this. He could not store the dragon phoenix cauldron in the universe ring. It was so huge. If he placed it somewhere else, it would be very eye-catching. Chapter 330. Xiaoqin muttered to himself for a while before saying, "It looks like I can only place it in a more reputable pawn shop. I remember that the Merchant Association of Feng Feishua's clan runs a pawn shop as well. How about I place it there?" Hu Qi. With a thought, the Scarlet Throne flew out on a scarlet cloud. This place was still within Dongming province. The silver warship was rather eye-catching. Xiaoqin was afraid of being recognized. So, he could only use the Scarlet Throne. The silver-armored warrior carried the dragon phoenix cauldron and slowly walked to the red cloud. The red cloud was incredibly soft, like it was solid. There was no need to worry about falling. Sitting on the throne, Xiaoqin operated the throne with all his might. He quickly soared into the sky, heading for Dongming province's capital. One night, 2 days later, Xiaoqin landed silently outside Dongming city. He first entered the city and obtained a large box to store the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, he headed for the city again. Bringing a large box into the city in the middle of the night would inevitably attract the attention of the city guards. However, ordinary people would not be able to make out anything special about the dragon phoenix cauldron. So, there was no need to worry about the city guards discovering anything. Xiaoqin calmly opened the box. After he showed it to the city guards, he entered the city without a hitch. Xiaoqin was not in a rush to go to the pawn shop. Instead, he found an inn and asked for a good room. Then, he took a good bath. After washing away the fatigue from the past month, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after asking the waiter for the location of the Feng clan pawn shop, Xiaoqin carried a large box and rushed over silently in the middle of the night. The name of the pawn shop was Victorious Leader. It was already closed in the middle of the night. Azure steps extended to the door. There were 2 fire phoenixes carved on the door. This was the symbol of the Feng Clan Merchant Association. As long as a shop had this symbol carved on it, it would be considered a property of the Feng clan. As Xiaochen slowly walked up the steps, he immediately felt a few strong auras lock onto him. These auras scanned his body continuously, trying to see through him. Dongming City was one of the 4 great cities in the world. The pawn shop that the Feng clan placed here would definitely have a lot of business. It was no surprise that it was heavily guarded. Clang clang clang. Holding the wooden box, Xiaochen calmly walked to the door and lightly knocked on the knocker. Who is it? It's the middle of the night and you don't let me sleep. You're here to pawn things. A shop assistant opened the door and said with sleepy eyes, Victorious Chief Pawn Shop. We don't do business at night. Come back tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he was about to close the door again. Xiaochen held the box with one hand and blocked the door with the other. He smiled gently and said, You don't even want to do a big deal. The waiter laughed and said, Big business. How big? Xiaochen smiled and didn't say anything. He directly pushed the door open. The waiter couldn't resist this force and quickly retreated. He seemed very angry. Xiaochen loosened his grip and the wooden box landed on the ground with a thud. The huge weight of the dragon phoenix cauldron caused the ground to tremble. The waiter was startled, he was astonished. He did not expect such a heavy item. To think that this youth in front of him could easily lift it up with one hand. The waiter, who was about to chase Xiaochen away, turned serious. He no longer felt sleepy as he said, Young hero, are you pawning something or storing it? Storing it. Xiaochen said simply, I'm also selling something at the same time. The waiter smiled bitterly and said, However, our appraisers are already asleep. It is not convenient to wake them up at this time. Xiaochen casually looked around the hall before sitting on a chair by the wall. He took out a medial grade spirit stone from the universe ring and smiled faintly, Is this fine now? The waiter looked at the medial grade spirit stone on the table. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. Even a waiter of the Feng clan's pawnshop had good eyes. Naturally, the waiter recognized what this was. A medial grade spirit stone. If it was exchanged for gold, it would be enough for him to live a luxurious life for most of his life. The waiter grabbed the medial grade spirit stone and smiled, Yes, no problem at all. I will call our master over now. The waiter immediately took out a medial grade spirit stone. It looks like this is a big deal. If I wake the master up, I will not have to fear him scolding me. Xiaochen looked at the waiter's back and felt a slight heartache. This time, he could only spend a lot. There were many people here during the day. It would be hard to avoid news of this place leaking out. It was worth it to spend an extra medial grade spirit stone. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was the sound of footsteps coming from the back of the hall. The waiter from earlier led an old man over, looking travel-worn. The old man wore long gray robes and walked with steady steps. His eyes gleamed and his qi and blood were vigorous. He did not look old at all. When the old man arrived before Xiaochen, he performed a cupped fist salute and smiled, My family name is Huang. I am the chief appraiser of the Victorious Chief Pawn Shop. I have yet to ask for young hero's name. There were not many people who could take out a medial grade spirit stone as a tip. While they were speaking, the old man carefully sized up Xiaochen. He was already a medial grade martial saint at such a young age. However, this was not strange. Such a youth could be considered an outstanding talent. However, there were many of them everywhere. However, the old man felt a dangerous aura from this person. The old man had already become a peak inferior grade martial king long ago. However, he was too engrossed in appraising antiques, which delayed his cultivation. This youth is not simple, the old man concluded in his heart. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and smiled, I do not dare to claim my name. You can just call me Yi Qin. Could I trouble Master Huang to help me take a look at this item? I would like to store it in your shop for a period of time. The rules of the pawn shop were that the value of the item was determined. As for how to appraise the value and rank of the item, it depended on the appraiser's eyesight and knowledge. Xiao Chen had brought the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here because he wanted to use this opportunity to appraise it. He wanted to see if he could obtain any useful information from the other party. Master Huang nodded slightly. Xiao Chen flicked his hand and sent out 4 strands of energy. The box immediately opened, revealing the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The dragon and phoenix carved on the cauldron looked very lifelike. One dragon and one phoenix chased each other. The cauldron gave off an ancient and heavy aura. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in front of Master Huang was instantly stunned. His expression froze and he was tongue-tied. He was so shocked that he could not speak properly. Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. It really is one of the 3 replicas of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Why is it with you? When Xiao Chen saw the old man's expression change, he thought to himself, it looks like there's a chance. Xiao Chen stood up and asked, Old sir, do you recognize this cauldron? Master Huang recovered his wits and knew he had lost his composure. He smiled apologetically. The original Dragon Phoenix Cauldron disappeared long ago. There are only 3 replicas left. The Feng clan has been searching for this cauldron for thousands of years. I did not expect it to appear in little brother's hands. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Feng clan has already grasped the method of refining secret treasures? Everything is ready except for this cauldron. Young hero Yi Qin, may this old man be bold enough to ask if you are willing to sell this cauldron. If you are, the Feng clan will be able to bear any price. Master Huang turned around and asked softly. Naturally, Xiao Chen had no intention of selling the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron that he had spent so much effort to obtain. He shook his head and rejected, I'm sorry, I will only store it and not sell it. Old sir, what do you know about this cauldron? Can you tell this junior about it? A strange look flashed in Master Huang's eyes. He smiled gently, I only recognized this cauldron. How would I know anything about it? Young hero Yi is too kind. Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning as he took in the old man's expression. He knew that this old man was purposely not saying anything, so he could not be bothered with him. He said, never mind, since old sir is not willing to say, then state a price. I intend to store this cauldron here for a year. Master Huang thought for a while before saying, 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. What do you think? Perhaps there is another way. You can lend this cauldron to our Feng clan. You can come and collect it at any time. If that's the case, not only will we not need your spirit stones, we will even give you 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones every year. Xiao Chen thought for a long time. After a while, he made a decision in his heart. He said, sure, but I want to discuss this with your young master personally. Xiao Chen had his own considerations. Although he had the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the Lunar True Flame, he did not know the exact method. If he kept them, he would need a long time to figure out the method. Xiao Chen might as well hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron over to Feng Feishue and exchange it for the method to refine secret treasures. After that, he would let her use the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron for a period of time. This could be considered as repaying her some favors. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen really wanted to see her. After returning to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen had a premonition that he would be leaving the Great Qin nation soon. After Xiao Chen agreed to Feng Feishue's promise, he did not see her come looking for him. However, she did get Princess Yingyu to look for him once. However, she did not explain things clearly. After leaving the Great Qin nation, Xiao Chen did not know when he would return. He might as well take this opportunity to have a good chat with Feng Feishue. When Master Huang heard Xiao Chen's words, he was slightly taken aback. He said with some embarrassment, young hero Yi, the Feng family has a big business, and the Xinkue pawn shop is just a small place. It's really a bit abrupt to invite Miss Feng here. Besides, I can make the decision to borrow the cauldron. Indeed, the Feng clan had shops all over the continent. Although the Dragon Phoenix cauldron was important, there was no need to get Feng Feishue over. Furthermore, Feng Feishue had been running around the continent for the Feng clan's business for a long time. Aside from some specific days, she did not have a fixed residence. It would be difficult to invite her with Master Huang's status. Master Huang explained the difficulties to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin thought for a while and said, "In that case, never mind. I will leave this Dragon Phoenix cauldron here. If you can make an appointment with Feng Feishue, then come and talk to me about lending it to you." When Master Huang heard this, his expression could not help but change. He felt that it was a great pity. Just as he was about to ask Xiao Qin to stay, he suddenly thought of something. His face filled with a smile again. He asked in anticipation, "Young hero Yi, may I ask if you are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Pixie Qin?" Xiao Qin felt it was strange. He nodded and took out his identity token to prove his identity. He asked, "What's wrong? Does Master Huang recognize me?" Master Huang smiled and said, "There is no need to ask young Master Yi about this. If you trust me, you can leave the Dragon Phoenix cauldron here first. Come back tomorrow at midnight, and you will be able to see Miss Feng." Chapter 331. This is really strange. Xiao Qin did not know that he had such great influence. Since that was the case, he would come back tomorrow. There was no need to worry about leaving the Dragon Phoenix cauldron here. However, there was another matter that could be settled now. Xiao Qin said, "It is settled, then. I still have some demonic cores with me. I wonder if Old Huang can help me appraise them and do some business." Old Huang smiled and said, "That is easy. Do you want to pawn them or sell them?" "Sell them." After Xiao Qin spoke, he poured out 3 large piles of demonic cores from his universe ring. The largest pile was rank 4 demonic cores, the smallest was rank 5, and the smallest was rank 6. The smile on Old Huang's face immediately froze. He was speechless. This was the so-called demonic core. A rough count gave him more than 3,000 demonic cores. With such a large number, the victorious chief pawnshop's annual business was probably only this much. The waiter at the side was completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I did not say anything to offend this person." When he thought about how he had been prepared to mock this person, he felt that he was really lucky. Xiao Qin said, "Old Huang, what's wrong? Is the number too large?" Old Huang recovered his wits and sighed, "It's not large at all. I will call the other appraisers. We will definitely give young Master Yi a specific number within an hour." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "There is no rush. It does not matter if I wait a little longer." After an hour, Old Huang walked over tiredly. He took out a stack of papers and said to Xiao Qin, "Young Master Yi, the attributes of every demonic core have been appraised. All of them have a specific price tag. Take a look and see if there is anything you would like to add." Xiao Qin received the stack of papers and looked at them carefully. He discovered that it was indeed as Old Huang said. Not only were the attributes of the demonic cores listed, even the corresponding demonic beasts were listed. Furthermore, the accuracy was almost 100%. Every demonic core had a valuation. Furthermore, the reason for the valuation was stated in detail. The appraiser of the victorious chief pawnshop was not simple at all. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Qin, overturning some of Xiao Chen's original concepts. For example, the demonic core of an inferior rank 4 demonic beast was valued even higher than a superior rank 5 demonic core. The reason was that the Heavenly Craft Manor had developed a new spirit weapon and was in urgent need of such demonic cores. There were many similar cases. The value of a demon core was not simply determined by its rank. This gave Xiaochen some inspiration. Finally, Xiaochen took a look at the total. All the demonic cores added together could be sold for 450,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. When Xiaochen saw the inferior-grade spirit stones, he frowned slightly. Honestly speaking, he did not have much use for inferior-grade spirit stones. Right now, he could only use them as currency. There was no use for ordinary cultivation. At most, it could be used to quickly recover essence when one's essence was slightly depleted. If Xiaochen depleted too much, he could only use medial-grade spirit stones. One medial-grade spirit stone would not be enough. When old Wang saw that something was wrong with Xiaochen's expression, he asked in a probing manner, "Young Master Yi, are you not satisfied with the price?" Xiaochen shook his head and said, "No, 450,000 inferior-grade spirit stones is already a very high price. However, I was wondering if I could exchange it for medial-grade spirit stones." When old Wang heard this, he muttered in a low voice, "It is not impossible. However, young Master Yi needs to think this through. Although inferior-grade spirit stones are no longer of much help to cultivators above medial-grade martial saint, they are still the basic currency of the continent. There will not be any devaluation." What old Wang said was not wrong. The auctions held in Shihe City also used inferior-grade spirit stones as the starting point. There should not be any major changes in other places. Old Wang continued, "If you use inferior-grade spirit stones to exchange for medial-grade spirit stones, you will be at a great disadvantage. Young Master, you should think this through carefully before making a decision." Old Wang continued, "If you use inferior-grade spirit stones to exchange for medial-grade spirit stones, you will be at a great disadvantage. Young Master, you should think this through carefully before making a decision." At the auction in Shihe City, Xiaochen had suffered such a disadvantage. For the sake of purchasing secret treasures, he had no choice but to use medial-grade spirit stones to exchange for inferior-grade spirit stones. If he had prepared a sufficient amount of inferior-grade spirit stones in advance, such a situation would not have happened. However, Xiaochen had an urgent need for medial-grade spirit stones. He felt that they would be of great use in the future. Now that he had the opportunity, he had to exchange them for medial-grade spirit stones. Xiaochen asked, "Name a number. How many medial-grade spirit stones can these 450,000 inferior-grade spirit stones be exchanged for?" Old Wang replied straightforwardly, "At most 3,000. This is a discounted price on the account that you are acquainted with Miss Feng. One medial-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit stones. If it was inferior-grade spirit stones for medial-grade spirit stones, or 200 inferior-grade spirit stones for one medial-grade spirit stone, one would be laughing up their sleeves." Hence, the price given by old Huang was indeed a discounted price. Furthermore, it was much more than what Xiaochen had expected. Xiaochen put down the white paper that introduced the demonic core. He smiled and said, "In that case, many thanks to old Huang. 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones was a very large sum." Xiaochen had to go through many procedures before he could truly obtain it. Xiaochen waited for another 4 hours before he finally managed to obtain all 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones. In addition to the 5,000-odd medial-grade spirit stones in the universe ring, Xiaochen now had a total of 8,000 medial-grade spirit stones. This was a horrifying amount of wealth. Xiaochen was more or less done with what he needed to do. All that was left was to wait until he saw Feng Feishua tomorrow. When Xiaochen pushed open the doors of the victorious chief pawn shop, the sky in the east was already turning bright. The light of dawn was about to break through the shackles of darkness. There were already some people on the streets. However, most of them were ordinary people doing business in the early days. There were no signs of cultivators. Xiaochen revealed a calm smile as he slowly walked to the inn he came from. His pace was neither fast nor slow. When he heard the various shouts of the ordinary people around him, his state of mind slowly calmed down. When Xiaochen arrived at the entrance of the inn, the light of dawn finally matched the night sky. A red sun appeared. Xiaochen stopped and looked up. The rising sun was as red as a pillar. However, it was not too hot. Only at this moment could an ordinary person look directly at the sun. Xiaochen entered deep thought. He was like this fiery morning sun. His future was bright, but he might not be able to truly emit the light of the blazing sun. However, it was filled with unknown factors. Since ancient times, there had been countless geniuses who died prematurely when the sun just rose, falling completely. The road ahead would be bumpy. He had to be careful. Just as Xiaochen was deep in thought, the waiter opened the doors of the inn. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and walked in under the waiter's astonished gaze. Strange, didn't this person not go out last night? Why did he come in again this morning? The waiter muttered as he looked at Xiaochen's back. After returning to his own room, Xiaochen washed up and went straight to his bed to cultivate. The Purple Thunder divine incantation had remained in the 5th layer for a long time. After the 3rd layer, it became increasingly difficult to cultivate the Purple Thunder divine incantation. However, with every layer, there would be a qualitative change in his strength. When he broke through to the 3rd layer, the Purple Thunder true fire became the origin flame. When he broke through to the 4th layer, the might of the Purple Thunder true fire increased by another level. The origin of thunder contained in it became purer and more condensed. Xiaochen did not know what kind of surprise he would receive when he broke through to the 5th layer. He hoped that when the time came, the amount and might of the Purple Thunder true fire would improve by another level. Xiaochen cultivated all the way until dusk. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his palm. He gathered all the purple electricity in the air due to his cultivation into his right hand, forming a ball of blazing purple flame. The purple flame slowly seeped into his palm and entered his body through the meridians in his arm. Finally, it gathered at the origin flame in his right eye. After not eating for a day, Xiaochen felt hungry. He prepared to go downstairs and have a feast. Dusk was always the most crowded and bustling time in any inn or restaurant. Xiaochen waited for a long time on the 2nd floor before he found an empty table by the window. Have you heard? Something big happened in Dongming province. It could be said to have shaken the entire Great Qin nation. While waiting for the food to be served, the discussions of some cultivators reached Xiaochen's ears. Another person laughed. How big can it be? Is it even more shocking than Xiaochen's battle with the noble clans a year ago? Xiaochen, that's all in the past. That person hasn't appeared for a year. I'm guessing that with the large families chasing after him, he's either left Great Qin or is hiding in the wilderness, hiding his identity. In the current Great Qin nation, there is no place for him to stay. Dongming province, the royal courts, Shihe province, and Nanling province are all hunting him down. That's true. Tell us, what happened? Someone asked with great interest. That's true. The person who spoke first took a sip of wine and said, a month ago, Duanmuking gathered the outstanding talents of the various lands. I believe you all know about this. According to reliable sources, they gathered for a dragon phoenix cauldron left behind by the Firely sect. Furthermore, they actually found this cauldron. In the end, a nameless brat from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion defeated the outstanding talents of the various lands and snatched the cauldron back. Is that true? The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a legendary item. To think it actually appeared, the others exclaimed in astonishment. When Xiaochen heard this, he frowned slightly. He thought to himself, it looks like the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a hot potato. I will probably feel some pressure when I return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Those people continued to chat, but Xiaochen had no interest in listening. After he finished his meal, he returned to his room to cultivate. Time passed very quickly as Xiaochen cultivated. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, the sky had already turned dark. He opened the window and looked out. It was very dark outside, there were very few people walking on the streets. Xiaochen held his lunar shadow saber and silently leaped out, heading for the victorious chief pawn shop. He remembered that the last time he met Feng Feishue was in Dongming City as well. It seemed like the two of them had a special fate in Dongming City. Xiaochen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art with all his might. In a short while, he arrived at the victorious chief pawn shop again. This time, it was different from last night. There was no strong aura staring at him. The moment Xiaochen walked up the bronze steps, the doors opened. Old Huang smiled from behind the doors. "Young Master Yi, please follow me. Miss Feng has been waiting for a long time." Xiaochen nodded gently and followed Old Huang to the guest room on the top floor of the victorious chief pawn shop. When they arrived at the door, Old Huang tactfully left. Chapter 332. After calming himself down, Xiaochen gently pushed open the door. The instant the door opened, he immediately saw Feng Feishue, dressed in men's clothing, holding a folding fan in her hand. She seemed to be the same as before, without any changes. Her aura was the same as before. Her fine black hair was tied up, and the men's clothing made her pretty face look very different. She was elegant, and her aura was outstanding. After sensing for a while, Xiaochen discovered that Feng Feishue's cultivation was still a peak superior grade martial saint. This surprised him. Feng Feishue had a gentle smile on her face. When Xiaochen was sizing her up, she also carefully observed Xiaochen. When Feng Feishue saw Xiaochen again, she felt that his aura was even more reserved. Furthermore, there was an additional aura that she could not understand, making him seem somewhat mysterious. The two of them came to the table and sat across from each other. Feng Feishue picked up the teacups on the table and poured a cup of tea for Xiaochen. She smiled softly and said, "It has been a long time. Your strength has increased again. Congratulations." Xiaochen received the teacup and took a sip. Then, he continued the topic, "You are the one that shocked me. After running around the continent, your cultivation is still higher than mine." Feng Feishue smiled faintly and poured herself a cup of tea. Then, she changed the topic, "This is the first time you are in such a rush to look for me. I rushed over from the imperial capital overnight. Is something the matter?" There were too many things Xiaochen wanted to ask Feng Feishue. Now that she was in front of him, he did not know where to start. Xiaochen put down the teacup and organized his thoughts before saying, "I might have to leave the great Qin nation soon. A few months ago, you asked you to bring me to the imperial capital. Can you tell me why? If I can help you, I will do my best. However, if I leave the great Qin nation, I might not be able to return for some time." Feng Feishue smiled faintly and felt warmth in her heart. She did not expect that when Xiaochen was preparing to leave the great Qin nation, he would still remember the promise he made to her. "Indeed, with your strength, it would be good for you to go out and train. However, you do not have to worry about my promise. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will find you immediately," Feng Feishue said softly. It looked like Feng Feishue was still unwilling to tell him her secret. "So be it," Xiaochen did not force her. He continued asking, "Cousin Yulan, how are things in the heavenly Qin school?" When Feng Feishue heard Xiao Yulan's name, a complicated expression flashed in her eyes. She said, "She received your flowing light flower and is currently cultivating with all her might. She is very strict with herself, and the talent she displayed is extremely high. Currently, one of the seniors in the heavenly Qin school has already accepted her as a disciple." Hearing that the other party was fine, Xiaochen relaxed slightly. The two of them chatted for a long time before Xiaochen mentioned the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Feng Feishue hesitated for a while before saying apologetically, the Feng clan does indeed have a method to refine secret treasures. However, only the clan head knows such a top-notch secret. I do not know it myself. This caused Xiao Qin to be somewhat surprised. However, when he thought about it, it was indeed so. If a clan really grasped the method to refine secret treasures, then the strength of the clan would definitely soar. Such an important secret was usually held in the hands of the clan head. Otherwise, if it was leaked, the consequences would be dire. As for whether there were other reasons, or if Feng Feishue had her own difficulties, Xiao Qin did not care. He did not like to force others. Furthermore, Feng Feishue had already helped him enough. Just the heaven-ranked movement technique, the blue dragon cloud soaring art, had saved his life several times at crucial moments. It was more valuable than a priceless treasure. What else was there to ask for? Feng Feishue said, I am really sorry about this. However, when you hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron over to the Feng clan, I can pay you daily. 10 medial-grade spirit stones every day, until you take the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Qin waved his hand and said, please don't say that. Just treat it as if it's in your Feng clan. To me, it would be a hot potato. To Xiao Qin, this was indeed the case. If he could store it in his universe ring, it would be fine. However, if he could not, it would be very inconvenient. The two of them chatted for a long time. Feng Feishue told Xiao Qin about the experts she saw in the various countries and the strange martial techniques. This broadened Xiao Qin's horizons, causing him to look forward to it. In the end, just as they were about to leave, Xiao Qin could not help but ask a question in his heart. He said, Feng Feishue, actually, I have always wanted to ask, why are you so good to me? The first time they met, she gave him a blue dragon medicine cauldron. The second time they met, she invited him to enter the Heavenly Qin school. The third time they met, she gave him a heaven-ranked martial technique. After that, he created a great calamity. She helped him take care of the Xiao clan, resolving his worries. After that, she asked you to invite him to join the Imperial Dragon Legion. She wanted to help him recover his true body and live a normal life. All of this was a great favor. Feng Feishue helped him without any conditions, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of doubt. In this world, there was no such thing as love without reason, nor was there any such thing as hatred without reason. Someone must have planted the seed of karma. Feng Feishue's pretty face was slightly stunned. However, she was not too shocked. She had already expected this question from Xiao Qin. Seeing the determination in Xiao Qin's pitch-black eyes, Feng Feishue's pretty face revealed some melancholy. Helping you is the same as helping myself. As for the exact reason, it is not convenient for me to tell you now. When you and I can truly decide our own fates, the answer will automatically come to light. It seemed like Feng Feishue still did not want to tell him the reason, the secret of the disappearance of the blue dragon martial spirit, and why Xiao Zhan chased her out of the clan. These were the secrets that had troubled Xiao Qin for a long time. It seemed like it would be difficult to get answers from Feng Feishue. What did she mean by truly deciding our own fates? Could it be that Xiao Qin and Feng Feishue's fates were not in his hands now? Seeing the silent Xiao Qin, Feng Feishue said softly, if you really want to know, you can make a trip to the imperial capital. However, I hope that before you go, you will have absolute strength. Otherwise, your fate will be completely controlled by others. As the last inheritor of the blue dragon martial spirit, your existence implicates the interests of too many people. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every step you take is filled with danger. Back then, when your father chased you out of the Xiao clan, one of the main reasons was because of the benefits involved. He could not bear it, the entire Xiao clan could not bear it. All you can do is become stronger, there is no other way. Feng Feishue's words caused Xiao Qin to feel a headache. She was talking about the existence of the blue dragon martial spirit. Xiao Chen had a vague guess in his heart. Perhaps the energy that the blue dragon martial spirit carried was far greater than he imagined. However, he did not dare to think too deeply about it. He even purposely downplayed the connection between himself and the blue dragon martial spirit. This was because the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He was just a transmigrator. There was no need for him to be involved in so many schemes. He only wanted to live for himself, to be more simple, to slowly walk the path of cultivation, to reach the peak step by step. However, Feng Feishue's words confirmed some of Xiao Chen's guesses. From the day he awakened the blue dragon martial spirit, whether he was active or passive, willing or unwilling, he was already implicated in certain matters. No matter how he tried to avoid it, he could not avoid it. Picking up the teacup, Xiao Chen drained it in one gulp. He placed the teacup heavily on the wooden table and calmed himself down. He said, "No matter what the truth is, I am living for myself and the people I care about. In the end, my fate is something that I have to fight for myself. I am indebted to you. If I want to repay you in the future, I will not hesitate to do so. I will take my leave first." After Xiao Chen spoke, he directly left this place. Feng Feishue looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure with an astonished expression on her face. After a long time, a secret door outside the hall opened. A beautiful woman wearing red robes appeared in the hall. The beautiful woman had an elegant aura. She was about 30 years old, but her exquisite face made her look like she was only 18 or 19. Time did not seem to have left any traces on her face. If one looked carefully, they might discover that Xiao Chen bore some resemblance to this woman. When Feng Feishue saw the beautiful woman, she said softly, "Aunt, he is right in front of you. Are you not going to come out and meet him?" The beautiful woman revealed a trace of sorrow in her eyes. The corners of her eyes seemed to be moist. She said softly, "There is no need. I owe him too much. I am already satisfied just to hear his voice." Feng Feishue went to the window of the tall building and looked out. She saw Xiao Chen turning into a purple beam of light and flying away quickly. She said indifferently, "I believe that he is the person I am waiting for. I will do my best to fight against the decision of my father and the elders' assembly. The promise that has lasted for 1,000 years must be passed down." There was still a sentence in her heart that she did not say out loud. It was as Xiao Chen said, "In the end, fate is something that you have to fight for yourself." The woman that Feng Feishue referred to as her aunt looked at Feng Feishue and seemed to think of herself in the past. She sighed in her heart. After leaving the victorious chief pawn shop, Xiao Chen rested in an inn for 2 days. Then, he started to complete the remaining Black Sect missions. During the missions, he heard Feng Feishue spread the news that the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was already in the hands of the Feng clan and that people were welcome to come and take a look. When Xiao Chen first heard this news, he was slightly stunned. However, he quickly figured it out. Feng Feishue was trying to divert everyone's attention from Xiao Chen. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was like the eye of a storm. It attracted the attention of many powers. No matter where Xiao Chen went, his Dragon Phoenix Cauldron would attract attention. Of course, it would be attention with malicious intent. Unless he delivered the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he would be protected by a strong power. By doing this, Feng Feishue had done Xiao Chen a great favor. 1 month later, Xiao Chen completed all the high-ranked missions he had received. He started his journey back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Without the restrictions of missions, he rushed back at full speed. He returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in half a month. Then, Xiao Chen headed straight for the Hall of Contributions on the Heaven Viewing platform. On the second floor of the Hall of Contributions, the person in charge of accepting missions verified the mission contracts that Xiao Chen handed over one by one. "You completed all the Black Sect missions in 3 months. I did not expect you to actually do it," the person in charge of the Hall of Contributions said in astonishment after he checked the contracts. Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not say anything. These high-ranked missions were all made after careful consideration. Without absolute confidence, Xiaochen would not accept so many high-ranked missions in one go. Chapter 333. There is a total of 30,000 contribution points. Take a look, that person said enviously. 30,000 contribution points were obtained by one person at the same time. This was the first time he had seen such a thing in his many years as an administrator. Xiaochen received it calmly and gave his thanks. The administrator behind him said, "Yi Chen, the first elder said that after you return, you should find some time to look for him." Xiaochen stopped and turned around. He asked, "Is it urgent?" That administrator said, "Not really. He specifically instructed you to go if you have time. If you don't, then forget it." As that administrator spoke, he looked at Xiaochen enviously. It had to be known that the first elder was now the person in charge of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He had never seen the first elder so polite to anyone before. It could only be said that Xiaochen's potential was too high. Xiaochen nodded gently and left. He could roughly guess why the first elder was looking for him. However, since it was not urgent, he would put it aside for now. After the mission handover was completed, Xiaochen immediately rushed to Qingyun Peak. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, that was the only place that gave him a sense of belonging. As Xiaochen slowly walked up the long steps of Qingyun Peak, he looked at the familiar scenery around him. He felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. When Bai, who was in the spirit blood jade, felt its surroundings, it immediately came out. It jumped onto Xiaochen's shoulder and stretched its limbs. It looked extremely cute. "Big brother Yi Chen, when did you return?" Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, who were preparing to go down the mountain, suddenly saw Xiaochen's figure. The two of them ran over joyfully. Bai was very familiar with Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng. When it saw the two of them, it immediately stood up on Xiaochen's shoulder and greeted them with a yi-yi-yi sound. This made the two of them laugh. Xiaochen smiled helplessly and carried Bai down. He nodded and smiled, "I just returned not long ago. How are elder sister Ryua's injuries?" Xiaomeng was playing with Bai. When she heard Xiaochen's question, she looked up and said with a smile, "You will know when you see it yourself. There will be a surprise. Xiao Yang and I are going down the mountain." Based on Xiaomeng's tone, it seemed like the injuries to Lu Ryua's meridians were completely healed. However, Xiaochen found it strange what the so-called surprise was. Xiao Yang, who was at the side, smiled and said, "Big brother Yi Chen, go quickly. When elder sister Ryua sees you, she will definitely be happy. Elder sister Ryua has been in the dueling grounds for the past few days." Xiaochen nodded lightly. After bidding farewell to the two of them, he quickened his pace and flew towards the training ground. Before Xiaochen got close to the training ground, he felt a strong aura. Furthermore, Xiaochen was very familiar with this aura. Xiaochen stopped outside the training ground and muttered, "This is the aura of a martial king. Furthermore, it is very pure. Did elder sister Ryua break through?" It seemed like it. Lu Ryua was only a step away from becoming a martial king for a long time. Now that she obtained the tendon refining flower and was reborn, she should have broken through. Furthermore, this experience would probably allow her to advance to peak inferior grade martial king. Even some of the veteran martial kings would not be a match for her. For a long time, one of the main reasons why no one came to Qingyun Peak was because there were no martial kings holding down the fort. Now, it looked like this was a thing of the past. Xiaochen felt joy from the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to enter the dueling grounds. Boom! 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 In the training field, a series of powerful auras exploded continuously. Lu Suifeng and Lu Ryua were exchanging moves in the dueling grounds. However, Lu Suifeng looked rather miserable. Rather than exchanging moves, he was more like a sandbag. Elder sister, you don't have to be so ruthless. I am your younger brother, Lu Suifeng begged as he dodged Lu Ryue's attacks. Bang! Lu Ryue said calmly, an unpolished jade is worthless. If you cannot even endure this little bit of hardship, how can I hand Qingyun Peak over to you in the future? Lu Ryue swung her scabbard and knocked away Lu Suifeng's saber. The scabbard struck Lu Suifeng's wrist heavily, causing him to cry out in pain. Lu Suifeng glanced around and suddenly saw Xiaoqin outside the training ground. His eyes lit up and he quickly called out joyfully, Elder sister, Yi Qin is here. Can you stop now? Lu Ryue directly struck Lu Suifeng's chest. She smiled faintly, using this move to trick me into slacking off again. It is no longer effective. Lu Suifeng was in so much pain that he could not breathe properly. He coughed a few times and said, Elder sister, it's true. Look outside. Although Lu Ryue did not believe it, she could not help but turn her head to look. She immediately saw a calm Xiaoqin outside the training ground. She immediately stopped what she was doing. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to quickly leave the battlefield and rush towards Xiaoqin. Yi Qin, you finally came back. If you still did not come back, I would have been beaten to death by my elder sister, Lu Suifeng said bitterly as he patted Xiaoqin's shoulder. Xiaoqin was knocked back 3 days by Lu Suifeng's palm strike. He had thoroughly experienced Lu Suifeng's enthusiasm. He stood firmly and smiled gently, you should be rejoicing. Look at this palm strike, your strength has clearly increased significantly. Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly. Then he said mysteriously, it's just a so-so. Compared to you, I am much weaker. I will be leaving first. You will have a pleasant surprise later. Xiaoqin found this strange. Why is everyone talking about a pleasant surprise? What exactly is the pleasant surprise? Lu Ryue gently leaped down from the dueling grounds arena. Her tight red robes accentuated her graceful figure as she walked over to Xiaoqin. Lu Ryue's flirtatious face had a trace of shyness. Her expression seemed to be somewhat nervous. However, she seemed to have made up her mind and quickly walked over to Xiaoqin. Bo! Before Xiaoqin could react, Lu Ryue's tender red lips quickly pecked his lips. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and she quickly retreated. Outside the dueling grounds, Lu Suifeng, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Meng, who had already agreed to leave, all appeared together. They stared at this scene without blinking. Haha, my elder sister is really bold. However, she did what she said. I like it. Lu Suifeng laughed loudly at the side. Xiao Meng giggled and said, however, it seems like she did not have much experience. That was it. Xiao Yang smiled and said, haha, she did not have any experience in the first place. The only time was when big brother Yi Qin took the initiative. We can leave now. If we don't, elder sister Ryue will go berserk. Behind the three of them, Bai looked at the two of them strangely. His large eyes were filled with doubt. The moment Xiao Yang spoke, Lu Suifeng and Xiao Meng immediately reacted. Xiao Meng held on to Bai and quickly retreated. Is this the so-called pleasant surprise? Xiaoqin muttered to himself. His delicate face blushed slightly, he did not know what to do. Although this was not the first time he kissed Lu Ryue, the last time they kissed was passively. However, previously, the two of them were passive. This time, it was different. This time, Lu Ryue was the one taking the initiative. Xiaoqian's heart, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, had a slight ripple. He asked with some difficulty, elder sister Ryue, what are you doing? Lu Ryue originally had a bashful expression. However, when she saw Xiaoqin in such a predicament, she felt happy instead. She laughed loudly and said, this is a reward for you. Thank you for the tendon refining flower. If not for the tendon refining flower, I would be a cripple. I would not have broken through to Martial King. Just thanks. Xiaochen felt slightly disappointed in his heart. He said softly, that is what I should do. It was a coincidence that I obtained the tendon refining flower. This fellow really does not know how to speak, Lu Riyue thought gloomily to herself. Never mind, his wooden character cannot be changed. Lu Riyue held on to Xiaochen's hand and said softly, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll bring you to see something. Xiaochen followed, feeling suspicious. When they arrived at a corner of the dueling grounds, Lu Riyue let go of Xiaochen's hand and said, this is it. Take a look. Ancient sabers were stabbed into the ground. The sabers contained a vigorous and ancient aura. Over 1,000 ancient sabers were arranged in a mysterious and complicated formation. The ancient aura on the sabers merged together. Xiaochen stood in front and closed his eyes to feel it. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses charging at him with a surging killing chi. Kill. 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 The red throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. Xiaochen opened his eyes and said in astonishment, this is a miniature ancient absolute saber formation. However, why does it feel different from before? The ancient aura is even denser. The killing chi contained in it is on a completely different level from before. Lu Riyue revealed a satisfied smile, you guessed right. Every saber here has a history of more than 10,000 years. They are true ancient weapons. This ancient absolute saber formation will definitely help you comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiaochen was very moved. For Lu Riyue to be able to find such ancient weapons, she must have put in a lot of effort. Xiaochen knew from Lu Suifeng that Lu Riyue owed Lu Chen a favor for the ancient weapons she borrowed in the past. This time, in order to obtain so many ancient weapons, she must have spent a lot more than before. Actually, Lu Riyue knew that once she comprehended listening to the sword and communicating with it, it would be time for her to leave Qingyun Peak. However, Lu Riyue still helped him without hesitation. This kindness was something Xiaochen found hard to accept. Xiaochen said sincerely, Riyue, thank you. I promise you that no matter what, I will help Qingyun Peak obtain the first rank in the Inner Disciple ranking competition. The Inner Disciple ranking competition was the last thing that Xiaochen wanted to do for Qingyun Peak while he was in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could only do this to help Lu Riyue recover Qingyun Peak. A look of astonishment flashed on Lu Riyue's face. She did not hear what Xiaochen said at the end. There was a look of pleasant surprise on her flirtatious face as she said, what did you call me? Xiaochen suddenly understood, sorry, I said the wrong thing, elder sister Riyue. Lu Riyue giggled and said, hey, am I that scary? Why are you apologizing? You did not say anything wrong. I will allow you to call me Riyue in the future. Remember, you are not allowed to change the way you address me. Xiaochen felt somewhat embarrassed as he said, got it. Elder sister Riyue, no, it's Riyue. Xiaochen accidentally said it again. When he saw Lu Riyue's expression change, he quickly rushed over. Only then did Lu Riyue smile in satisfaction. Chapter 334. You have just returned from a long journey. Go and rest in the ancient absolute saber formation and give it a try, Lu Riyue suggested. Xiaochen thought about it and agreed. This strengthened version of the ancient absolute saber formation would definitely have an additional risk compared to the previous one. He was not fully prepared for it yet. It would be good to rest for a day before giving it a try. Xiaochen took his leave and headed to his courtyard. The courtyard was very clean and tidy. The fallen leaves were swept to the side. The stone table was also spotless. It was clear that during the time Xiaochen was away, someone came to clean the courtyard frequently. Xiaochen sat at the stone table absent-mindedly. When he walked out of the dueling grounds, he felt that his mind had not calmed down. Earlier, he had only forcefully suppressed his emotions in front of Lu Riyue. Now, he could no longer hold it in and let it all erupt. He had never been in such a state before. If it was in the past, he would definitely use the time before the sky turned dark and not waste it at all on cultivation. He would definitely not be like this now, sitting in the courtyard and letting his thoughts run wild. Actually, ever since the last time Lu Riyue was injured and her mind was in a mess, Xiaochen already had a vague feeling that Lu Riyue had unknowingly taken up a very important position in his heart. When did this feeling start? Xiaochen himself was not clear. Perhaps it started when Lu Riyue blocked Song Kei's attack for him. Actually, he had already unknowingly fallen into that kiss. After that, he unknowingly fell even deeper. However, he was engrossed in cultivation and neglected it. Or perhaps it could be said that he purposely ignored the truest feelings in his heart. Only when Lu Riyue was injured did it erupt with such intensity. Her pain was like hitting him, causing him to be unable to calm down. Night slowly descended. There was no moon tonight, only a sky full of stars, flickering with starlight. Xiaochen sat alone in the courtyard for a long time. Lu Riyue's kiss during the day disturbed Xiaochen's mind once again. It was even more intense than when Lu Riyue was injured. This was an uncontrollable longing. At this moment, Xiaochen's mind was filled with Lu Riyue's figure. That calm kiss seemed to linger on his lips. Xiaochen did his best to calm his thoughts. He looked at the starlight filling the sky and took a deep breath. He leaped into the air and flew over the wall, heading for Lu Riyue's independent courtyard. Xiaochen moved like a flood dragon. His speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stopped on a big tree outside Lu Riyue's courtyard. A series of soft shouts came from the courtyard. Xiaochen's eyes were like lightning. With the help of the weak starlight, he could clearly see the situation in the courtyard. It was already late at night, but Lu Riyue did not feel sleepy. She was focused on practicing a set of saber techniques. A strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Sharp saber chi spread out in all directions. However, with Xiaochen's eyes, he could tell that Lu Riyue's mental state was somewhat unstable. As a result, her saber techniques were full of openings. If she fought an enemy like this, there would be serious consequences. Xiaochen watched quietly as Lu Riyue practiced her saber techniques in the courtyard. He revealed a faint smile on his face and slowly calmed down. After an hour, Xiaochen quietly descended from the tree and headed for his courtyard. Xiaochen already had an answer to the hazy feelings in his heart. However, he did not have any confidence in how to proceed. Perhaps it was better this way. Wang. Wang. Just at this moment, the spirit blood jade in front of his chest suddenly trembled. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He said in surprise, "What happened to Bai? Why is the spirit blood cloud pulsating so intensely?" The warning from the spirit blood jade startled Xiaochen. The spirit blood jade was the link between Xiaochen and Bai. It would only give a warning when one of them was in grave danger. Xiaochen activated the windwalk shoes and raised his speed to the limit. Then, he rushed in the direction that he sensed. After a while, Xiaochen had already left the range of Qingyun Peak. However, the place that he sensed was still some distance away. Xiaochen stopped in a lush forest. Xiaochen was no stranger to this forest. Normally, when Xiaochen practiced or tested out new martial techniques, he would choose this place. Because this place was very desolate and Qingyun Peak had very few people, no matter how big of a commotion he made, no one would discover him. Since Bai came here, she was definitely not ambushed. Xiaochen slowly calmed down. However, the spirit blood jade pulsated even more intensely. What happened this time? Xiaochen frowned. He could not figure it out. Could it be that I killed myself? Boom. Boom. A huge energy fluctuation spread out. Xiao Chen's speed increased again. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light in the dark forest. The light caused the forest to flicker between bright and dark. A horrifying energy fluctuation spread out in the air. A strong wind blew, causing the trees to sway left and right. Countless leaves flew around and dust filled the air. Xiao Chen gathered his essence in front of him and the falling leaves and dust exploded into powder. There seemed to be a storm in the middle of the forest. It kicked up a strong wind and gave off a shocking energy fluctuation. What exactly is going on? This energy fluctuation has already reached the boundary of a rank 7 spirit beast. Furthermore, it is still increasing. Xiao Chen thought to himself. No matter what, he had to hurry over to understand something. So. Xiao Chen pierced through the forest like an arrow. He could not be bothered to avoid some of the trees blocking his way. He simply punched them to pieces. Xiao Chen used brute force to carve a path through the dense forest. The spirit blood jade in front of Xiao Chen's chest started to give off a bright scarlet light. He felt a warm sensation on his chest. It was frighteningly hot. Hoochie! Hoochie! After a while, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the center of the storm. Bai's entire body was snow-white. At this moment, her entire body was flickering with a jade-like luster. There was a weak figure reflected in her body. That figure was struggling non-stop, as though it was enduring some kind of immense pain. Under the illumination of the starlight, she gave off a different kind of brilliance. She was very beautiful. Energy ripples danced in the air around her, looking like crystalline ribbons. As the ribbons danced, a gust of wind surged out, forming a ferocious whirlwind that spread through the forest. When Xiao Chen saw all this, he was completely stunned. He said in disbelief, "This is shape-shifting." Could it be that when she sneaked out at night in the past, she was trying to shape-shift? This is too dangerous. Bai's cultivation realm was not high enough. Normally, shape-shifting spirit beasts would only attempt it after they reached rank 8. A rank 8 spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial monarch. Furthermore, the success rate was only about 50%. Normally, only those that had gained intelligence would choose to shape-shift. To spirit beasts, shape-shifting was a great opportunity. However, this opportunity was accompanied by boundless danger. What an idiot! She is too reckless. If I had known this would happen, I would not have passed the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation to her. Xiao Chen said somewhat vexedly. If not for the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation, Bai would not have risked her life to try. Unfortunately, it was already at a crucial moment. It was too late to stop it. That would only cause the shape-shifting to fail and turn Bai to dust. Boom! 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 As Xiao Chen was thinking, resplendent pillars of light came from Bai's body. The horrifying energy ripples swept over, turning the surrounding trees into dust. Bang! Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike and shattered the energy ripples flying at him. However, just as he shattered one, a few more flickering pillars of light surged over with a surging torrent. The attack of a peak rank 7 demonic beast was simply too strong. Xiao Chen had no choice but to retreat a few hundred meters. Then, he soared into the air and landed on the top of a tree. Unexpectedly, the shape-shifting of a spirit beast would attract such intense energy fluctuations. Furthermore, Bai was only a rank 6 spirit beast. If it was a true rank 8 spirit beast that shape-shifted, how horrifying would the energy be? Xiao Chen stared at Bai, who was in the pillar of light. His heart filled with worry. With such strong energy, if he was not careful, he would be crushed to death. The resplendent pillar of light soared into the sky and shone for a long time. The surrounding spiritual energy flew towards Bai like rain. In the end, the spiritual energy became too dense. Countless specks of starlight floated in the air. These specks of starlight were all made of spiritual energy. The densely packed specks of starlight sparkled in the dark night like gorgeous stars. The tiny human figure in Bai's jade-like skin slowly became clearer as spiritual energy poured in. Now, it only lacked the final step, accepting the baptism of heaven and earth before it could truly shape-shift. The so-called baptism of heaven and earth was, to put it bluntly, a punishment from the heavenly Daoist. This step was also the most dangerous one. Spirit beasts and humans were completely unrelated species created by the heavenly Daoist. Regardless of whether a human wanted to become a spirit beast or a spirit beast wanted to become a human, it was a huge challenge to the heavenly Daoist. If he could survive the fight against the heavenly Dao, not only would he be able to transform successfully, moreover, he could even steal a trace of the heavenly Dao and obtain karmic luck, allowing him to have unlimited potential in the future. Xianxia looked up and saw the boundless clouds churning in the sky. Thunder rumbled. The baptism of the heavenly Daoist was already brewing. The beautiful human figure in Bai's body seemed to sense the might of the heavenly Daoist. She sat down cross-legged and silently circulated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation technique. A thin golden halo appeared around Bai's body, giving her jade-like body a dignified and sacred feeling. Xianxia frowned heavily as he looked at the increasingly horrifying electric might and pressure accumulating. His heart slowly leaped to his throat, he felt incredibly nervous. Boom! The continuously accumulating lightning might finally reached a critical point. Then, it exploded. A silver snake tore through the sky, heading straight for Bai. When the berserk lightning struck the golden halo, it gave off a loud sound. Countless specks of dust flew up from the surrounding ground and filled the air in an instant, completely obscuring Xianxia's vision. The ground started to tremble. The tree that Xianxia was on shook violently. Chapter 335. Xianxia stood at the top of the tree. His body moved along with it, as though he would be flung off in the next moment. However, he maintained a delicate balance and remained standing at the top of the tree, not getting flung off. Boom! 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 Bolts of surging lightning struck down endlessly, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. It was like the lightning was going to shatter space. This light illuminated the pitch-black night in the forest. Nothing must happen to him. Xianxia prayed. The lightning seemed to strike Xianxia's heart, making him extremely anxious. Under the baptism of the heavenly Dao, Xianxia did not dare to release his spiritual sense. Otherwise, if the heavenly Dao detected it, he might receive an even harsher punishment. Dust filled the sky, blocking Xianxia's vision. Occasionally, lightning fell from the sky, as though it would never end. Hu-chi! Xianxia sent out a sharp palm wind. The palm wind was as sharp as a saber. It cut through the dust filling the sky, revealing a crack that extended towards Bai, who was in the center of the dust cloud. The crack only existed for an instant before it mended. Xianxia's eyes were like lightning. In this fleeting moment, he finally saw Bai's figure. Under the baptism of the lightning, that golden halo became even brighter. The divine and dignified aura deterred others from looking directly at it. Fortunately, I can hold on for a while longer, and I will pass. After all, the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation is an immortal-grade cultivation technique of the fiend race. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning roared for a while before it completely quieted down. However, the boundless clouds in the sky had not dissipated yet. It was like the calm before the storm. The air in the forest stopped flowing in an instant. The dust filling the sky seemed to freeze, not moving at all. A heavy atmosphere spread out in the forest, making breathing difficult. It felt like a huge rock was blocking one's chest. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xiaochen held his breath as he looked at the rumbling thunderclouds in the sky. He muttered to himself, "This should be the last one. I hope nothing goes wrong." Right after Xiaochen said that, a golden light exploded in the horizon. The boundless dark clouds looked boundlessly resplendent under the illumination of the golden light. A golden bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. It was like a golden javelin piercing through the obstruction of space. It descended from the sky and landed on Bai's head. The boundless golden light exploded, and Xiaochen felt a piercing pain in his eyes. After a while, he was temporarily blinded. Everything in front of him was pitch black, and he completely lost all light. The unending shockwave struck Xiaochen's body, causing him to sway unsteadily in the air before he fell heavily to the ground. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense and his surroundings appeared in his mind. Then, he flipped in the air and landed firmly on the ground. I was too careless. The golden lightning is probably one of the highest grades of lightning. Even a martial monarch would not dare to look at it directly, Xiaochen thought to himself. He had to get rid of the lightning in his eyes as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might leave behind a hidden injury that might cause permanent damage to his eyes. Xiaochen sat cross-legged. Purple essence flowed through his meridians and into his eyes, carefully expelling the remnant golden lightning in them. After a while, the lightning was completely gone. Xiaochen opened his eyes again, and his vision was restored. Slash! With a shout, Xiaochen rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the spot where the golden light had landed. The dust that filled the sky slowly dissipated. In the center of the dust, a perfect and flawless girl's body appeared in Xiaochen's vision without a single piece of clothing. The girl was only 14 or 15 years old. Her skin was as soft as snow, and her delicate facial features matched with her small oval face. She looked very delicate and cute. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her thick eyelashes cast two fan-shaped shadows on her cheeks. As she breathed, her eyelashes seemed to tremble like butterfly feathers. The girl looked like she was asleep. When Xiaochen felt the girl's aura of life, he heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a set of clothes from the universe ring and placed it on Bai's body. Xiaochen carried her in his embrace. Her soft and delicate body had the youthful and cute aura of a young girl. It would make one's heart tremble. Xiaochen took a deep breath and calmed the intense fire in his heart. This was a physiological reaction that all men would have. Xiaochen rushed back to his courtyard. After causing such a big commotion, it would be hard to avoid startling some people. He had to leave this place quickly. Xiaochen carried by and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He flew across the ground, and the scenery on both sides flashed past his vision. At some point in time, Bai, who was in Xiaochen's embrace, suddenly opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, there was a seductive air to her lovely face. The corners of her eyes curled up slightly, and her eyebrows reached her temples. This was a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. Her eyebrows were curved as she looked at Xiaochen's serious face. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, and her lips curled up into a faint smile. She looked down and focused on Xiaochen's thin lips. It seemed like she thought of something. Suddenly, Bai hooked her soft arms around Xiaochen's neck. Her red lips parted slightly, and her snow-white teeth bit down on Xiaochen's lips. The sudden change in the situation and the slight pain at the corner of his lips caused Xiaochen's essence to be disrupted. He nearly fell to the ground. At the critical moment, he quickly dispersed his essence before he could stabilize himself. Bai released her teeth and revealed a smile. Her face was filled with pride. A small trickle of blood appeared on Xiaochen's lips. It was the result of Bai biting his lower lip. In one day, he was forcefully kissed by two girls. Xiaochen did not know whether to laugh or cry. The expression on Xiao Chen's face affected the wound at the corner of his lips. It immediately caused Xiao Chen to suck in a breath of air in pain. This is not a normal kind of pain. Where did this girl learn this from? When Bai saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, she said suspiciously, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, what's wrong? You look like you are in pain. However, when elder sister Ryua kissed you, your expression was very comfortable. Could it be that Bai did something wrong? Perhaps it was because this was the first time she spoke, or perhaps it was because she saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, but Bai's immature voice sounded very timid and fearful. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. However, you did not learn from her properly. She only lightly tapped me, not bit me. However, Xiao Chen naturally said these words in his heart. It was not good for Xiao Chen to explain this to her directly. Furthermore, when facing the transformed Bai, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to get used to it. You are not wrong. However, you cannot casually do this to others. You can only do it to someone with a very close relationship, Xiao Chen said after thinking for a long time. Bai nodded. Her cute face revealed an understanding expression. She said in a melodious and immature voice, I know. Elder sister Ryua likes elder brother Xiao Chen, that's why she can do that. I also like elder brother Xiao Chen, that's why I can do that. Elder brother Xiao Yang also likes elder sister Xiao Mang. I often see him secretly kissing elder sister Xiao Mang. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. The more he explained, the more confused he became. However, he finally understood why Bai did it. She had just transformed into a human and she already knew so many strange things. So it turned out that she learned it from Xiao Mang. Xiao Chen was not good at this kind of topic. He could only smile embarrassedly and did not say anything more. He freed one hand and took out a pair of shoes from the universe ring. Since you are awake, you can walk by yourself. I'll give you a pair of shoes. In the future, you have to learn how to wear shoes. Bai hooked her arms around Xiao Chen's neck and squeezed herself in Xiao Chen's embrace. Her watery eyes were filled with doubt as she asked seriously, why? Elder brother Xiao Chen, didn't you often hug me in the past? In the future, you have to hug me as well. Bai likes it when you hug me. Can you stop moving around? Xiao Chen said depressedly in his heart. Bai was now wearing a simple robe. Most of her body was not covered properly. Most of her snow-white skin was exposed. She came into direct contact with Xiao Chen. The young girl's fiery body pressed tightly against Xiao Chen's chest. Her firm and soft breasts occasionally pressed against Xiao Chen's chest. To any man with a normal physiology, this would arouse the flames of desire in his heart. This was especially so for the girl before Xiao Chen. She did not know what kind of arousal her current actions would arouse in a man. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and worked hard for a long time before the blazing flame in his heart calmed down. After a while, he opened his eyes and said calmly, "All right, but you have to promise me not to move. Do you understand?" Bai nodded her head obediently. Bai will not move. Bai is very obedient. I will definitely not move. Xiao Chen put away the shoes that he took out and looked at Bai's pure face. That pair of soul-stirring eyes made him smile helplessly. Xiao Chen thought to himself, even if I don't move, she is still a fatal temptation. Unfortunately, this girl does not understand anything now. In the future, I cannot let her be with Xiao Mang. I have to teach her more. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art again and flew towards his courtyard. Not long after Xiao Chen and Bai Xiao left, two scarlet lights landed on the ground where Bai had transformed. These two people were wearing scarlet battle armor and scarlet cloaks. They had scarlet bloodsucker sabers at their waists and scarlet medallions on their belts. They were the Divine Saber Camp's commander and deputy commander. The two of them had grave and stern expressions. There was no focus in their eyes, it was chaotic. It seemed like there were countless aggrieved spirits in their eyes, letting out sorrowful cries. The two of them just stood there quietly and casually released their auras. The surrounding vegetation seemed to feel a horrifying killing intent. The grass bent over and prostrated itself on the ground, trembling. It was as though it was alive, feeling incomparable fear. The person on the right looked around, as though he had seen through everything. After a while, he said, "Big brother, it looks like that golden lightning did indeed come from here." The voice was somewhat hoarse, but it was very steady. The person who spoke was the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander, Shuiyan. The person who was addressed as Big Brother was the Divine Saber Camp's current commander, Shimaning. Shimaning closed his eyes and a red light that was invisible to the naked eye was emitted from his body. When the red light returned to his body, he said, "The golden lightning is indeed the might of the heavenly Daoist." For this person to be able to withstand such an intense might of the heavenly Daoist, he is no weaker than Murongchong. Chapter 336. Shuiyan said softly, "What does Big Brother mean?" Shimaning nodded and said, "Investigate this person's identity." "I want this person." Xiaochen carried by, enduring the physical friction and mental torture along the way. When they finally arrived at his courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was another problem. Although there were many rooms in this courtyard, Xiaochen had always been the only one staying there. Thus, there was only one room that could be used. The others were all empty, there were no suitable beds. If it were in the past, there would naturally be no problem. Xiaochen could sleep on the bed, and Bai could enter the spirit blood jade. Or, it would be fine if she slept beside Xiaochen. However, things were different now. Now that Bai had taken human form, it would be inhumane to lock her in the spirit blood jade. However, if he placed a pretty girl who did not know anything, who would occasionally tease Xiaochen, by his bed, Xiaochen would not be able to sleep. He would not even be able to calm down when he cultivated. It looked like he could only spend the night outside the courtyard. Xiaochen carried Bai into the room and placed her on the bed. He said, "You sleep first, I'm going to cultivate." Bai burrowed into the blanket and stretched her body. She looked at Xiaochen with her large, watery eyes. She said in a melodious voice, "Elder brother Xiaochen, come quickly. Let's sleep together." As Xiaochen looked at the innocent and serious Xiao Bai, who seemed to take it for granted, he revealed an extremely conflicted expression. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence, "Bai, you have already taken human form. There are some things that you cannot do as casually as before. If a man and a woman are not lovers, they cannot sleep together. Do you understand?" Bai revealed a pondering expression on her delicate and cute face. Her little head was doing its best to digest Xiaochen's words. She seemed to understand and not understand at the same time. When Xiaochen saw her expression, he felt that she was really like a little girl, ignorant and lovable. Tenderness rose in his heart. He knew that some things could not be rushed. He had to teach her slowly. "Listen to me and sleep early. I'm going to the courtyard to cultivate. Don't think too much about it. Just take it slow," Xiaochen said softly. Bai nodded lightly and said, "I'll listen to you and go to bed first. However, if brother Xiaochen is tired at night, you can also come and sleep." Xiaochen smiled gently and didn't say anything more. He immediately closed the door gently. He turned around and raised his head to look at the sky full of stars. He thought back to when he had first obtained Bai and how the mature six-tailed spirit fox had protected Bai without any regard for its life. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. For the first time, he felt a tinge of regret for what he had done. "No matter what, since I have snatched away the love of your life, I will do my best to ensure that she does not suffer any harm." Xiaochen looked at the starry sky with a calm expression as he made his promise. It was already late at night. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on a rock in the courtyard. As the cool and tranquil night breeze blew, Xiaochen's restless heart slowly calmed down. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated slowly. Spiritual energy flowed over like water. The spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain could not be compared to the spiritual energy at the top of the mountain. If he left the heavenly saber pavilion in the future and wanted to find such a good place to cultivate again, it would be very difficult. Xiaochen wanted to cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation to the 6th layer before he left. As he cultivated, time flew by quickly. The stars in the sky slowly dispersed and a faint light gradually appeared on the horizon. Dawn was coming soon. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiaochen's face, Xiaochen opened his tightly shut eyes. A bright light flashed in them. Xiaochen saw that Bai had woken up at some point in time. She had one hand on the stone table and was looking at him in a daze. With a flip of his palm, Xiaochen absorbed the surrounding purple electricity into his body. He got up and walked over to Bai. He smiled faintly and said, "When did you wake up? Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Bai slowly stood up and said, "I woke up very early. From today onwards, I will be a man, so I cannot be lazy anymore." The instant Bai stood up, Xiaochen suddenly discovered that she was still wearing the robes that he had given her yesterday. Furthermore, it was just draped over her shoulders. When Xiaochen stood up, his chest revealed a large patch of snow-white skin. He blushed slightly. It was not very obvious at night. However, it was currently daytime. It was not very appropriate. Xiaochen recalled that there seemed to be a set of clothes in his universe ring. It was a set of clothes that he had bought for his maidservant Bauer in the past. Bauer's figure was about the same as Bai's. It should fit her well. Xiaochen searched the universe ring with his spiritual sense and finally found it. He quickly took it out. "Wear these clothes first. In the future, you have to dress up neatly when you go out." Xiaochen handed the clothes to Bai. Then, he looked at her smooth feet and said, "Also, remember to wear shoes." Bai received the clothes happily. However, after measuring them repeatedly, her delicate face revealed a distressed expression. She said, "However, I do not know how to wear them. Elder brother Xiaochen, please help Bai wear them." Bai asked with anticipation in her eyes. Xiaochen took a deep breath. There were some things that he had to harden his heart. Bai was already a normal girl. She had to learn these things. You have to learn this. You cannot rely on anyone's help. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to go out, Xiaochen said sullenly. Bai looked at Xiaochen's serious expression and nodded seriously. She said, "Bai is very smart. Elder brother Xiaochen, don't worry. I will definitely learn it." Xiaochen nodded and smiled. "In that case, go quickly. Put on your clothes, I will bring you out." As Xiaochen watched Xiao Bai pick up the clothes and head for his room, he revealed a grave expression. How should he explain Xiao Bai's identity to the others? This would be problematic. However, he could still trust the people of Qingyun Peak. He would just tell them directly. He could not lock Bai up in the courtyard forever. Sooner or later, she would have to go out and see others. Xiaochen took out some breakfast from the universe ring. He sat at the stone table and ate unhurriedly. After a while, the door opened with a creak. Xiaochen put down the teacup in his hand and looked back. His eyes lit up. He saw Bai wearing a long green dress. Coupled with her pure and cute face, she looked like a little sister. That pair of almond-shaped eyes added a hint of charm to this pure temperament. The two different temperaments merged naturally, making Bai look very tempting. Bai walked around Xiaochen and giggled, "Do I look good?" Xiaochen was slightly distracted. However, he quickly recovered. He nodded and said, "You look good. Let's eat something first. Bai walked over in satisfaction. She came to the table and ate the breakfast in small bites. Her eyes darted around before she said, "Elder brother Xiaoqin, I want to drink wine." Xiaoqin smiled helplessly. He took out a bottle gourd and poured her a small cup. He said, "You are only allowed 1 cup. It is not a good thing for a girl to like to drink wine." Bai happily held the wine cup in her hand and sniffed it. After that, she happily took a small sip. Clearly, she did not have enough. Then, she finished the wine in the cup in 1 big gulp. After she finished drinking, Bai immediately looked at Xiaoqin pitifully. Before she transformed, she often used this trick on Xiaoqin. Now, she unconsciously used it again. I cannot let her do as she pleases. Xiaoqin put on a serious expression and said, "No, there is only 1 cup. Eat something." Seeing that Xiaoqin did not agree, Bai felt helpless. She could only slowly eat her breakfast. The pitiful expression on her face made others want to agree. In the end, Xiaoqin hardened his heart and did not agree. He had to set the rules slowly. Otherwise, it would be hard to teach her in the future. After they finished eating, Xiaoqin led Bai to the dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak. Xiaoqin was looking forward to the strengthened ancient absolute saber formation. All this while, he had not forgotten his purpose in coming to the heavenly saber pavilion. It was to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it, so that he could awaken Ao Jiao as soon as possible. As they walked on the mountain path of Qingyun Peak, Bai was very lively. She walked in front of Xiaoqin. She was as fast as the wind, unable to stop. She was very excited. When Xiaoqin saw this, he thought to himself, looking at the familiar world from a different perspective, anyone would be excited. This was especially so for Bai, who was still a child. However, when they approached the dueling grounds, Bai became very quiet. It was as though she was afraid of coming into contact with other people. Xiaoqin consoled her, "It's fine. The people of Qingyun Peak are all friends. Friends do not mind so much." Bai nodded her head as though she understood. However, she still hid behind Xiaoqin. She was no longer as lively as before. Xiaoqin shook his head slightly and took the lead to enter the dueling grounds. Soft shouts came from the dueling grounds. Today was somewhat surprising. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, who were rarely seen, were cultivating here as well. They were exchanging moves with each other. When Lu Suifeng, who was exchanging moves with Lu Riyue, saw his savior, he immediately revealed a smile. He quickly ran over to Xiaoqin. Lu Suifeng immediately saw Bai behind Xiaoqin. He was startled and immediately became stunned. The smile on his face froze as he stared at Bai. Xiaoqin coughed twice before Lu Suifeng reacted. He smiled awkwardly and said, sorry. Yi Qin, who is this beauty? Why do I find her familiar? Aren't you going to introduce her?" When Lu Riyue, Xiao Yang, and the others discovered the situation, they all came over out of curiosity. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Xiaoqin organized his thoughts and decided to tell them the truth. There was no point in hiding such things. She is Bai. She just transformed last night. Lu Suifeng's expression changed slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Yi Qin, you must be joking. Xiaoqin had a calm expression as he said, do I look like I'm joking? Seeing Lu Riyue casting a doubtful gaze at him, Xiaoqin nodded and said, her situation is a little special. I will tell everyone the exact reason in the future. However, I hope everyone can help me keep this a secret for now. Lu Riyue was the first to recover her wits. She said seriously, Yi Qin, you don't have to worry about this. Bai is the safest here. Xiaoqin gently pushed Bai to the front of the crowd and said, Bai, say hello to everyone. At this moment, Bai was no longer as afraid as before. She smiled and said, "Elder brother Sui Feng, elder brother Xiao Yang, elder sister Riyue, elder sister Xiao Meng, how are you?" Chapter 337. Xiao Meng pulled Bai over and said, "Let's go. Bai, I'll bring you to do your hair. A girl with messy hair does not look good." Before Xiao Chen could stop her, Xiao Meng had already pulled Bai away. Lu Riyue smiled and said, "Let her go. Nothing will happen to her in Qingyun Peak." Xiao Chen was not afraid of anything happening. He was only worried that Bai would learn something strange from Xiao Meng. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and withdrew his gaze. "Thank you. I have already made my preparations to enter the ancient absolute saber formation." Lu Riyue withdrew her smile and said seriously, "Come with me." This time, the ancient absolute saber formation is much more dangerous than the previous ones. It tests your mental state even more. There are some things that I need you to pay attention to in advance. Lu Riyue led Xiao Chen to a corner of the ancient absolute saber formation in the dueling grounds. She carefully explained some of the things that he needed to pay attention to. Under Lu Riyue's guidance, Xiao Chen slowly walked into the saber formation. The killing qi of the ancient weapons surged over, continuously attacking Xiao Chen's soul. If it was a weaker person with a weaker soul energy, the killing qi that transcended time would cause their soul to scatter on the spot. Xiao Chen guarded his dantian and used his spiritual sense to protect his body. He blocked the flood of killing qi and sat down cross-legged in the center of the formation. Wang. The small saber in Lu Riyue's hand gave off a melodious hum as it was drawn from its scabbard. The blade of the saber trembled continuously. Lu Riyue was slowly activating the listening to the sword and communicating with it that she grasped. The weapon stuck in the ground immediately trembled as well. The buzzing sound reverberated throughout the dueling grounds. The sound of the thousands of ancient weapons trembling gathered together and formed a deafening sound. An intense wind blew around the saber formation without any wind. Lu Riyue's pretty face was filled with a grave expression as she shouted suddenly, "Heavenly saber formation." The small saber in Xiao Chen's hand gave off a dazzling light. A strong wind instantly gathered on Xiao Chen, who was in the center of the formation, forming a pillar of wind. Extreme. The light left his body and entered the wind pillar in the blink of an eye. The wind pillar immediately emitted a bright light. Then, with a swoosh, all the weapons began to glow. After doing all this, the blood drained from Lu Riyue's face. She looked incredibly pale, and her body wobbled. When Lu Suifeng, who was beside her, saw the situation, he quickly flew over. He revealed a grave expression as he extended his hand to support Lu Riyue. "Sister, is it worth it to help him like this? With your current cultivation, activating the strengthened ancient absolute saber formation will exhaust half a year of cultivation." Spending half a year's worth of cultivation was equivalent to wasting half a year's worth of time for peak cultivators. To a peak cultivator, if they did not work hard for a month, they might leave the group of peak geniuses. Wasting half a year's time would be a great loss. Lu Riyue rubbed her temples with her right hand. After a while, she opened her eyes. She felt much better. She revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. She said softly, "Aside from listening to the sword and communicating with it, he has done so much for Qingyun Peak. If I do not help him, who can?" Lu Suifeng said softly, "However, if he learns listening to the sword and communicating with it, he will definitely leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this Qingyun Peak." When Lu Riyue heard this, an undetectable disappointment flashed in her black eyes. She said softly, "From the first day he came to Qingyun Peak, I knew that he was just a passerby to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Qingyun Peak." After pausing for a while, Lu Riyue smiled helplessly. She revealed an indifferent expression and continued, "In this world, there are some people who are destined to be extremely talented. Their names will shake the world, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Rather than tying him down, it is better to lend him a helping hand and climb to the peak of this world. Within the ancient absolute saber formation, Xiaochen suddenly discovered the scene before him change under the light of all the weapons. He entered a gray world. Countless sabers tore through the sky, flying at Xiaochen quickly. Xiaochen, who had entered the ancient absolute saber formation many times before, had a calm expression. He did not panic at all. With a thought, a snow-white saber immediately appeared in his hand. The saber was 2 fingers wide and 1.5 meters long. The saber's blade flickered with a cold light. Xiaochen had trained in the miniature ancient absolute saber formation for a few months. He had already made some progress in listening to the sword and communicating with it. All he lacked now was an opportunity. An opportunity that would allow him to completely grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it. Dang! 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 As the saber danced around, saber lights shot out, knocking away the sabers flying at him. Standing in the air, Xiaochen had a pensive expression on his face. He said indifferently, "In the past, when I was in the miniature ancient absolute saber formation, I could already shatter the weapons flying at me. However, this time, I used 70% of my strength and could only barely knock them away." It looked like it was as Lu Riyue said. The might of this strengthened ancient absolute saber formation was at least 5 times stronger than before. The sharp saber lights came in an endless stream, flying at Xiaochen as if they wanted to swallow him up. "Quick, quick, find your saber. Find your saber." A familiar voice rang out in Xiaochen's ears again. His expression was calm as he ignored it. He flew up and down in the air. Saber lights flashed as he practiced the Wuxia saber technique. Glittering Wuxia. Wuxia transforms to Qi. Qi breaks Wuxia. Xiaochen shouted 3 times and executed the Wuxia saber technique infused with the state of thunder at full power. Streams of purple energy shattered all the sabers flying at him. The air slowly turned quiet. However, it was only quiet for a moment. Then, countless sabers flickered with dazzling saber lights. They flew at Xiaochen even more ferociously and quickly. Instantly, a bright light burst out in the gray space. It was so bright that it dazzled everyone's eyes. Wuxia blossoms. A purple flower bud appeared under Xiaochen's feet. It gave off a strange purple light and enveloped Xiaochen's body. Bang! 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 The sabers clashed on the surface of the flower bud. The continuous attacks were like a torrential storm, ringing out endlessly. Xiao! The flower buds suddenly blossomed and purple petals filled the air. When the sabers struck the petals, they gave off intense explosions. It sounded like firecrackers going off in the air. The petals filled the air as Xiaochen moved in the air. When he passed through the petals, his speed would increase explosively. The ferocious sabers could not catch up to him. Explode! There was no clear target in this place. Naturally, Xiaochen could not execute Wuxia supporting the heavens. He could only explode the energy. Xiaochen shouted, and all the flower petals exploded. A huge amount of energy gathered together, and the entire gray space seemed to tremble. Quick! Quick! Find your saber. After Xiaochen knocked back this wave of attacks, that urgent voice rang out in his ears again. He looked at the saber in his hand but still ignored it. The last time Xiaochen saw through this sentence, he found the so-called saber in his heart. After that, he easily summoned out the lunar shadow saber. However, the voice rang out in his ears again and again. It was clear that the saber in his hand was not the saber in his heart. As Xiaochen stood in this gray space, he ignored the voice in his ears. He knocked back the attacks of the sabers again and again. Each wave of attacks was more intense than the one before. Wounds started to appear on Xiao Chen's body. Just as Xiao Chen was about to reach his limit, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. After Xiao Chen repelled 100 waves of attacks, the scene before him suddenly changed. He felt his vision blur, and in the next moment, he appeared beside a lake. The full moon hung high in the night sky. The rippling lake water was very quiet. In the middle of the lake, there was a quiet saber floating on the water. The snow-white saber reflected the full moon in the sky. It was as if there was a full moon in the saber. It was quiet, melodious, and peaceful. The lake water, the full moon, and the saber all seemed very harmonious. It was magnificent. The wounds on Xiao Chen's body strangely disappeared. Xiao Chen did not care about this. He focused all his attention on that saber. A joyful expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He muttered, "Did I succeed? This is the true lunar shadow saber in my heart. How beautiful! Pooh! Pooh!" Xiao Chen leaped into the air and stepped on the water. He quickly headed for the saber floating in the water. Xiao Chen pushed off the water gently and moved 100 meters in one leap. After a while, he arrived below the saber. Ripples appeared on the lake water. Xiao Chen stopped and stood on the water. The full moon reflected on the saber was now clearly visible. Just as he was about to grab the saber, Xiao Chen, who was in the air, suddenly discovered a girl sleeping quietly under the water. Ao Jiao. When Xiao Chen saw the girl's appearance clearly, his expression changed greatly. He immediately turned around and dove into the water. He fell into the water, but when the beautiful woman in front of him reached her hand into the water, she only touched the ice-cold lake water. The rippling lake water made the girl sleeping in the water look hazy. Xiao Chen stopped moving and quickly calmed down. Ao Jiao has already entered a deep sleep and sealed herself. Hence, all I see is an illusion. I have to grab the saber before I can truly wake her up. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen leaped out of the water and kicked up a splash. Then, he tried to grab the lunar shadow saber. Just as Xiao Chen was about to grab the lunar shadow saber, a lily-white hand appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed the lunar shadow saber before Xiao Chen could. Xiao Chen was startled. He looked up and saw a white-clothed girl in front. Her figure was graceful. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Ao Jiao's. Her facial features were exquisite. When put together, they looked very beautiful. However, the expression on her face was somewhat otherworldly. There was no emotion at all. She was like a fairy who did not eat the food of the mortal world. She looked very similar to Duanmuking when he used the profound ice incantation. However, she seemed even more otherworldly than Duanmuking. Xiao Chen was astonished. This girl was the one Xiao Chen saw when he first entered the ancient absolute saber formation. Who is she? Why does she want to take away my lunar shadow saber? Chapter 338. The white-clothed girl held the lunar shadow saber in her hand. She looked very pretty. A hollow and clear voice rang out, "Who are you?" The lunar shadow saber's saber soul is not something you can casually obtain. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He said, "You ask me who I am. I should be the one asking you who you are. I am the master of the lunar shadow saber. Am I not qualified to awaken the saber soul?" The white-clothed girl's exquisite face remained expressionless. She held the saber in her hand across her chest and spoke again, "What a joke. I am the lunar shadow saber. How come I did not know that I had a master? Whether I am qualified or not is determined by the saber in my hand." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The situation had exceeded his expectations. He did not know why the girl in front of him had become the lunar shadow saber's saber spirit. Furthermore, she did not recognize him as her master. Xiao Chen grasped the saber in his hand tightly. His expression calmed down as he said, "As you wish. I will let the saber in my hand make you submit completely." The white-clothed girl's face remained calm. Her voice resounded as she said indifferently, "In that case, let me see if your saber can make me submit completely." Chi. The white-clothed sword spirit's figure flickered in the air. Her body tore through space as though she had teleported. Suddenly, she appeared on the left side of Xiaoqin. Glittering Wuxia. The lunar shadow saber in her hand released a purple electric light. A purple saber chi containing the state of thunder flew towards Xiaoqin at lightning speed. Xiaoqin was greatly astonished. He did not expect this saber spirit to know his martial technique. Furthermore, the most shocking thing was that this glittering Wuxia also contained the state of thunder. Xiaoqin's figure flashed in the air as he quickly dodged towards the surface of the lake. He stepped on the water and retreated quickly. As Xiaoqin retreated, a huge force created 2 waves of water on the calm surface of the lake. 2 thunderclouds started to gather in the sky above. One belonged to Xiaoqin and the other belonged to the white-clothed girl. The 2 of them started to compete with the state of thunder. When the thunderclouds clashed, there was a loud clap of thunder in the silent night sky. Pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake, giving off loud bangs. In the air, countless streaks of purple lightning wandered wantonly in the air. My state of thunder merged with holy might is actually helpless against her state. Xiaoqin was somewhat astonished. Boom! When the 2 thunderclouds collided, the accumulated energy reached its peak. There was a loud sound, and a 100-meter-tall pillar of water instantly shot up from the water. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The white-clothed girl shouted and the divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into hundreds of dense purple saber Qi, piercing through the water pillar and flying at Xiaoqin. Wuxia transforms to Qi. Xiaoqin quickly moved back and similarly executed Wuxia transforms to Qi. Bang! 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 The saber chi that the 2 of them sent out clashed in the air. Intense explosions resounded. The berserk lightning attributed energy in the air surged everywhere. This move was still evenly matched, no one could do anything to the other. The thunderclouds above the white-clothed girl started to churn quickly. After a while, they formed a huge whirlpool of thunderclouds. The ferocious roars of a vast army came from the whirlpool, causing the sky to tremble. Unexpectedly, she knows this move as well. Xiaoqin's complexion turned ashen. This move was a combination of all the moves of the rushing thunder saber technique. He was very clear on the might of the rushing thunder roars. The thunderclouds above them also churned. Boundless thunderclouds churned and formed a huge electric whirlpool. The auras of the 2 of them rose ferociously. Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses galloping. The 2 of them roared ferociously at the same time. Countless electric knights leaped down from the electric whirlpool above them. They were like a vast army, carrying the might of thunder as they surged over. On the surface of the lake, the 2 thunder and lightning knights fought against each other and exploded. After a while, there was a chain reaction. The 2,000-odd electric knights all exploded. These knights, which contained the state of thunder from both sides, created an energy that caused the surface of the lake to rise. It was as though the ground had been raised by 100 meters. A huge energy fluctuation spread out. Xiaoqin could not dodge in time and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, the white-clothed girl was not in a good state either. Her complexion turned extremely pale. At the same time, in the real world, the lunar shadow saber that Xiaoqin placed beside him started to tremble violently. All the weapons in the saber formation could not stop trembling as well. Rumble. A huge energy spread out in the dueling grounds. The entire ground shook left and right. Xiaoqin, who was in the ancient absolute saber formation, had a pained expression on his face. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Lu Suifeng's expression changed greatly. He asked in astonishment, "Sis, what's going on? Xiaochen seems to be in danger. Should we stop the operation of the saber formation?" Lu Ryue's pretty face was filled with worry as well. However, her eyes were strangely resolute. She shook her head and said, "There is no need. I believe that Xiaochen will be able to pull through. The lunar shadow saber is undergoing a transformation. If we give up now, all our efforts would be wasted." Kill. Xiaochen's fighting spirit was completely ignited. He did not believe that he would lose to the weapon spirit of the lunar shadow saber. The two of them leaped into the air above the rising water. A white and a purple figure intertwined in the air. Dang! 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 Under the full moon, saber lights flickered and a strong wind blew. The two of them were comparable in speed. In an instant, they exchanged 100 moves in the air. When their weapons clashed, countless sparks flew. Although the white-clothed girl could not execute the movement technique that was exclusive to the blue dragon, she had her own movement technique. She seemed to be able to suppress Xiaochen. Xiaochen thought to himself, "I can't go on like this. Her essence seems to be inexhaustible. She knows all my martial techniques. It is hard for me to gain an advantage over her. If this drags on, I will exhaust my essence. Sooner or later, I will be defeated by her. I have to think of another way." Bang! Xiaochen's sharp saber gave off a dazzling saber light. After he knocked back the white-clothed girl's saber strike, he quickly somersaulted. Xiaochen executed the azure cloud soaring art to its limits. In the blink of an eye, he opened up a distance of several hundred meters. Xiaochen pulled back the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The scarlet throne mark on his forehead looked very alluring. It was even more beautiful than fresh blood. His delicate face immediately turned bewitching. In Xiaochen's sea of consciousness, the scarlet throne started to surge. Strands of red light came from it. Xiaochen finally used his true trump card, the state of massacre from the scarlet throne. A scarlet light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. As the state of massacre infused into the lunar shadow saber in his hand, strands of blood appeared. For the first time, the white-clothed girl revealed an expression of shock on her calm face. She felt a trace of fear. Hu-chi! Xiaochen pushed off the water heavily. The state of thunder infused with the state of massacre carried a boundless killing intent as he charged forward. The white-clothed girl had a cautious expression. The lunar shadow saber in her hand glowed brightly, sending out resplendent purple saber chi. She stepped in front, trying to block Xiaochen. "Break!" Xiaochen shouted and a saber light flashed. The saber destroyed the sharp saber chi the white-clothed girl sent out, turning it into nothing. Xiaochen flicked his wrist and tilted his body slightly. From a tricky angle, he stabbed his saber at his opponent's chest. Dang! The white-clothed girl held her saber horizontally in front of her chest. When the huge force struck the saber, she was immediately knocked back and flew a long distance above the water. Xiaochen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He swooped down and sent all sorts of sharp attacks at the white-clothed girl. Bang! 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 On the water, the white-clothed girl executed all sorts of techniques that Xiaochen used. However, after Xiaochen executed the state of massacre, all of them were easily shattered. Every move she made was broken. Her body, which was originally solid, slowly turned fainter, giving off an illusory feeling. The white-clothed girl was already in a losing situation. In less than 100 moves, she would be defeated by Xiaochen. However, even at this point, the white-clothed girl still did not submit. She brandished her saber to block Xiaochen's killing moves. Xiaochen lost his patience. He no longer wanted to waste time with her. All he wanted was to obtain the lunar shadow saber in her hands and wake up Ao Jiao. Just as Xiao Qin was about to make a move to kill the white-clothed girl, a strong aura suddenly surged out from the lake. It covered the sky and the sun. A flood surged up and spread throughout the entire space. In an instant, it completely suppressed the state of thunder of Xiao Qin and the white-clothed girl. Even Xiao Qian's state of massacre was affected. He could not execute it normally. A huge whirlpool appeared in the middle of the lake. After a while, a pillar of water shot up into the sky. The water pillar was more than 500 meters long. The waves it kicked up were like rain falling onto the surface of the lake. A petite figure stood above the water pillar. It was Ao Jiao, who had woken up. Ao Jiao slowly floated down from the water pillar. Her voice came from above, "Xiao Qin, don't kill her." Since Ao Jiao spoke, naturally, Xiao Qin would not kill her. He sheathed his saber and retreated. When he saw Ao Jiao slowly land on the water surface, he said, "Ao Jiao, what's going on?" Unexpectedly, there are two weapon spirits in the lunar shadow saber. Ao Jiao was about to speak when she saw the throne mark on Xiao Qian's forehead. Her expression immediately changed. She said sullenly, "Wait a moment. I will tell you in detail. You have to tell me about the massacre throne on your forehead later as well." Chi. Right after Ao Jiao spoke, she shifted her gaze to the white-clothed girl. She stretched out her hand and pointed. The white-clothed girl's body became very faint, looking very illusory. The lunar shadow saber in the white-clothed girl's hand fell, and the illusory figure slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Xiao. Ao Jiao stretched out her hand and grasped the slender lunar shadow saber. Boom! The towering water pillar crashed down. The waves on the lake surged for a long time before they slowly calmed down. "Let's talk on the shore." After Ao Jiao spoke, she pushed off the water and headed for the lakeside. When Xiao Qin heard this, he did not say anything. He quickly followed. The two of them landed on a rock by the lakeside and found a clean spot to sit down. The waves on the lake's surface had disappeared. Now, it was calm once again. Under the light of the moon, it was quiet and peaceful. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "All right, idiot master. You can ask me any questions now." Xiao Qin smiled gently. Ao Jiao was still the same as before, not giving him any face at all. She did not care about her master at all. However, Ao Jiao's attitude was much more amiable than the white-clothed girl earlier. Her tone sounded more like a casual call from a girl. Xiao Qin organized his thoughts and asked, "Let's start with the white-clothed girl. How did she become the lunar shadow saber's weapon spirit? Furthermore, she does not recognize me as her master." Chapter 339. Ao Jiao smiled mischievously and said, "This is called a long story. Let me explain it to you in detail. I will only say it once. If you do not understand, then don't ask." Ao Jiao said she would only say it once, so she would really only say it once. Xiao Qin could not do anything to her. He could only perk up his ears and listen carefully. The materials and methods used to forge the lunar shadow saber are the best. However, the conditions for a weapon spirit are too harsh. I originally thought that it would be impossible for the lunar shadow saber to form its own weapon spirit, so I sealed myself in it. However, things surpassed my expectations. While I was asleep, the weapon spirit in this lunar shadow saber started to slowly form. It has been in a state of coexistence with me. At that time, although I had sealed myself, I could split out some energy to suppress her, not letting her take the initiative. However, after she forcefully woke me up, I exhausted too much energy and fell into a deep sleep. In an instant, she took the initiative. If it were not for the battle between you and her exhausting too much energy, it would have taken me a long time to wake up. Xiao Qin suddenly understood. So that was the case. He had always found it strange. With Ao Jiao's strength, how could another weapon spirit take over the lunar shadow saber's saber soul? Then why does she not recognize me as her master? Furthermore, she seems to be hostile towards me. Ao Jiao explained, all weapon spirits are like this. This is the weapon spirit's way of protecting itself. When I was first born, I was unhappy with the Thunder King. If you were not strong enough, why would a weapon spirit recognize you as its master? However, once a weapon spirit recognizes a master, it will be loyal for life and will never betray you. Xiao Qin said doubtfully, in that case, what is your relationship with me now? You are much stronger than me. Doesn't that mean I will not be able to let you make decisions for a long time? Ao Jiao smiled and said, yes, so stupid master, you should quickly become stronger. If you can't even protect me, how can you be my master? Xiao Qin was speechless. Based on the strength that Ao Jiao displayed, she was at least a superior grade martial monarch. Xiao Qin did not know when he would be able to reach that level. Looking at Xiao Qin's pondering expression, Ao Jiao giggled and said, get up, stupid master. Don't think too much about it. I will first merge my saber soul with the lunar shadow saber in your hand. Then, you will be able to enter the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiao Qin got up and looked at the lunar shadow saber in Ao Jiao's hand. He asked in disbelief, it's that simple. Back then, for Xiao Qin to grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it, she had put in a lot of effort. However, she had not succeeded. In the end, she could only touch the edges and was unable to enter the next level. Ao Jiao smiled and said, that girl's method was correct. However, she did not take into account that there was another weapon spirit in your saber. The weapon spirit has an innate ability to protect itself and rejected your call. Hence, you have not been able to enter the next level. No wonder Xiao Qin kept feeling like he was pacing back and forth outside the door to listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, he could not push the door open. It turned out that this door was blocked by someone else. Hu Qi. Ao Jiao raised her hand and fired. The slender lunar shadow saber soared into the boundless sky. Spots of purple light surrounded it. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it looked very beautiful. The saber flew higher and higher. Soon, Xiao Qin could only see a blurry black figure. Xiao Qin looked up and asked, where is this flying to? How are we going to merge it? Ao Jiao said, of course, it is flying to the real world. Otherwise, why do you think we are merging it in the space within the lunar shadow saber? Alright, when you get out, you will understand immediately. Now, it is time for you to tell me about the massacre throne. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and thought for a while. He decided to tell the truth. There was no need to hide these things from Ao Jiao. After Xiao Qin told her everything that happened in the ink forest, he asked, Ao Jiao, is there anything wrong with this scarlet throne? After Ao Jiao heard everything, she thought for a while before answering, there is nothing wrong with it. The scarlet throne was personally refined by the ancient evil king. However, before he was killed, he split the throne into 6. Each throne represents a will. They are the will of massacre, the will of destruction, the will of destruction, the will of rage, the will of berserk, and the will of death. According to rumor, when the 6 thrones merge together, the ancient evil king will rule the world once again. Xiao Qin muttered, are you saying that there are 5 other thrones? I only obtained 1. In that case, what should I do if I run into someone else with a throne? Ao Jiao nodded and said, that is the crux of the problem. As long as 2 cultivators with thrones are within 500 kilometers of each other, they will be able to sense each other's presence. The thrones are originally 1, so they can swallow each other up. After swallowing, the might of the throne will increase greatly. Without needing Ao Jiao to explain, Xiao Qin already knew how much the swallowing of a throne would increase its strength. Each throne represented a state. Grasping two high-leveled states at the same time, the might of the throne went without saying. Xiaochen did not fear competition from others. However, he was worried about what Ao Jiao said about the throne merging and the evil king's rebirth. He felt that it was strange. How reliable are the rumors? It has already been 30,000 years since the people of the ancient era. Could they have returned? Xiaochen asked doubtfully. The Tianwu dynasty had existed for 20,000 years. It was destroyed 10,000 years ago, resulting in the current situation of the Great Jin nation dominating the continent. Before the Tianwu dynasty, there was a chaotic period. There were no detailed records of it in the history books. The period before the chaotic period was the true ancient era. It was hard to imagine. After 30,000 years, even the sea could turn into mulberry fields. Could humans still be revived? Ao Jiao said, the rumors are still credible. However, you don't have to worry too much. In the past 10,000 years, I have never heard of 6 thrones appearing at the same time. It is impossible for it to happen to you so coincidentally. Rumble. Rumbling sounds appeared in the sky. Xiaochen looked up and saw that the lunar shadow saber had already flown to the edge of space. It was continuously breaking through the barriers of space. Ao Jiao said softly, the lunar shadow saber's saber soul is coming out soon. You have to go as well. After you go out, remember to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it properly. This is just getting you started. Xiaochen felt that there were still many things he had not said. He quickly thought about it and said the most important thing, in that case, can I wake you up at any time in the future? Ao Jiao shook her head and said, that won't do. I have to take this opportunity to swallow up the white-robed weapon spirit to prevent any future problems. Don't forget, my goal is to forge a subdivine weapon. Right now, it is far from enough. In the real world, in the dueling grounds, the saber formation did not stop shaking at all. The lunar shadow saber beside Xiaochen's hand leaped up and struggled free of its scabbard. With a soft sound, it flew into the air and floated quietly 100 meters above Xiaochen's head. It gave off a bright light and looked very beautiful. Lu Suifeng asked in astonishment, Sis, what's going on? Why did the lunar shadow saber fly out by itself? Lu Riyue revealed a suspicious expression as well. She shook her head and said, I am not sure either. However, I feel that this should be a good thing and not a bad thing. I can feel that the lunar shadow saber has a faint excitement, like it is anticipating something. As the two of them spoke, a beam of light leaped out from Xiaochen's head. Then, it flew into the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Xiao! Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up. His body was like a flood dragon as he grabbed the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. Listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiaochen shouted and brandished his saber. The snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber immediately gave off a drawn-out hum. The blade of the saber trembled uncontrollably. There was a flash of light and the snow-white blade turned pitch black once again. It had actually advanced from an earth-ranked spirit weapon to an inferior-grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber and landed on the ground. He revealed a joyful expression. The lunar shadow saber finally gave off a sound that belonged to it. He did not expect that after using listening to the sword and communicating with it, the lunar shadow saber's spirit weapon rank would actually recover to its original state. Hu Qi. Xiaochen moved his wrist gently and circulated the essence in his body. A strong force immediately came from the sharp blade. A strand of extremely dense purple saber qi broke through the blade and created ripples in the air. When it landed, it left behind a long mark. Bang! 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 After the saber qi stopped, the ground beside the mark immediately flew up and exploded into powder in the air. Lu Suifeng said in astonishment, what a strong might. Is this the original strength of the lunar shadow saber? It seems to be much stronger than a regular heaven-ranked spirit weapon. All it took was a casual wave. Xiaochen casually waved his hand and the scabbard and the saber formation appeared in his hand. He gently dispersed the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. The pitch-black blade immediately turned snow-white once again, returning to being an earth-ranked spirit weapon. Xiaochen had just comprehended listening to the sword and communicating with it. He could not maintain this state for a long time. However, after he started, he believed that he would improve very quickly in the future. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and looked at Lu Riyue, who was walking over with a smile. He said sincerely, "Riyue, thank you." Lu Riyue felt happy for Xiaochen. She said seriously, "Congratulations, you finally grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it." Qingyun Peak, Xiaochen was in his independent courtyard. A cool breeze blew through the courtyard, lifting up the fallen leaves. Xiaochen had his eyes closed and was in a mysterious state. His expression was calm as he placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He did not care about his aura. He allowed his aura and the cool breeze in the courtyard to fluctuate as they pleased, rising and falling, appearing very casual. Suddenly, Xiaochen opened his eyes and a bright light shot out from them. It was like a sharp saber piercing through everything in front of him. Ka Xie. The lunar shadow saber was instantly drawn and listening to the sword and communicating with it was executed. The snow-white blade immediately turned pitch black. This was a characteristic of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was automatic. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, there was no circulation of essence. A long strand of saber qi automatically flowed out from the sharp blade. With a "soot" sound, it shattered several fallen leaves in the cool breeze. Listening to the sword and communicating with it had a total of 4 realms. Listening to the sword, controlling the sword, sword heart, and communicating with it. Xiaochen was still at the listening to the sword realm. This allowed him to thoroughly understand his own weapon. This feeling was very wondrous. When Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he felt that the lunar shadow saber was like an extension of his arm. Chapter 340. Xiaochen could feel every pulse of the saber. There seemed to be blood flowing in it. Of course, that was not real blood but spiritual energy flowing in the saber vein. Without comprehending listening to the sword and communicating with it, no matter how strong a person was, they would not be able to feel the pulse of the saber. As the essence slowly poured in, Xiaochen could clearly see his purple essence flowing in the saber vein. With a thought, the saber lit up with a bright purple light. Withdraw. With another thought, the purple saber light immediately stopped. There was no separation at all. The circulation of the essence was faster than before. After dispelling the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, the saber immediately turned snow-white again. Just like that, Xiaochen repeatedly used listening to the sword and communicating with it in the courtyard. Earlier in the dueling grounds, after Lu Riyue spoke to him, she immediately left. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. However, he did not know what was wrong. Hence, he did not intend to continue staying in the dueling grounds. Instead, he returned to the courtyard and tried to practice listening to the sword and communicating with it. He wanted to reach the stage of listening to the sword as soon as possible and enter the state of controlling the sword. That way, it would be of great help in battle. Xiaochen practiced until dusk. When Bai returned, Xiaochen stopped practicing. He saw that Bai's hair had been trimmed up very well. She had 2 small braids on her forehead. The black hair at the back was tied up in a complicated fashion. Finally, she used a green hair clip to hold it up. This brought out Bai's delicate and pretty temperament, completely covering up her charm. It looks like this Xiao Meng is really attentive. Bai smiled gently at the side. Elder brother Xiao Qin, are you practicing? Bai has to practice as well. After she is done, she can protect elder brother Xiao Qin. When Xiao Chen heard this, he thought it made sense. After spirit beasts took human forms, they could practice human martial techniques and cultivation techniques. It was necessary to teach her some martial techniques for self-defense. In the universe ring, there were many spirit weapons that Xiao Chen had looted from the Jiang clan's treasure trove. Xiao Chen took them out one by one. There were sabers, dual sabers, short swords, dual sabers, and countless swords. Choose a weapon first. What kind of weapon do you like? Then, I'll help you find a martial technique. Bai picked and chose among the large pile of soul weapons, and finally chose a sword that was 2 fingers wide and 5 feet long. This sword was called Skywater, and it was a high-grade profound rank soul weapon. Brother Xiao Chen, I choose this one, Bai said with a smile. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He hoped that Bai would choose a saber. That way, it would be easier to find the secret manuals. The huge heavenly saber pavilion might lack many things, but it did not lack saber-related secret manuals. Furthermore, the heavenly saber pavilion revered the saber. To a certain degree, swords were taboo. Even the heavenly saber pavilion's pavilion master, who once shook the world, had only used a piece of wood to carve a sword for the sake of cultivating the sword in his later years. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He recalled that aside from the great dragon tiger fist and the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, the pavilion master had also left behind a heart-nourishing universe sword technique. This was a good chance for Bai to use. Xiao Chen rummaged around in the universe ring for a while before he finally found the heart-nourishing universe sword technique in a corner. Xiao Chen handed the secret manual over and said, "This secret manual is for you. Take it and read it first. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me." The heart-nourishing universe sword technique was a peak earth-ranked sword technique. In terms of might, it was not much weaker than Xiao Chen's Wuxia saber technique. After all, a martial technique that the pavilion master collected would not be something that an ordinary cultivator could find. Bai received it joyfully. She smiled and said, "Thank you, elder brother Xiao Chen. I will go and read it now. I will master it in 2 days. At that time, I will be able to protect elder brother Xiao Chen." As Xiao Chen watched Bai leave, he revealed a faint smile. This girl is too naive. Xiao Chen had seen a little of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique before. There was a total of 13 moves. Each move was harder to practice than the one before. The difficulty was comparable to the Wuxia saber technique. Back then, Xiao Chen had spent 3 days and only managed to learn the first 3 moves of the Wuxia saber technique. He was not even familiar with the 8th move. As for the 9th move, he had never thought of practicing it. How could Bai possibly learn all 13 moves of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique in 2 days? The days slowly went by. Xiao Chen practiced the Wuxia saber technique in the morning. In the afternoon, he practiced listening to the sword and communicating with it. At night, he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer, preparing to break through to the 6th layer. Time passed very quickly. Aside from the necessary rest time to prevent his body from overworking itself, Xiao Chen spent the rest of his time cultivating. Xiao Chen worked so hard for the sake of the end-of-year inner disciple ranking competition in a month's time. If nothing unexpected happened, he would help Qingyun Peak obtain the first rank to repay Lu Ryue's kindness. 6 days later, Xiao Chen was trying to practice the Wuxia saber technique's 8th move, Wuxia opens heaven, in the back mountains. However, he could not merge the state and the mysterious phenomenon. He could not reach great perfection. Elder brother Xiao Chen, I succeeded in practicing the heart-nourishing universe sword technique, Bai said excitedly as she rushed over to Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. He was incomparably astonished. That is impossible. I have never heard of anyone being able to learn a peak earth-ranked martial technique within 6 days. Execute it once for me to see, Xiaoqian decided to verify its authenticity. Bai nodded her head heavily and drew the heavenly water sword. She brandished her sword, and her petite and exquisite figure moved quickly in the forest. In the forest, as Little White executed the heart-nourishing universe sword technique, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to become a little chaotic in an instant. As the sword moved, the surrounding trees actually moved strangely. However, these trees were still full of life. There were no strange phenomena. It was like the world spun around and space turned chaotic, resulting in such an effect. Xiaoqian's expression started to turn grave. He saw an indistinct blurry light at Bai's chest as the sword light danced. The shape of the light seemed to be the silhouette of a small sword. Sword heart. Xiaoqian blurted out in astonishment. Heaven was the sky, earth was the earth. After the heart-nourishing universe sword technique was executed, it would incorporate the heavens and earth into the sword technique. Every move of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique contained the heavenly Tao. When practiced to great perfection, it could even reverse the heavens and earth, truly changing the laws of heaven and earth. However, the crux of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique was the word, nourishing the heart. This so-called nourishing the heart was to use the power of the heavens and earth to temper an unparalleled sword heart with an absolute sharpness. As far as Xiaoqian knew, although there were very few people who could practice the heart-nourishing universe sword technique to great perfection, there had been some sword sages in history. With one sword strike, they could make rivers flow backward, tear through space, and cause tall mountains to spin. However, aside from the person who created this sword technique, Xiaoqian had never heard of anyone else successfully tempering their sword heart. Bai executed the 13 moves of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique one by one. Sword chi surged in the forest, and countless fallen leaves flew everywhere. Bai sheathed his sword. The chaotic feeling of the forest spinning around him immediately vanished. He looked at Xiaoqian's silent appearance. Bai said somewhat nervously, "Xiaoqian, is Bai stupid? I said I would learn it in 2 days, but in the end, I spent 6. Furthermore, it seems like I have not used it yet." Xiaoqian smiled bitterly to himself. If you are considered stupid, then how are the geniuses of the world supposed to live? This sword technique could only be considered a beginner. This was because the range that Bai could influence in the realm of heaven and earth was not very large. It could only be maintained within 10 meters of him. According to the records of the sword technique, when a martial saint practiced the heart-nourishing universe sword technique to great perfection, the range of influence could reach up to 500 meters. Bai was still far from that. Furthermore, he had not merged it with the state. This caused the might of the sword technique to be greatly reduced. However, to be able to use only 6 days to execute this sword technique and comprehend the sword heart, such a talent was simply horrifying. What Bai lacked now was only mastery and comprehension of his state. At that time, the might of the sword technique could be considered to have reached great perfection. Xiaoqian smiled gently and said, "No, it is already pretty good. However, you still have to continue working hard. You are still lacking some mastery." Bai smiled joyfully and said, "Really? In that case, when can I be as strong as elder brother Xiaoqian?" At that time, when there are bad people, there will be no need for elder brother Xiaoqian to make a move. Bai will help you chase them away. Xiaoqian smiled speechlessly. He thought to himself, why did I let Bai protect me? I should not have let Bai practice martial techniques. Actually, it was for her own sake. As for Bai's future, Xiaoqian already had a rough plan in his heart. However, he could not tell her about it for now. Go back first. Don't think too much. Remember not to let others see you practicing the sword technique, Xiaoqian said. After all, practicing the sword technique in the heavenly saber pavilion was a taboo. Bai nodded and walked back in high spirits. She was clearly in high spirits. Seeing Bai leave, Xiaoqian withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, Bai is already so powerful. I have to work even harder. I cannot let her leave me behind. I have to completely grasp Wuxia opens heaven. 3 days later, Lu Suifeng came to Xiao Chen's courtyard and told him a piece of shocking news. When Xiao Chen heard the news, he felt very suspicious. He asked, "You said that the end-of-year inner disciple ranking war scheduled for the middle of next month has been delayed? Why is it like this?" Lu Suifeng was confused as well. "I am not sure either." The people from the Elders' Assembly did not say the exact reason. The end-of-year inner disciple ranking war has been a tradition of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion since it was founded. In the past 10,000 years, unless something major happened, I have never heard of the ranking war being delayed. The purpose of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's annual Inner Disciple Ranking War was not just to check the cultivation results of the inner disciples. It was also to maintain a healthy competition among the inner disciples. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would make use of this opportunity to display the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to the world. It would ensure its reputation as the top sect in the Shihe province. Every year, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would send out invitations to the various powers and youths of the Shihe province. Even the officials would be invited. The purpose of this was to display the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and protect its reputation. If they suddenly delayed the end-of-year inner disciple ranking war, it would cause others to suspect that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have any worthy inner disciples. That was why they delayed it. Chapter 341. All these unfavorable events were a huge blow to the reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unless they had no other choice, they would not postpone the competition. Lu Suifeng continued, "This matter is very strange. Until now, there are no leads. Furthermore, even the outer disciple competition was postponed. This is very confusing." Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "There is no need to care about it. It is only postponed, not cancelled." "That's right, why have I not seen elder sister Rue recently?" Lu Suifeng hesitated for a while before saying, "Actually, the last time she used the strengthened ancient absolute saber formation, her essence was greatly injured. She will not be able to cultivate for half a year. Recently, she has been consuming spirit herbs to nourish herself. Otherwise, the losses would be even greater." Xiao Chen was greatly startled. He had felt that something was wrong the last time. It turned out to be so serious. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew the severity of the matter. He did not expect Lu Rue to make such a huge sacrifice for him. "Why did you not tell me earlier?" Xiao Chen said with some blame. If he had known there would be such serious consequences, Xiao Chen would not have accepted it. Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly, "I wanted to tell you, but my sister did not let me. Furthermore, even if I told you, would you still accept this kindness?" Xiao Chen shook his head and wanted to get up to look for Lu Rue. Lu Suifeng quickly stopped him and said, "Don't go. My sister is very headstrong. Since she does not want you to know, just pretend that you do not know." Xiao Chen had no choice but to sit back down. The two of them chatted for a while before Lu Suifeng got up and took his leave. Xiao Chen did not feel anything about the inner disciple ranking competition being postponed. As long as it was not cancelled, it was fine. He was not in a rush to leave Qingyun Peak anyway. On the other hand, Lu Rue had wasted half a year for him. This made him feel uneasy. If he still could not guess what Lu Rue was thinking, he would be a fool. Everyone had emotions and desires. No one could truly transcend time. How could one pretend to be relaxed in the mortal world? That night, Xiao Chen stopped cultivating. He leaped up and landed on a big tree outside Lu Rue's courtyard. The bright moonlight shone on the ground. Lu Rue was in the courtyard, practicing her saber techniques as usual. Saber lights filled the place and energy surged. Now that Lu Rue was a martial king, she could see that her saber chi was much purer than before. As the saber chi flew through the air, even the air seemed to be sliced apart, forming blurry ripples. Hu chi! Without any warning, a strand of resplendent saber chi suddenly flew towards the tree where Xiaochen was. It covered the distance of 500 meters in an instant. With a cracking sound, the thick tree was immediately cut in half, revealing Xiaochen, who was hiding behind the tree. Lu Riyue flew over and saw that it was Xiaochen hiding behind the tree. She heaved a sigh of relief and sheathed her saber. She asked, "Yi Qin, why are you hiding behind the tree?" Xiaochen felt extremely embarrassed, and his delicate face immediately flushed red. His usual calmness had long since been lost somewhere. There was nothing more embarrassing than being caught peeping at someone. Xiaochen stood on the broken tree and stammered for a long time before saying, "Indeed, why am I hiding here? This question is really strange." Lu Riyue looked at the embarrassed Xiaochen and found it very funny. She smiled and said, "Actually, this tree has a heavenly spiritual energy. When one stands on it, one can calm down. It is a good place to comprehend bottlenecks." "Yi Qin, you are comprehending a martial technique, right?" Xiaochen slowly calmed down and smiled, "And that's right. I did not expect Riyue to know this secret as well. This tree is indeed very useful. I nearly broke through my bottleneck." Lu Riyue's flirtatious face revealed a mischievous smile. She said seriously, "In that case, I have to apologize to you. I should not have interrupted you earlier and even broken this spiritual tree. I am truly sorry." Lu Riyue's tone caused Xiaochen's flustered heart to calm down. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. The tree was broken, and the spiritual energy leaked out. It is a good opportunity to break through my bottleneck. However, this tree will be useless in the future." Lu Riyue nodded and said, "In that case, you should properly comprehend your bottleneck. I will come back tomorrow morning to take a look." Xiaochen sweated profusely in his heart. This meant that he had to stand on this broken tree for an entire night. This tree did not really have spiritual energy. Even if he stood on it without moving, he would feel uncomfortable. Hu chi! Xiaochen leaped down from the broken tree and landed gently in front of Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue nodded and smiled, "Young hero Yi, why are you not continuing to comprehend your bottleneck?" Xiaochen smiled embarrassedly, "Riyue, can you stop laughing at me?" Lu Riyue burst out laughing and said, "All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. Go in, then. Why are you looking for me?" After they sat down in Lu Riyue's courtyard, Xiaochen told her about what Lu Suifeng had told him. He told her about the matter of the inner disciple ranking competition being delayed. Lu Riyue said softly, "I know about this. There is no special reason for anyone to hold the inner disciple ranking competition. The manpower and resources required are huge. It would require the entire sect to do so. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is unable to hold two grand events in such a short period of time." Xiaochen felt suspicious and asked, "Are you saying that there is something even grander than the inner disciple ranking competition? What is it?" Lu Riyue nodded and said, "This matter is a secret for now. However, there is no problem telling you. Ling Liusu came out of closed-door cultivation. She is already a peak inferior grade martial king." Xiaochen was slightly stunned before he reacted. Ling Liusu was only 17 years old and she was already a peak inferior grade martial king. Aside from the word demonic, there was no other way to describe her talent. This was a realm that ordinary people could not reach in their lifetime. Unexpectedly, she did it at the age of 17. Furthermore, she was not just a martial king but a peak inferior grade martial king. The earlier a person became a martial king, the higher their future achievements would be. This was something that had already been proven. Back then, the Thunder King also became a martial king at the age of 17. At the age of 20, he became a martial monarch. At the age of 30, he saw through life and death and became a martial sage. At the age of 40, he became a martial emperor, ruling over the world. There were many experts in history. All of them had different characteristics. However, they all had one thing in common. They all became martial kings before the age of 20. If a cultivator could not become a martial king before the age of 25, their future achievements would be limited to that of a martial king. Back then, Murong Chong had told Xiaoqin some things about Leng Liusu. He said that when she came out of closed-door cultivation, she would shock the world. It looked like it was true. The bloodline of the Saber Emperor was truly shocking. Lu Riyue continued, the first elder has already sent people to inform the three holy masters. He wants to make use of this opportunity to get the people from the three holy masters to come and help the heavenly saber pavilion seal the spatial crack. The people from the three holy masters will come as well. Xiaoqin finally understood why the end-of-year inner disciple ranking competition was delayed. If the three holy masters really came, the inner disciple ranking competition would be insignificant. The three holy masters transcended the world. The legends of the three holy masters were spread all over the Tianwu continent. In the eyes of the people, they were an untouchable legend. They had existed since the ancient era. After tens of thousands of years, their strength was unfathomable. They were the last hope of the Tianwu continent. There were several known times in history, and in the end, it was always the three holy lands who led the people to repel the demon race, continuing the seed of humanity. The arrival of the three holy masters would definitely shock the entire Great Qin nation. At that time, all the noble clans and sects in the Great Qin nation would come to pay their respects. If the geniuses of the various clans caught the eyes of the three holy masters, they would be very lucky. With the Holy Land taking care of them, their status would automatically rise. The three Holy Lands, Phoenix's Passion Palace, White Emperor City, and Divine Martial Gate. Xiaoqin did not know why, but he instinctively felt a little repulsed by them. Furthermore, he was a transmigrator. He did not have any intention of worshipping them, so he was not interested. However, the opportunity to see the strength of the people from the Holy Lands piqued Xiaoqian's interest. He wanted to see how strong a holy soul cultivator with an unbroken inheritance was. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin said, "Will the three holy masters come? If they come, which holy land will they go to? Phoenix's Passion Palace, White Emperor City, or Divine Martial Gate?" Lu Riyue replied, "It is very likely that they will come. The three holy masters have been searching for geniuses all over the continent. With Leng Liusu's talent, she will definitely attract them. As for which holy land, I am not sure." After this topic ended, the two of them chatted for a long time. There were several times when Xiaoqin could not help but ask about her wasting half a year. However, he resisted in the end. Since Lu Riyue was not willing to talk about it, he would just bury this topic in his heart and keep it to himself. As the night grew darker, Xiaoqin stood up and took his leave. He said, "I will go back first. No matter what, I will definitely obtain the top rank of the inner sect disciple rankings for Qinyun Peak." Lu Riyue smiled gently and said, "In that case, I thank you for your promise in advance. However, if you want to come and see me in the future, just come in directly. Although there are many trees here, not all of them are filled with spiritual energy." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "There's no need. I have already passed my bottleneck. To me, trees are no longer important." After the two of them spoke, they looked at each other and smiled gently. There was no need for words. To Xiaoqin, trees were indeed no longer important. Lu Riyue had not only chopped down a tree outside the courtyard, she had also chopped down a barrier in Xiaoqian's heart. Since he liked her in his heart, then he should step forward openly. There was no need to suppress his feelings and think of all the worries. There was no need to be conflicted over whether to meet her or not. Regardless of whether he left Qingyun Peak or not, the person he loved was here. There was a worry in his heart. No matter where she went, they would know each other. After walking out of Lu Rui's courtyard, Xiaochen felt as though a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He felt very comfortable. Although the two of them did not say it out loud, there was a kind of silent tacit understanding between them. They both knew each other's intentions. Xiaochen slowly walked on the mountain path in the forest. Under the moonlight, he looked up and revealed a faint smile on his face. In the following days, aside from cultivating diligently every day, Xiaochen would take some time out to come to Lu Rui's courtyard at night. The two of them chatted about everything under the sun. There was nothing they did not talk about. They chatted happily. However, they mostly talked about their understanding of the martial way. Lu Rui's accumulations as a martial saint were deep. This was especially so with her experience of breaking through to Martial King twice. She told Xiaochen everything he needed to pay attention to when breaking through.